Well, hello there, everybody. How are we doing? I am back. What is good, guys? Welcome to The5ers. What is good? How are you doing? It is indeed a Tuesday morning, and the one and only Rich Butler is back. What are you doing, Rich? How are you doing?
I'm
What
trying
the
to
hell
fix
are
my
you
hair.
doing? Dude,
I'm trying to fix my hair.
That is. Yeah, we'll go with that.
This is bedhead. This is what you call bedhead. This is what happens when you take a shower in the evening and you don't dry your hair before you go to bed.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, dude, fair that one. You can,
Dude, welcome back.
Thank you.
Welcome back.
Yeah, dude, it's so good to be back. Like, unbelievably good to be back. Like I
Well,
said to you,
I'm happy you're back.
thank you.
I miss my
Like I
streaming
said
buddy.
to you guys before, like I love going away, but there's nothing better than having my office. So yeah, dude, it's good to be back, man. I missed you guys. It felt,
I'm happy you're back. I missed you, mate. I
it felt
genuinely
weird
did.
not
Yeah.
streaming on the Thursday and then not streaming on the Monday. I've taken too long out. I didn't like that.
Oh, dude, and then the whole of last week I also had like my
Yeah,
issues.
fair.
So
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, you
basically a
have
whole
like
week.
technical issues. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Glad to have my buddy back.
Yeah, come on, that's what I like to hear. What about you guys, chat? How are we doing in the world of chat? How are we doing in the world of trading? Give me an update. I feel like I've been away for like 2 weeks. I've only technically had 2 days off, and it feels like I've been away for a long time.
I missed a whole week of trading last week, and I was talking to Rich, I was talking to Dirk, LJ, and Buyu about this. I had effectively a hindsight 7-hour week last week that I missed out on. So
How hindsight was it? Because like we can be realistically hindsighted, or we can be like straight up that is hindsight trading.
All right, so basically I went and had a look at all of the days that I had missed. I could only trade on the Monday, but like Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, all 4 of those days, I checked every trade that I realistically would have taken based on my exact entry model.
Mm-hmm.
There were 2 losses in there, which is fine, but it would have been a 7-hour positive week, regardless of what risk parameters I would have taken. 0.25%, 0.5%, doesn't matter. It would have been 7 hours up. So I was just like, ugh.
Dude, that's awesome. I mean, it's free. Yeah, that's annoying. That's really frustrating. But that's super cool. Like you said, you know, that was possible for you last week. You know, especially when you're putting that, because you can still journal that. You can still put that in your journal. You can still say this is what could have happened.
Stupid internet, stupid electricity.
Literally, it's like this is what could have happened had my internet not been absolute dog crap.
I could have been a multi-millionaire right now if it wasn't for this crap.
Exactly, mate. Exactly that. Yeah, dude, that's awesome, man. Like everyone says that August markets are crap. Everyone says that it's a known thing in the industry that August markets are a bit slow.
I love August markets,
dude. So do I. This August has been a little bit slow for me, but it's not been crap.
No, dude, I've had a wonderful first 2 weeks. Obviously, last week that wasn't a realized week. Let's put it like that. But
yeah, fair.
In terms of what I have taken the first week of August versus where I am now, last week obviously, I've had phenomenal August so far.
Yeah, I've thoroughly enjoyed August. I thought it's been pretty good, but again, I haven't traded much of August. It's been a little bit slow on the P&L front, but to me, trading is not always about the P&L. The actual trading side of things is quite enjoyable to trade.
Yeah. Well, with that, shall we say hello to everybody in chat?
Let's do that, my friend. That was a fantastic idea.
Let me just click here. First and foremost, we've got Asriel Trades. Good morning, guys.
Yo, Asriel, good.
We've got Abdu Samad.
Assalamu alaikum. What is good?
Dude, I had the most trouble yesterday reading that out.
Did you? Yeah, fair. Yeah, fair. The only reason I know that is because a friend of mine from Dubai taught me how to say it.
Oh, nice. Kiki is saying, yes, I come.
Yo, oh no, is that a Pagani in your?
I think it is.
Dude, that's sick. Did you
That
take
does
that,
look.
or was that like an internet photo, or did you like take it yourself?
I'm gonna go ahead and say that it was somebody took. He took that photo
Internet,
because it it
yeah.
doesn't look like a professional photo. If you
Yeah,
know what I mean.
fair point. I suppose not. Maybe not.
Morning or evening from Henry's side. Morning from my side. To you, what's up, Henry?
Yo, what's good, Henry? How you doing, bro?
Baby alien, I am here.
I am here.
It reminds me of My Hero Academia whenever All Might arrives. He goes, something in life, something in the line of, "You're all safe because I am here," and then I have arrived.
I used to do that when I was on the doors. So I used to walk in, and depending on the mood that I was in, depending on how busy the pub was, I'd like walk through the door and I'd be like, "No need to fear, William is here."
there's
Again,
there's a
depending on
drunk old guy at the bar going,
pretty much,
"Shut
mate.
up,
Yeah.
Will."
Yeah.
Yes. And then he just passes out.
Yeah, pretty much. Right. Like I said, depending on the crowd, that if you had like a bunch of tourists in that were a little bit rowdy, I wouldn't do that, obviously. But if it was just locals in when I was in, then yeah, I'd do it all the time. It's so funny.
Who's this twat?
Yeah, literally. Yeah, who are you then? It's like, yeah, well, I'm
I
the
just
person.
told you I'm Will.
Yeah, yeah. What do you mean? Who am I? I'm Will. I'm Super Will, the guy who's gonna kick you out.
Cyril, God's will.
Cyril, God's Will.
Yep.
Hello there.
Well, it's God's will,
Is your
but
name
like
Cyril or Will, or is there?
Cyril is God's will. Morning to you.
Good morning.
That was me trying to do like a word association
That
thing,
was
but
that was something. Good morning, man. How you doing?
we've got Summit in saying good morning, both of you. Good morning to you, Summit.
Yo yo yo.
We've got Connor Blowett, fellow South African, saying morning everyone. Had an awesome short on NQ from 30,160 to 29,850. I'm saying this because he told me yesterday that I'm not talking with a real.
I was
South
literally
African
about to say,
accent.
bro, why did you go like to South African? you went from rich to like real South African rich.
Struggling to find a South African name that would sound like that. It's Johannes.
Well, I was going to try and
sound
say
like a
rich.
proper.
I was
Sound
going
like
to
a
say
proper
rich in a
Johannes.
South African accent, like, but rich is like it's South African. You don't roll your R's, do you? Or do you? Like,
No,
rich,
I don't.
so it's just like rich.
Yeah, it's Richard.
You can't say rich anymore, South African.
I can try. I can go Richard.
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 Oh, wee, bro. Oh, wee, Richard. Oh, man. Oh, is Rich just frozen? I think Rich may have just frozen. Ah, he's gone. Damn it. Rich is gone. He shall be back. Guys, I am sweating here today. So it wasn't so bad in Spain. It was mega hot in Spain. But I got used to having air conditioning in the rooms. And guys, it is a hot one today. Right, okay, let's continue the tempo. Keep that tempo up. I'm in my evaluation phase on the 5ers bootcamp. Awesome stuff, man. Let us know at what point you're in, like which stage are you in on the bootcamp. But let us know how you get on as well. Keep us updated with that. Dazzy saying, greetings all. What is good, mama? How you doing? Dazzy or Dazzy? T-Fox, good morning, guys. Yo, how's it going? What is good this morning? We are entering in 24 minutes. Entering what? As in you're entering a trade in 24 minutes. That's very specific. That's very specific, my friend. Justin, morning, Rich. Well, yo, what's good, Justin? How you doing, my man? Giovanni, buongiorno. Okay, good morning, Giovanni. How you doing? My Hero Academia, top tier. Why started before today? Say it again. Why started before today? Giovanni, I'm not sure what you mean. You have to explain that one to me, bro. UK saying hello there. What is good, my friend? How you doing? Go live trade, bro. Give our A+ setup. I shall try my hardest, my friend. I shall try my hardest. Just remember, it is my first day back in the office, so I will be doing some nice analysis for you guys. Just because this is literally the first time I have looked at the markets since Wednesday morning. No, Wednesday afternoon. I did do a Wednesday session with you guys in the afternoon. So first time looking at the market since Wednesday afternoon. Looking forward to checking out the markets. Looking forward to seeing if there's any opportunities to be trading in there. So we'll see how this goes. 250k. I'm in first phase. Dude, awesome stuff. Well, good luck to you, my friend. Good luck to you. Keep us updated with how you get on, but yeah, hopefully you'll smash it. Giovanni, yes, good. I see what you mean now. Indeed, we are usually live at 10 a.m. or that's 10 a.m. GMT +2 for those out of, in Europe or South Africa, or just GMT +2 time zone. 9 a.m. for myself, but we have moved back an hour, so we are now starting on bang on the dot of 8 a.m. Which is pretty cool. So 8 a.m. is when we go live from now on. And you shall see my ugly mug with Rich Wells and LJ for about 2 hours in the morning. So you've got me for a straight up 2 hours. So unlucky. Elite quotes. Hey, yo, what's good, man? Hey, well, good day. Good day to you too, brother. Right, I'll tell you what then. Let's continue to jump through into the charts because I got an ugly pop-up. There you go away. Right, let's have a look into the charts. Cyril, welcome, guys. Exactly. Better back 1 hour. Great. Oh, that's awesome. I'm glad that you prefer it to be back 1 hour. So, yeah, we're going to be starting from an hour earlier from now on. Alrighty then, let's hop into the gold market and let's see what is going on. Rich still isn't back. I hope he's okay. I think he's probably had like a power outage or something. Maybe it's not a Wi-Fi reset. Maybe it's a power outage. Right. Okay. So gold. Let's have a look onto the 1 hour. Let us know how Monday trading was for you guys. It was again. I didn't even look at the markets yesterday. I was so tired. It was just running on fumes. And today I've got no coffee, but I have got a big bottle of water. So I'm running on hopes, dreams, and water. So you have to be with me. I'll try and see if I can go down and get some coffee beans a little bit later. Oh, you'll have to be with me because my throat's a bit sore. Right, okie dokie. So gold's looking quite nice. We're in this bullish momentum still. So we've got, if we look at the order flow, we've got this little bit of consolidation here. Price then drops under the EMA. And then what happens is price is continuing that bullish momentum. Even though we drop below this moving average here, we also get the idea that price is moving below this area here, which potentially shows that we're continuing this downtrend. So if we're going to continue a downtrend, this is a market structure shift. It's that shift in order flow to the downtrend. Are we going to start selling off? Well, this is where the higher time frame comes in that we've got to take notice from, because if we start looking at the higher time frame, this being the hourly, we can actually mark out this area here of consolidation that price actually comes down into, rather than coming down and then breaking and closing and starting to show price to move down. We did come down, we did wick below, which was interesting. So if we go into the lowest point, we didn't close below, but we did wick below this point here before what happened, and then actually reversing back and showed some more bullish momentum. Now that we're back above this moving average here, it is the 50 moving average, if anyone's wondering. Now moving above this moving average. Got a little bit of consolidation here over the weekend, or I say over Friday. So we got Friday, and then we got rollover just over here, and then we've got Monday markets. Wow, Monday was choppy yesterday, guys. Did anyone actually enjoy yesterday's price action? Dude, yesterday looks... Wow, yesterday London was garbage. Okay, New York wasn't too bad. New York, we had a little bit of summon, but dude, yesterday was crap. Yesterday was super slow. Let us know if anyone actually enjoyed that. Anyway, getting back to the point, we had this beautiful little consolidation over in Monday. I would say London, but over in Monday sessions, and then we eventually got this breakout to the upside. So now that we've got the breakout to the upside, we are showing price is continuing to be a little bit more bullish. We've also got this confirmation here. We've got this pullback on the hourly, break and close back above the 50. Consolidation, break and close above, rollover, consolidation, break and close above, continuing price. So now that we've got our confirmation on the hourly that we're looking at bullish momentum, we can start then asking ourselves, what do we want to see on the lower time frames? Now that we're seeing price heading onto the lower time frames, we can actually start identifying whether we want to trade longs or shorts. So again, let's have a look on the 15. Again, clear identification that we're bullish. Choppiness, pullback. Okay, we're in this sort of range here. There we go. So in this sort of range here for me, that I want to see, price looks something a little bit like this. So this is like, first things first, straight up, this is what I want to see as far as trend is concerned. So when it comes to overall trend, for example, like we've just looked at on the hourly, this is what I want to be seeing. Awesome stuff. What are we getting here? A little bit of consolidation. Really not seeing much in this London session open. So Tokyo, we've had a little bit of consolidation here on the lows. Okay, I just had a message from Rich. Power went out. Rich, I gathered, my friend. I gathered. It's okay. Okay, so yeah, we've got this consolidation here. We are under the 50 EMA or 50 moving average on the 15. Now that price has dropped just below, again, we're still in this range. I want to start identifying now, are we going to break and close above or below? Ideally, if we break and close above, it does give me something to chase. And what I mean by that, it gives me a nice TP zone that I can target. So get a nice break and close above, stop loss on the lows just down here, and then maybe look for previous daily highs. Yeah, this would be previous. No, this is Tuesday. This is Tuesday, New York, Tuesday Asia high. So we've got Tuesday Asia high, took out yesterday's highs. So I suppose we could target Asia session for bang on 1 to 2R, which would be quite nice. We haven't swept Asia lows, which would have been a nice little extra confirmation, I suppose, but that's okay. Now, if we do see this consolidation zone here, break and close above, I think that'd be quite nice. There we go. So something a little bit like this. I think if we can get a nice break and close above like that, I think we'll look at actually entering in this trade. So a little bit early for me. I'm not going to be seeing anything to trade yet, I don't think. Yeah, we've just had this new candle open now, and that's okay. We got another 5 minutes to wait. Like I said, I'm not going to rush it. I don't want to... I'll fire up my terminals now, but I don't want to rush it on a Monday morning, guys. Sorry, Tuesday morning. It's not Monday. Let's have a look. Okay, so this is my little sort of 5-minute range. It's my, let's call it my intra-session range, because you got your intraday range, which is, this high here, this low here. It's going to help me identify confirmation on following the trend. However, this is my sort of intra-session range. Basically, what it means is it's not the most high value range sort of setup, like range bound setup, but what it does do is it allows me to mark out what I want to be trading or the direction I want to be trading for example, London session, for example, New York session. Depending what I'm looking for, will depend on how tight I want my range to be. Let's have a bit of a catch up. Oh, this is a good question. From Abda saying, when does the 200k summer plan account stop being available for sale? September, I think end of August it runs out. So I think you guys have until, let me get my calendar up. I think it's 2 weeks. We've got 2 weeks left. Bang on. Okay, 2 weeks yesterday. So you got all this week, all next week, and then you got Monday the week after, and then I believe we run out. It's no longer available. But again, don't quote me on that. I'm 90% sure end of August, so beginning of September, unless you guys are absolutely loving it and there's like maybe they decide to extend it. I'm not sure, but as far as I'm aware right now, it is the end of August, beginning of September. Gold looks like it's heading back to 43.60. 43.60. Where would 43.60 take us to? Maybe. I don't see that yet. If we break and close under the 43.77 level, then yeah, I think the next target would be between 43.60 and between 43.55. Or maybe 43.50. Yeah, 43.50 and 43.60, I think would be that sort of like little range that I'd look at targeting. If we did break and close between below this low here, which is the 43.77. But right now, I'm preferring buys. I'm liking longs. But again, we've got to confirm. If we don't confirm, then who knows? But again, that is intra-session. That's small time frame sort of stuff. Justin saying the Monday was mixed, was up 3% on the account and then down 1% on my larger account. Feels like the size is messing with me. This is a really interesting concept. A lot of people get put off and a lot of people struggle when it comes to size of accounts. Now, the worst thing you can do is put that expectation on the size of an account. The worst thing you can do is, look at the size of the account and go, oh, great, I'm up 3% on my 50K, but on my 100K, I'm down 1% because I don't like the size. It gets to me. It makes me feel pressure. Again, apologies, guys. I am going to have to wet my palate every now and then because my throat is sore. Right, okay, yeah. So when it comes to actually having that pressure on, putting that pressure on yourself when it comes to the larger accounts, it is super important that you look at the outcome only. And sometimes the best thing you can do is get a demo account of a size that you're comfortable with. So if you like trading a 25k account, if you like trading a 50k account, if you like trading a 100k account, trade the account size that you are comfortable with. I'm actually going to take this trade, guys. And then what you need to do is hook it up to a trade copier. So if you hook it up to a trade copier and you trade the account that you're most comfortable trading, and it copies onto like for like with the the change rate that it would for the larger account, what you're then doing is you're trading an account that you are personally comfortable with. Right, bear with me, guys. Just firing up the old terminals. When it wants to load. Yeah, so that's the best thing I'd be saying is as a short-term fix, try and look at hooking up a trade copier or hooking your larger funded account up to a smaller demo account on Trade Copier, or even a smaller, obviously depending on the trade copying rules, depending on what accounts that you do have, so that's the one thing I will say. Or you can actually hide your P&L. So you can actually hide your P&L on your. Actually, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll share my screen with you on MT5. There we go. So there you go. You guys can see this. So you can just move price down like that. So when you're taking trade, you can enter all the trades that you need to enter. So let's say, for example, in fact, actually, let me actually enter this right now. Okay, cool. Now that I've entered this trade, what we can do, guys, in fact, let me actually enter. Why is it 1 to 2 so high up? Why am I only risking $80? It says I should be risking 103. Why am I only risking 80? Oh well, screw it. It's just not going to be a 1 to 2 or 1 to 2. It's just going to be a 1 to 1.7 or something. Anyway, yeah. So, like I was saying, what you can do then, instead of having the P&L here, you can't see me right click. You can right click it, and then you can actually change what you're seeing. So instead of seeing, so you'll see profit. You see profit as money or as points. You can change it to points. So now this is in points instead of P&L. I personally prefer it in P&L. So there we go. Or what you can do is, like I said, literally just get rid of it. So now what you're doing, the size of the account you're not looking at. All you're looking at is an MT5 terminal. Same goes when you're trading it on your on your trading view. So again, let's bring trading view back up. You've now entered it onto your MetaTrader terminal. You move back to trading view, and all you're seeing is your charted up analysis. You're not actually seeing any P&L. Do you see what I mean? So hiding the P&L is one thing. Hiding or like swapping accounts and using the trade copier, that's another thing. There's lots of different ways you can have a short-term fix, but the best thing that you can do for the long term is journal your trades. Journal your trades, realize comfortability, and just slowly get used to having that account size. It is something that sucks, but when you're following your process, when you're trusting your process, and you're just looking at it as a percentage base, so you hit $1,000 down because you're risking 1%. All you're doing is reminding yourself on the maths. All you're saying is, Will, it's just a 100K account. It's just maths. It's just 1%. Who cares? 1% is 1%. No different to how $100 is 1% on a 10K account. It is all a percentage game, and as long as you can remind yourself on the percentage, then you will slowly get used to the size of the accounts. But yeah, it's definitely daunting. It is definitely daunting, I will admit. This morning I overdid it with the sizes on the gold prop account and burnt through all the profit. No painstakingly earned. Dude, that's so unlucky, man. That's super. It's not unlucky. It's gutting. It's not luck or unluck that did it. You got it wrong, and that's okay. But look, we all make mistakes. We're all human. So Giovanni, don't beat yourself up for it. Literally, yeah, like you said, just move on. Just move on from the mistake. Journal it. Definitely acknowledge it. Put it into your journal. Put it in and say, guys, today I messed up. I should have done this. I should have done that. I can't believe I over risked. I can't believe I put too much size on. What am I gonna do to better this? So always take something as a lesson. How can you be better? How can you improve? What do you need to do to become a better version of yourself? And in this case, you made a mistake. You messed up. How can you improve on this? How can you take this as a lesson? And the best thing I could say to you is literally just say to yourself, I am going to do this next time. So I'm going to triple check my risk before actually clicking enter trade. I'm not going to rush. I'm going to slow it down. I'm going to make sure I got more time. I'm going to journal half my trade, or I'm going to journal what I can journal before I enter the trade, just to force myself to slow up. Whatever it may be, whatever your issue may be, it's that's what you can start putting in place to actually slow yourself down, to save yourself from rushing. Because more times than not, Giovanni, that's what I'm seeing traders struggling with when it comes to increasing risk and oversizing, is rushing in the trades. That's why the position size calculator, or the position sizer indicator, or EA, whatever you call it, is an absolute dream, because I can just automatically have all my size in for me. The only annoying thing is when it gets it wrong and only risks $80 instead of $100, which is a bit annoying, but there we go. One of those things. Mondays are usually like that shit. Yeah, Justin, 100%. Monday markets, I personally don't like trading. They're not great. Look at USD JPY, broke consolidation upwards, 1 hour, 4 hour time frame. Let's have a look. USD JPY. 1 hour. Okay, nice. Yeah, it has actually. Some large consolidation, mind. So, there we go. Got some nice consolidation here. We wick below, wick below, wick below, wick below, and now we've broken above, which is lovely to see. So now that we've broken above, trying to find the highest point of the consolidation. This is on the hourly. Let's head on to the 4 hour. Okay, yeah, the 4 hour looks nice. We did get a close on the 4 hour as well. Nice bit of consolidation just up here. We've got a nice little imbalance just over here, or fair value gap, as some people may call it. Nice little imbalance there. Let's go back down to the hourly. Okay, there's a nice little hourly high up here. That's quite a nice little zone to mark out. Okay, so we got some nice zones here that we can mark out, but I like that for longs. I'd like to be a little bit more fundamentally aware if I was trading this high of a time frame, but I know, Henry, you do like the fundamentals, you do like the macro. But as a technical point of view, yeah, I like this. Yeah, I like longs here. Let me see if I can. 15-minute. Okay, to be fair, if we can get a break and close above, even on the 5-minute, it's consolidated off. Oh, we got a bit of a drop on gold, a bit of a pullback. And then we got the low here, so we got the range low. So here's our range. Here's our trading range here. This is just consolidation low. If we can get something like this, I don't know how USD JPY moves, but if we can get something like this, bear with me. Oh dear. Oh dear. There we go. So if we can get some form of movement a little bit like this on USJPY, I think that would be quite nice for longs. But again, I don't know how USDJPY moves, but this is what I would predict if you put a gun to my head. Yeah, I like this, especially when you're looking at the 4 hour and the hourly. We've got that sort of break above. If we can find momentum, maybe up to 160.374. I think 163.74 would be nice. What would that look like? Let's assume we have a breakout and pullback. Oh, go away. Yeah, something like this. So nearly a 4-hour trade. Yeah, that would nearly be a 4-hour trade. I like that. I think that would be a nice little area. And that's the bin. That's like the lowest target point as well. I think we could target higher. But again, that's strictly technicals. There's no fundamentals in that. And if I was to trade that high, I'd like to see something a little bit more. I'd like to have a fundamental back-in of some sorts. Imjan Thalant here. Greetings. What is good, my friend? How are you doing? Spec 2R33 saying, what is your preferred session to trade Forex and gold? Great question. London. I am from the UK. If I can get my trading done in the morning, I will. I used to prefer trading Nasdaq, so like the indices, Nasdaq, S&P in New York session. Gold I can trade anytime. Like gold I can trade Asia, New York, Tokyo, London, Sydney, whatever. It doesn't bother me when I trade gold. It just depends on the volatility. I prefer it in London, but I can trade it. I can trade it in New York and in Tokyo session as well. So I was obviously when I was living in Hong Kong, I could trade gold in the Tokyo session, in the Asia session, which is quite nice. When it comes to my FX pairs, I much prefer to be trading. Much prefer to be trading in the London session. You know, I trade pound dollar, euro dollar, and if I'm trading pound dollar, euro dollar, then yeah, definitely London session. I prefer to trade, but I don't really trade FX as much anymore. It's predominantly indices and commodities. Yo, hello everyone. What is good, my friend? Nice profile picture. Liking that. A little bit early. I'm not ready for the winter just yet. Usam, yo, hey, welcome back and good morning. Thank you very much. How you doing, Usam? What's good, brother? Good morning, all. Giovanni preferred to trade the Asia session. Yeah, no, I prefer London. I will admit. Ty Keith, yo, Ty Keith. Good morning, guys. How's it going? Did you catch the Nas dump during the Asia session? I haven't actually. Let's have a look at Nas. Oh wow, yeah, fair. Oh, that's nice as well. Let's go a little higher quickly. Damn, yeah, this is looking hella nice. Very, very nice. Okay, we could be seeing a turning point from here. This is interesting. Okay, I'm going to mark out high and low point that I'm interested in. It's not my session high and low. It's not my range high, range low. Not on the 15. Maybe it could be on the 5. But this is just an area that I am personally interested in right now. Okay, yes, it's a range high, range low on the 5. This is interesting. If we can get something that looks a little bit like this, maybe. I think this would be perfect price action today for Nas. If we can see something like that. No, go away. Yeah, I think that would be super cool because we'd have our shift here. We'd have our market structure shift, should we say, our shift in order flow. We'd have our break of structure up here, pull back, failure to move lower because we'd fail to move under here. Rich's power's back. You'll be joining any minute. So if we'd failed to break under here, start moving higher, pull back, fail to create lower, move into some form of consolidation zone. You guys know how much I love my consolidation. Rich would probably, he would have probably entered around here somewhere. I like to wait for a little bit of consolidation, and then I'd probably look at entering something like this. Yeah, something like that. Although I know that if excuse me, if Rich missed this, I know that he'd probably get somewhere in on here because he likes his rally-based rallies. So that's what I'd be looking at, something along the lines of this. Ooh, I'm gonna zoom out a little bit because when it's just me on my own, I've noticed my camera's too zoomed in. Is that a little bit better? Yeah, you can see me now. That's a bit better. Yeah, so that's what I'd like to see in the NAS. Right now, though, I'm heavily bearish. Heavily bearish. This would technically be counter trend trading. Not in the highs. Not in the higher. I suppose it would be trend trading on the 1 hour and the 5 minute. Okay, that's interesting. That's probably what I'd want to see on NAS. Other than that, I'm not interested in trading NAS right now. I'm just interested in gold, which we seem to be chilling around break even. Yo, he's back. Yo. Power outage. It was fun while it lasted.
The best thing of it all is it's the issue isn't even by us. It's the neighbor. So from our DB, they were testing it from our DB, and it's just like it's the neighbors. So the outage caused.
Dude, what are you doing? I'm working. Bugger off.
Yeah. Anyway, sorry about that, guys. Apologize. Continuation of last week's issues. Yes.
Yeah. Giovanni, yes, move on. All my fault. So, Giovanni, with this, yes, you are completely correct. It was all your fault. But acknowledge it, but move on from the idea of it's all my fault as well. So we all like to have accountability, but don't have self-blame either. So there's a very fine line between mastering accountability and almost just beating yourself up when you make a mistake. I was in a rush to hit your target, so stupid. Not necessarily. It was a little bit silly, but not necessarily so stupid, just natural human emotion. You got somewhere close, and then you want to rush to get to that target. It is natural. It's absolutely fine. It's one of those things. Silly mistake. You've learned from it. You've acknowledged what the issue was. You were in a rush to hit a target. You've acknowledged it was your fault. Simple thing is, move on from it, journal it, and continue on the path that got you close to that target in the first place. And when you get close to that target, all you say to yourself is, look what happened last time. You rushed it. This time, don't rush it. That is the luxury of journaling. You can remind yourself on that. So just make sure you remind yourself.
Sorry, an interesting thing that you can do as well, Giovanni, is instead of saying it's my fault, say it's within my control. So you made a decision, and the decision that you made did not have the outcome that you expected it to have. So next time, you have the control to change that decision. So now you know. This is maybe not the ideal way to approach it. Maybe the better way to approach it is the other way. So the next time, you're not starting from zero, you're starting from experience. So having made a mistake is fine. Everybody makes mistakes. It's owning up to it, but not, like Will says, don't blame yourself for it. Don't say, oh, it's my fault, because it's my fault puts a negative spin on it. You don't want to have a negative spin on it. You want a learning spin on it. You want to be like, okay, I made a mistake. I am going to next time do it better. I'm going to make a conscious decision to, change the way that I approached it. So no negative self-talk. Don't talk to yourself in a negative fashion.
Dude, I agree with that completely. Yeah, you want to put a positive spin on a potential negative outcome. Speaking of positive spin, negative outcome, maybe even positive outcome, negative spin, who knows? But you'll take what you will from this. Spiritual healing. The irony is unbelievable. If you're not executing trades, you're not trading. Likewise, if you haven't decided to place an order, you shouldn't be live streaming either because you're not actually trading. However, hold up just a second. Because, in all fairness, he did say, sorry, wrong channel. However, spiritual healing with a name like that, my friend.
What was the right channel?
Yeah, fair. Yeah,
what was the right channel to have this?
Yeah, fair point. Dude, the biggest thing I will say is be kinder. I somewhat agree with you. If you're not going to actually place a trade live on stream, don't call it live trading. But you can still have a lot of good value on a live stream when it comes to trading. It depends what you're going to call it. If you're going to watch a YouTube influencer say, come watch me trade live, and then they don't actually trade live, they're talking about like educational content or something, it's a little bit misleading. But the one thing I will say is, myself, personally, and all the other guys here at the 5ers are going to, be victim of this. There's no trades every day. Every day isn't always a trading day. And, we are live every single day. And sometimes when we're live every day, there are days that we don't place trades. However, if there's a day that we don't place trades and we say, yo, guys, I'm live, blah, 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 never mind, there's no trades. Bye, guys. It's just, we can still do analysis. We can still do top downs. We can still do, we still help you guys with, maybe psychological issues that you're going through, or just, looking at the technical sides of assets that you're looking at. However, I am live in this trade right now. I did actually place it in front of you guys on my MetaTrader. But be kinder, man. Be kind. Especially with a name like Spiritual Healing. Go out into the world and show a little bit of positivity. Go out and show some kindness on a live stream.
Okay, I'm just going to say this. So, a comment like that, though, you most certainly meant to write that because you did. It doesn't matter if it was the wrong channel. The message that you have here is the thing that I have the problem with. So it's the equivalent of saying to somebody that's a trade worker, let's say an electrician. If an electrician is currently on his lunch break and he's not actively working on electrical circuits, during that moment, he's not an electrician because he's on lunch. That's how that sounds. You sound stupid when you say stuff like that. All right, I'm just going to say it out there. It's a simple thing. Trading is not every second of the day you're putting in a trade. It is the waiting in between. It is the analysis. It's the planning. It's all of the risk management that goes around it. If you're going to make comments like this, mate, it doesn't matter if it's on the wrong channel. Don't put it on any channel because it seems as though you don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, just go out and share a bit of kindness, man. I don't know what channel it was supposed to be on, but be kind out there.
Yeah, Will, you had the political answer. I had the...
You had the dude, fuck off answer.
I don't care. Like if the message of the comment is the problem, not the fact that the comment was made.
Yeah, fair. Yeah, no, I do agree with that.
Exactly, Justin. Exactly. This isn't a signal channel either.
No,
we're trying to be a force of good, and it's comments like that just triggers me because it comes from such a misguided place. It's that level of thinking that leads to the idea that this industry is such a scam.
Yeah, no, 100%. Yeah, unfortunately, it is people like that who almost put that negative connotation, that negative spin on, what happens in the trading industry.
Yeah, I think they were looking for signals and got frustrated. Oh, well, that
Yeah,
is a them problem. They
that is
should do better.
that is a them problem.
Yeah. You know what? Purposefully, now I'm not going to take any trades today.
Now, yeah, just for you, I am
Refused.
not going to trade at
I'm not
all.
even going to do analysis.
I'm
Nothing.
just gonna sit and watch Will do it all.
Yeah.
That sounds like a good plan, man.
Well, granted, Will did have to do everything in anyway because
I was gonna, yeah, fair. I mean, true. I have done a full analysis for you guys. So, Tomasa saying, good morning. Yo, what is good, my man? Also,
morning.
guys, please don't forget to smash that like button. It does mean a huge amount to us. If you are new here and you haven't already, do subscribe to the channel. Welcome to the 5ers family. But please do. It does mean a huge amount. If you haven't already, please smash that like button as you come in. Usam saying, well, careful, thought there was news about MSFT, basically China ditching Windows, OS and NASDAQ. Might be dumping in 20 minutes, then US pre-market opens, maybe. Maybe, baby. We'll see. Yeah, we'll see. I know that there was a huge amount coming out yesterday and over the weekend, actually. So I will be careful. There's a lot of fundamental if, buts, and maybes at the moment. So I think trading, we have got to be a little bit gentle going through.
Microsoft did open up lower. It gapped lower, which is a typical thing on a Monday for stocks. And it did go lower. It's not quite as low as the previous. No, it's already lower than the previous week low. We're already heading lower than even the previous week. There's a gap on Microsoft. You know what? Maybe I should just share my screen.
I was a couple of seconds away from saying, Rich, you know what? Maybe just like share your screen or show us what you're looking at.
So Microsoft specifically, we have this gap over here. So this was yesterday's open, already gapped lower. That was the week low. That was the Monday. So this effectively was the week low. We gapped lower than the previous week low already. So there's a very strong chance with today's open that we could come down here again into this. I see Will is sending me private messages.
That's good. You like that,
yeah. Anyway, so I agree with you and that one, Usam. Also, if I know Will has already done NASDAQ, but I want to kind of like just indicate this. So yesterday we had the gap, and I initially said that if we failed to break up higher, we could potentially come and fill this gap, which we did right about with the New York Open. But as New York was continuing on, price continued to push lower, and we eventually, with this morning's price action, we did have a little bit of consolidation. We did break the previous week Friday's lows, and now we've already made our way down towards this, which was Wednesday's lows. Not that section, like this section. We've already, Richard on strike. Yeah, I refuse. I'm done working, done. We've already made our way down here, and we've slowed down quite a bit at this area already. So maybe what I should do is I should draw a box, and then you can see what I'm referring to. So you effectively had this low portion here, which acted as an area of support all the way through. And that's where we've come to reject now. So given the fact that we're so bearish from yesterday, Like this is just pushing lower. If I go onto the weekly, you'll see already that the weekly, yesterday and today already, we swept previous week high, and it looks as though we're on our way back down to previous week low. So continue lower, almost definitely in my mind. So where we reacted, I think we can definitely make our way lower this week. If Microsoft, the stuff of Microsoft is also in play. So to me, potential more downside incoming. I mean, just look at the 4-hour chart. The last 24 hours was bearish.
Yeah.
The last 6 4-hour candles was bearish. And that is effectively all the way from here. So this whole segment, just bearish. We had a slight attempt trying to push price higher and just... So Nasdaq quite bearish. I'm going to look for some sells.
Yeah, I'm just looking at gold now. We seem to be dropping on gold. So if we break and close under, I'll probably look at some form of exit strategy.
Did you try and take a buy?
Yeah, I've bought on the break and close above here, but we didn't get the follow through momentum. So if we close around here somewhere, I'll probably have another go at it a little bit later on. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. I'm not gonna. It still looks okay. I don't mind. I don't actually mind losing this trade. It doesn't look awful. But we'll see. We'll see how it goes. We'll see. I'm not gonna go rush into exit this trade at all. But
I mean, this is effectively the channel that we've had since yesterday.
yeah.
So the low of yesterday, the high of Tokyo, the low of London, the high of New York, double high, back to the mean, Tokyo high again, back to the low. It's ranging currently. It's stuck in this just channel at the moment. So there might be an attempt to try and push a little bit lower.
Yeah, I think the only time I'm actually gonna look, you know what? I like the stop. I like my stop. The only time I'm gonna exit this is like I said. Yeah, I've had what feels like a week off. It's been close to a week off. It's been close to a week off trading. I haven't said that there's a weekend involved in that anyway, but it feels like
Yeah.
trying to get fresh back into it. It feels like Monday trading for me. So I want to make sure that my head's in there. I want to make sure that I'm ready to trade. But the analysis behind it's still valid. The only issue is I'm potentially seeing a sell setting up here.
Ooh, look at this. We have a very nice order block. Right here from yesterday.
Yeah, fair, nice.
Outside engulfing bullish candle. So this is a nice order block. We reacted very strongly. Obviously, New York open, all of that lovely stuff. But this last bearish candle here is what eventually led to these highs here being broken into a base and then a continuation, creating the high of the day as well off of that same move. Consolidate a little bit, eventually broke a little bit higher, came all the way back down, but then look at this curve. It was a nice order block, it reacted already, but we didn't break these highs at all.
Yeah, that's the only issue is I thought we could break the highs. I entered a little early thinking we could break the highs. We didn't. We consolidated a little bit, and now we've broken the lows. I'm starting to consider whether it could actually be a continuation lower.
I mean, this attempt, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the last 25 minutes of bearish attempts. We have this one bearish candle, a strong one when compared to the previous bearish candles. The bullish candles here as well is not filled with... Okay, this one over here looked good, but the bullish nature is struggling a little bit.
It is
15-minute flat. We did have a 1 hourly attempt to try and push up, but then it seems as though it might be turning around again. 15 minutes on this 4 hourly, and we've done nothing with this. Actually, this could end up becoming we've got another hour where it can maybe come and retest down here before it wants to try and pick up again. Yo, LJ, what's up?
Morning.
Yo, good.
No. Peace.
Peace. How's it going, man?
Good. Not too bad. Chilling.
Chill.
Market's been rolling about this morning, so
Yeah.
you know.
Look at this.
Very nice. Very nice.
Nasdaq wants to continue lower.
It doesn't look very healthy, does it?
No.
No. Usam did tell us that Microsoft was having some bad news from China, that they're going to no longer use Windows. So
Yeah, that's happening everywhere. They're doing it in Europe as well. So for government agencies, they're all getting rid of all Windows, Microsoft stuff, going to Linux. So yeah, it's happening everywhere.
yeah, they don't seem to be happy with it.
Protection over software, data, blah blah blah, type stuff.
Yeah, to be
Thank
fair,
you,
LJ, you're looking fresh, my man.
Yeah, doing better. Getting healthy again. So, yeah, thanks, guys. Morning. How we doing, Azrael? How we doing, Justin, Usam, KDX? Morning to you as well, my man.
Oh, here's an interesting question. Andia is saying, I just had an interview and it was extremely tense. Could I have a more casual interview that isn't so high pressure? All right, so I'm gonna say that thing that everybody is just like, yeah, that's the obvious answer, but nobody wants to say it. It's self pressure. You're putting that pressure on yourself. The interview is a formality. It is let's make sure that the person right now talking to us can verbally explain their strategy, because we're about to give you funding, effectively. So we want to know that you, the person behind the camera that's currently talking to us right now, is indeed the person behind the strategy. So it's a formality. That pressure you're putting on yourself. So everybody goes through the interview at some point. Maybe not for your first account, but maybe your second or your third account, you might have an interview, a risk interview. But it's just a formality. So
It's like a police interview.
yeah.
You got like lights on you, like, tell us now. Reveal your secret.
You will be.
Where are the rebel bases?
Yeah, exactly. You will be intensely interrogated and held in silent captivity for hours on end, listening to babies crying.
Yeah, it's that The Dictator with Sacha Baron Cohen.
Yeah. Dude, I love
where the
that
woman
one.
is giving birth and he's like, where are the rebel bases? Oh, sorry.
Sorry, have it.
Have it. It's that.
Yeah. Dude, the jokes in that, I'm amazed that's not been cancelled off TV.
It's so good.
Oh, dude, I loved
so
it. Do you know what made me laugh, like unexpectedly laugh? Where they were trying to get into the building and they shoot like that long rope.
Yeah.
They're being weighed down, and his compatriot with him basically says, "We're being weighed down. We need to get rid of stuff." And he's got that like protein, like potassium drink. It's like an ad basically, and he talks about this potassium drink, and then he's like, "Okay," so he throws it out. Then he's like, "What else have you got in your pockets?" And he takes out 3 bananas, and the protein or the potassium drink was like, it's got the same amount of potassium as 3 bananas. And then
why
ask him, why do you have 3 bananas? And he's like, I'm a naturally suspicious person. I laughed like so hard. That joke came out of nowhere for me, and it swept my feet out from under me. I laughed so hard at that.
Yeah, it is funny. Right, guys, just to let you know, I've closed out on that gold trade.
I'm a naturally suspicious person. Anyway.
Were you long or short?
I was long.
Oh yeah.
So I'm out for just a small loss of 0.5%. I can see this heading down.
Yeah, it's basically mimicking oil, pretty much. Oil shot higher, and then it's turned everything over today.
I'm gonna look for a sell on NAS now.
Yeah, I don't blame you. I wanted to see something happening on NAS, but it just didn't come. Yeah, I think we're too heavily bearish on the NAS at the moment.
I would like to see us try and come back into maybe the Tokyo lows, and then potentially look at pushing a little bit lower again. The area that I would want to see us come and react off of. Oh wow, we're really well past it.
Yeah, I don't know. I think
Maybe
we
here.
may find some kind of support through here, maybe.
Yeah, I thought we'd find support, but I was wrong. I thought we'd find support at these lows, and I thought
Oh, doesn't look like it wants to.
if we can break the highs, like if we can move something like this here, I thought that would be nice price action to start the week off properly after yesterday's drop. But we didn't get it, so oh well, it is what it is. And then gold, gold I can see heading down now. I can see this taking the stop had I've left this open. So I think it's a good opportunity to exit.
Yeah,
I'd
I
like
think
to
maybe
see
missed it.
29,600. What's up?
I think we've missed it.
Oh, the trade in general. Yeah.
Because
Yeah, I can see down to 29,600 here, maybe for NAS.
yeah, my zone is 29,612 to 29,570.
Yeah, and I was just looking at S&P. Like S&P's come down to support.
Yeah, I think.
No.
What would it look like if I did have a sell back here?
Like I think to break through here, we need something extra to crack us through.
I mean, I can see this. If we were to come back down to, or come back up to, this basically bottom end of Tokyo.
Yeah, have some form of like
a 1-2
test.
A 1-2 from here, it would keep you well away from the 29,600. This is what I would be looking at potentially, or maybe a little bit higher, maybe up over there. You know, this area.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable. Gold, I don't know. Gold, I'd still be leaning to the upside.
Yeah, hence why I was long, but I think maybe I'm a bit early then. Maybe I need to wait. Maybe New York session will give me something. I'm not sure.
Yeah, might be heading to the. Usama saying 29,563 hourly wick down. Yeah, we'll see.
What other data do we have?
MGN saying Microsoft has been having bad press for the longest time due to constant broken updates as well as installing software without user permissions. Yeah, that's true. That is very much true. Oh, by the way, MGN, I need to buy a laptop. I need some. I need your expert advice on that. So I wanna get one as soon as possible because we're going to get ourselves an office space. And I'm not taking my whole PC setup, so I'll do a few screens and a laptop, and that's it. So
nice.
Maybe we can talk about that in a little bit.
Dude, you should do like a video vlog session of you moving into your office space. How sick would that be?
Yeah, I can do that. That's not a problem at all.
That'd be cool.
Yeah. Yeah.
Nice.
Thanks, MGN. Yeah, because the problems of last week, this morning as well, it's ticked me off.
Yeah, dude, that's annoying, man. I get you there.
And then that comment was just the icing on the cake, mate. It was a cherry on top of the icing on top of the cake.
Valid as well, fair. You know, and just every now and then there's just a little bit of something, a little bit of something, a little bit of something. And then all of a sudden, someone says something so small and mundane that really shouldn't affect you, and all of a sudden you explode. Yeah.
It's a tipping point, mate. It's that build up. It's like you're frustrated, you're annoyed and whatnot, and you're trying to keep it in, and then there's just this one idiot that has a comment, and then that comment just is like, you know what? I will explode. Yeah.
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 Yeah. What about you? LJ? How's trading been yesterday? Anything good? Anything interesting?
Yesterday was really good. This morning I cocked it up, which not directly, but I had this on Friday as well. So one of the sort of position manager indicator EA things, whatever they have, seems to not work properly anymore since the last MetaTrader updates, and they've added like the AI stuff and whatever. I had that happen on Friday. I thought I'd just like user error. I put in a sell stop down below for gold. We got tapped into that and then ran up the whole Friday, right? Came back to it and it was, sorry, I put in a buy stop, a buy order, and then it was a sell. And so it's flipping them. And then it did it today because, yeah, I took these on gold because I'd been looking, originally sold the top here. And then we had this sort of triangle, whatever formation through here. We sort of topped out through there, got a slightly new high, but we weren't really like coming through with conviction. Started coming off, jumped into the first piece there, and then the next piece here, looking for that to actually break. And we did come down through here, but then they're in longs instead of shorts.
Oh, dude, that's so annoying.
Yeah, and then I was like cleaning the kitchen and stuff. I came back to it when they were like here somewhere. And then had to scrap them for a loss. I thought they were in nice profit. I was like, all right, great start to the day. So I actually got whacked on those, which sucked. So that deleted a lot of yesterday's profits, but yesterday was really good.
Yeah, sick.
Caught the gold trade through there. I was looking for us to come a bit further, but we didn't. We sort of stalled out coming to New York. Just after 12 my time. I was pretty tired, so I went to bed right there, closed everything out. Went to bed early. But yeah, that's about it. Today, right now, I'm in Aussie dollar long at the moment, after we had this dip with the NASDAQ and everything else coming off, gold coming off, oil going higher. Euro also looks pretty good for a potential buy through here. I think we are basing. I don't have super strong belief in this US dollar push. Like, we've seen dollar yen come up. It seems purely back to the fears about the war and stuff, which has basically shot yields higher again. And then, yeah, just small trade on NASDAQ there after we fell through here, broke that support area. This was collapsing, so I jumped out a little bit earlier though. Didn't hold it right the way through.
Yeah, fair.
So yeah, that's been about me so far today.
Pretty funky.
Nice.
I've literally had not a lot. I had the gold. That was about it. I looked at the NAS, but the NAS just didn't want to play ball. Obviously, yesterday I was flying home, so flying home. Got home probably like late afternoon, and man, I was just tired. Like when you it wasn't a relaxing holiday. It was more of an experience holiday, should we say? Like it was just me and my brother out in Spain. We don't party, but it was one of our little blowout sessions, and so yeah, we were just. We did 100,000 steps for 3 full days. Yeah, 3 full days we did 100,000 steps. Yeah. So
all right.
Sounds fun though.
Gentlemen, I'm going to hop out. I will see you guys in the pre-New York session. To everybody that's in right now, you'll have Will and LJ. Well, Will for another 45 minutes, LJ for an hour and 45 minutes, and then we have Rich that's going to be joining in about 45 minutes to do some psych stuff, some psychology things. And then, yeah, I will see you guys in the pre-New York session. Hopefully everything... I need to go and... I've got a handful of things I need to do. LJ, we're busy replacing all of the videos and music and all of that kind of like stuff on the stream because of the error that we had. So I might be hopping in and out every now and then just to kind of like upload stuff as I receive them.
Yeah.
All right.
That's right.
I'll see you guys a little bit later. Cheers.
Good. Peace, bro. Well, I wasn't sure if you're hanging around or if you'd
I'll be here till 10 my time. So another 45 minutes.
Nice.
Yes. Yeah, but yeah, dude. So I'm thinking about poker night this Friday. Dude, I'll tell you about Spain. It was.
Yeah. Okay.
It was wild. It was so funny. It was good. It was good.
Sounds like you had a good time. Still,
dude, it was fantastic. I did bring a souvenir back. I don't know if you can. You guys know that I love my souvenirs. Can you see that? Okay.
Yeah, I can see it. Which one?
Just there.
Guy above. What is it?
It's. I won't go too much into. I'll show you it, but I'm not going to go too deep into it because it's not something I will bring on social media too much. But
oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Matador.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. But yeah, so I'll tell you a little bit more like off stream, off social media sort of thing. But dude, it was the whole Spanish. It was like a big Spanish festival, very traditional Spanish festival. You had all the flamencos and dude, it was amazing, man. Yeah, really good experience. I've never experienced something like that before. My brother has. He loves Spain and Spanish culture, so he suggested it and went out and enjoyed it, man. It was incredible. Really cool to like sort of indulge in that culture.
Beautiful.
But yeah, I'm ready to be home now. I'm ready to be home, back in work. You know, I don't like not being. I'm a bit like you, LJ. I don't like not being in work mode.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? I mean, like when you spend a bit of time, it's good to spend a bit of time out. I'm now ready to be focused. That was it was a good blowout, good, sort of relaxed time. Well, it wasn't relaxed, but a good time to spend away from the chats.
Yeah. I feel the same. Like, I could never like retire, dude. I'd just be miserable.
Exactly.
As soon as I did, I'd start something else up, and what is retiring? I don't know.
Who are we talking to? LJ, I feel like you were there. Was it on stream? It may have been on stream. I was like, I'll never retire. I was like, this is me to the day I die now.
Oh yeah, I do remember this.
I'm sure you were there. I can't remember, but
It was.
I have no idea.
Yeah, I forget. But yeah, at least the good thing with trading is like you can be like retired and still do it, right? You just don't. You can throttle on, throttle off. Kind of thing.
Literally that. Like when I was out in Spain, we met these Spanish. Well, actually, no. A couple of them were from like Canary Islands, and they were like, "Oh, what do you do?" So I was like, "How do you even explain that?" I was like, it was like broken English. So how would you explain what you do to someone who speaks your language is hard enough, and then to try and like tell them, I was like, I don't know. I talk about how not to gamble money for a living, like. Yeah, and they were like, "Oh, so like, would you are you gonna like retire early?" I was like, "Nah, like I am retired." He's like, "Oh, what do you mean you're retired? You're retired at 24." I was like, "Well, no, but yes. Like to me, this is retirement. Like to me, this isn't work. Like this is pleasure, but at the same time, it is work, and I'll do this forever and a day now." So it's
it's something you enjoy. So.
Yeah.
But yeah, I know what you mean when talking to people like what you do. Like either normally just make up something random or just accounting or like whatever. That or else like you tell people or you try to and they're like, "Oh, so what this? Like how do you?" I'm just like, "Oh,
Especially like in a line when you're waiting for a club,
market, right?"
Yeah, literally
understand
that.
stock a little bit, and they're like, "Oh, okay."
Yeah. Or like, could you
Even like,
imagine like you're taking your day off, and like you guys in chat as well. You know what we do for a living. We're traders. It's simple as that. But we also talk about trading on the daily. So now you imagine me and my brother waiting in a club, waiting in a line for a club, and all of a sudden they start trying to ask me about trading. They start trying to ask, and then I feel like I'm live streaming again, and I'm like, now this feels like work. When I'm not working, it feels like work. So it's like I don't want to talk to you about trading right now. I want to get in the club and have a couple of beverages.
yeah.
Leave me alone.
Yeah,
So
that's the main thing. Or they start going like, "Oh, hey, I've got like 10 grand lying around. I want to like, do I invest it? Is now a good time? Should I keep saving up and like buy a
dude,
house or something, or like should I buy crypto?"
like
Like, yeah,
yesterday,
stop.
I
Just,
was in the airport and the flight was delayed an hour and a half. Me and my brother were laying on the floor up against our like luggage, trying to like nap, and all of a sudden, have you seen the In-Betweeners movie?
ages ago, I hardly remember it now.
Yeah, so
Long time ago. Yeah.
they go to Australia and they meet like these like super hippie people, and they're like, yeah, man, just like it's all about the experience, like those sorts of people, you know.
Byron Bay.
But yeah, the Byron Bay people, exactly. And I met two of those yesterday, and they were asking me like, "Oh, what do you do? This, that, and the other." And in all fairness, one was a super rich guy, or like his mum was a financial advisor and asset manager. So
They always are.
mega rich person, and he was hippie as they come. And he was like, "So like, would you say like I got like 10 grand? Like, how much would you say I should put in trading? Like, do you reckon 10 grand?" I am there on practically 0 hours sleep in the past 36 hours trying to listen to this guy ask me how much he should put in his trading account when his mum is
Yeah.
a financial manager. You can only imagine the thoughts running through my head. Oh, dude, Ewan put his headphones in and pretended to fall asleep. He gets on the plane. He's like, I couldn't have done that. So yeah.
That's
Oh,
classic. Yeah. Oh my god. And that's always the way. They've always got some like they're like faff on about all sorts of stuff, and they've always got some like mega rich parents that sold a business, or they're in
yeah,
finance or law or
yeah,
something like that, and so they're just like cruising, just like chill, and yeah. Anyway,
yeah.
um,
It's not man. You feel
should
these
should yeah. Sorry.
No, go on.
Oh, I was just gonna say, should touch on a couple chart things because there was
Yeah, let's
some
do it.
questions before. I was just gonna hit some of this. Where was the other one I saw just before as well?
Russell flamingos. So I actually call them flamingos as well. They're called I think they're called flamencos, flamenco dancers. I'll try and get a picture up while LJ gets his
Yeah, go
chart.
for it. Um, oh, there was a question before. I've lost it.
There we go.
It was up a bit further.
I'll bring this up
Um,
while LJ finds his charts. So this is a flamenco. So flamenco dancing. It's like Spanish dancing, Spanish culture. Everyone was dressed like this, pretty much. Like everyone was dressed like this throughout Malaga, which was
oh yeah, cool.
it was pretty amazing. It was pretty amazing.
Yeah.
So they're called.
Yeah, I definitely want to go to Spain at some point. I
Oh,
need to
dude,
go to Europe in general, like, obviously,
yeah,
but
a lot of fun, man. So much fun.
yeah.
Like I said, it wasn't party. It was like a traditional festival, which was again amazing because I've never seen something like that.
Hmm.
And to actually, they had the stereotypical like the maracas, like the clams.
Yeah,
They
oh
like
yeah, yeah,
had like
the,
big shows with that, and I was like, dude, this is so cool. And then like I bought myself one of these,
oh, the fans, yeah,
the
yeah, yeah,
band,
yeah,
and
yeah,
I'll
yeah.
tell you what, I went a day or two with refusing to buy one because I didn't want to be that guy like fanning himself. I tell you what, you look like an idiot for not having one.
Yeah.
everyone had one. And in all fairness, I've never been so hot in my life. It was so warm. And yeah, bought myself a fan.
And they're so effective. They're really
They're
good.
amazing.
I've got one here somewhere. I don't know. I'm pretty sure
I've
it's like behind
taken
the
it
computer.
home. They're that
Yeah.
good. I've taken it home.
Yeah.
It was
Yeah.
amazing. And then I also
so good.
bought a lighter for my cigars.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. But yeah, LJ, you definitely need to go to it, man. But yeah, I wind you up. I call them flamingos all the time.
Is this like a legs joke?
I mean, yeah, fair. Russell wanted to have a look at copper, CUCUSD.
Go copper.
Why did I trip up so much on that?
All right. Yeah, there was a couple of these here. So dollar yen, we've got a couple of dollar yen questions. We'll smash that out. Rahul saying, "Hey LJ, that Euro New Zealand dollar buy leg from yesterday worked out well. Will you look for a sell continuation from somewhere?" So these are the further downside areas. I think that sorry, my chart's not up.
Yeah, there you go.
That we mapped out. So area through here was that first basket. I think I got rid of the boxes on here from before. We had that cluster through here as an approximate, and then a potential break, or like a sort of false break, snap through, break the low, and then come back up type thing. Now we've got that the bounce through here. I'd probably be looking for maybe a touch higher, though. This is ran pretty nicely. This could very well be a decent retrace point here. Sorry, I'm just looking at some of the other cross pairs on my other screen real quick. I would say definitely from here I would like shorts. So I think this is especially from the drive we've had for today. I'd say we've probably gassed out all the juice. So maybe a retracement, then we're going to have decision point and see if that sort of kicks around here and then continues off, or if we get a further leg up to this sort of top section through there, which then completes this measure. Right, and then we get a failure just below the highs there, and then drop off from that portion. But I do like in the immediate term right now, probably a retracement trade, and then see how the market actually reacts through there, and then we'll get that decision point. Question will be is how much of this, like, because especially if this risk off type momentum continues with the S&P and the Nasdaq dropping off, then this could definitely just continue pushing higher here in New Zealand. Obviously, New Zealand dollar is going to get hit by that high beta exposure to risk, so very risk off right now since Nasdaq, S&P falling, oil is running higher. If, however, we pause and we get a recovery in the Nasdaq and the S&P, you could see the Aussie New Zealand dollar start to recover more heavily, and then hence Euro NZD will drop down. Probably the one to watch right now for that is to see what oil actually does up here. I don't think we should really press that much further on oil. We were talking about it yesterday. We had this cluster through here that was looking nice to build off. We have got that push higher. But I'd say, like, it's pretty lackluster oil. There's heaps of the tangential shipping routes and everything going through, so I don't really see oil pressing much higher. This is sort of some of this headline stuff that we're getting, and then we tend to just like sort of dwindle back off, right back down. So yeah, I'd be more looking for those reversals overall. I don't know what you would do with that, Will. Euro NZD, obviously not something you really like.
I was gonna say yeah. Oil. I've taken a look at oil. I don't like oil. I find it's too volatile, especially when you take a look at what's happening. Trump, straight moves and stuff like that. It's not something that I'm personally interested. I think even gold as an asset, I think it's one that's now a little too volatile almost. But I don't know the other pairs. I don't really trade too much. I know that in fact I did actually have Henry. What were you asking for? Was that USD JPY?
Dollar yen, yeah. Because well, we can run into dollar yen next.
I did have a dollar yen analysis, but so I was looking forward to seeing what your thoughts were on that.
Yeah.
This was my dollar yen analysis. So, but this was based on the fundamental, the technicals, not the fundamentals. And I was looking forward to you coming along because I wanted to see what your thoughts were. So we had this consolidation zone up here. We had this sort of imbalance here. This was on the 4 hour. So they were sort of target points or areas that price could maybe slow down or reverse from. Heading down to the 1 hour, we also then had this 1 hour high just up here. And then as we go down to the 15-minute, we got the, like Henry mentioned, we have the 4 hour and the 1 hour consolidation. And then from the 15-minute, we've broken and closed above, consolidated a little bit, consolidated here. As we continue to tighten that consolidation, I've noticed that we got a nice little trading range. We've got consolidation here, and then we've got range high, range low. We're above the 50 moving average as well. If we can continue this momentum to the upside, break and close above the 159,780, if we can have some, again, I don't know how this asset moves, but if we can have something along the lines of, nice break and close above, pull back, momentum to continue higher, stop loss below the swing low, and then at the low of the hourly high zone that I marked out, that's where I put my TP for just under a 1 to 4R. So I wanted to get your opinion on that. The like you mentioned, I don't really trade the other assets that you were talking about, especially oil. I've traded oil once because we were doing like a little bit of something on the stream, and I said that I would trade a trade idea from chat, and it was Get a Dragon at the time, and Get a Dragon gave me an oil trade. That is the first time I've traded oil, and I haven't traded it since. I've got zero interest in it. So it's one of those assets that are just way too volatile for me.
Yeah, it's not for the faint of heart, and you have to understand the whole oil market. It's very fundamental driven.
Yeah, I feel like you've got to be super macro for that as well. Like you've got to really, like you mentioned, you've got to know the whole oil market as well as basic fundamental, basic macro. What governments are doing, what Trump's talking about, how that can affect the oil market in general, and that's without specifying in oil. So I feel like
people that trade oil, like oil traders, like they just trade oil pretty much.
There's a reason for it. You can see why as well. You can see why.
Yeah.
It's intense. Like I know 2 really good oil traders, and that's all they care about is oil.
Yeah. All right. I'll do a quick jump around with a couple of things. So first of all, back to Euro NZD just here. Just to wrap up what we were talking about before. So yeah, intraday, intra-session today, I think this is pretty good for like a retracement point just here. Down towards this rising 50 moving average, that's the blue line on the 15. We've got this cluster through here. It looks like we're sort of stalled out. So I think a retracement down through, sort of 50% of the move, and then, wait for confirmation of the next impulse from there. Touch back on oil just for a second. Yeah, we had this sort of piece coming through here. We dipped through it just a touch, made a double bottom there with that wick, and then drove higher. There's been stuff with, I think there were some of the reports with oil inventories being lower, and then obviously the Hormuz stuff sort of kicking off again. Trump wants to put in a bunch of economic sanctions once again on Iran to try and squeeze them, so it's just more back and forth of that kind of thing. But I mean, there's plenty of oil going around. It's not really that much of an issue. So we get these kind of pushes higher, and it's probably likely to just eventually fall off. Maybe you could get another little tick high up towards 86. but that's probably about it. I don't think we're pushing anywhere near 90 once again at all.
Yeah.
For oil.
When it comes to the oil, do you reckon it's fundamentally driven when it comes to those when it comes to those sort of high influxes, or do you reckon it is supply and demand? Like, do you reckon it's almost fundamental FOMO, or do you reckon it is a supply and demand effect when it comes to the strait being closed? Because like you said, I don't think it's a matter of, there's enough oil going around anyway, so I don't think it's a supply issue. Like, from what I do know of oil. So therefore, do you reckon
Yeah.
it is a FOMO effect, or do you reckon it is supply and demand?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at, so any of the contracts that you'll see on oil, same when it was at peak, I mean, like spot oil trading in real time, in real life, very different to the actual oil charts that you see from like a financial product. So they were trading anywhere upwards of $140, $160 per barrel, right?
Yeah,
That's what people are actually buying and selling in real life. Now, the contracts, like the earliest dated contracts, peaked around like 120 or so. And then you go out to December, everyone was looking at the December contract. Like everything in December this year has been like the focus. So both for oil, for Fed, for energy, for everything. But yeah, it's mainly that. Like, people are just running off the headlines. It's got the spotlight on it. We would have been coming up just anyway. Without the Strait of Hormuz, we would have had more of like a gradual tick higher, because we kind of went to peak excess of oil, which is also one of the reasons why we didn't go too ballistic when the Strait of Hormuz thing happened. Like, obviously we got a massive rise, oil pretty much doubled, but we didn't push into that 140, 160, 180, 200 like people are talking about overall. So right now it's just heightened volatility, heightened activity.
Do you reckon we'll see those sorts of prices
Yeah.
on oil, or do you like? Obviously, look, eventually we probably have to be so. It's only a matter of time before we do see those, because obviously, the way that oil is going in general, and those who know what oil is, we will, through basic supply and demand, see a huge price push eventually. Do you reckon we'll see that in the relative sort of shortcomings or not?
No, I don't think so. So I think we're pretty much stuck in a range of like probably like 70 to 87, 88. Maybe like a brief touches into 90 at extreme. So, and then that's the same on the downside. 70 is probably the base.
Yeah.
You're going to trade majoritively like 75 to about 87 for the next, like, into year end. Part of that premium also comes down to like getting oil moving around. There's slightly less oil. There's been other channels that have been fixed up. So hence oil is down in the 80s, not above 100 anymore. But there's still some components like insurance premia that then have to flow into how much they're actually buying or selling oil from to like cover that. So that's going to be sticky for a bit and keep those prices slightly elevated. But yeah, no, we're not going above 100 again at all. So yeah, it's just tinkering around in the range on headlines. Yeah. Okay, so dollar yen, like you're talking about. Or first of all, this one's a quick one. Sorry, I'm trying to jump through some of the older comments. Usam, LJ, do you redraw the cam pivots manually, or are these default indicator settings for the London session? If we're talking about this one, this is just the pivot points traditional. So it's just off the basic open high, low, close. Traditional standard pivot points. It's not like the Camarilla or anything. And then, yeah, it should be at just by rollover right here. So if I can get it on 8 p.m., whatever, 8 a.m. Here we are. So yeah, it resets at 8. I think FX, it does reset at 7. Yeah. So it's basically at the open of the market. So my time rollover is 7 in the morning, and then obviously FX just rolls straight over. If you're looking at futures like oil and stuff, it's going to be 8, because there's that 1 hour gap close just there. But yeah, so it's just standard pivot points, just off the previous day's open, high, low, close, and such. What's the next thing again? Oh yeah, dollar yen. Okay. Quick run through and off what you were saying, Will. So, yeah, Henry, yeah, we're coming up to approach. So this is a level, Will, that myself and Dirk were looking at, ideally, to get short. Now, we were talking yesterday, we were getting this sort of like saucer, that rounding top, and you tend to get that and then fall off. And we weren't sure if we'd actually get another attempt at that. It looks like we actually are, so we've got a new buying op. So if you guys recall, like, neither myself or Dirk shorted into this yesterday, even though we're talking about that's often the drop point. You can, in the current environment that we have, you can definitely see that push higher. We've got that today. We saw yields starting to push up again. We've seen that oil pushing up today. So we've got some of that old risk-off element coming back into vogue. Now, overall, though, I know you were talking about up towards like 161 or so. I mean, it's
yeah, 160.47.
160.47. Okay, yeah, it's definitely not out of the realm of possibility. I just don't like going long against this. You're kind of picking up pennies in front of a steamroller type thing. So I'd rather just wait and see where it goes until we get some kind of structure and then pitch lower. I think trying to buy this up is like a dangerous game. You can definitely do it. It's worked a number of times, but then eventually it doesn't. And the thing is that we have right here, this is an example. So there's a buzz comment from Reuters that I found earlier. So dollars fall should worry traders still betting heavily on a rise. So on a rise for the dollar. Dollar index, which rose from around 98 to just above 101 between March and July as traders established the largest ever wager on its appreciation. So 51 billion in longs. It's already surrendered half of that gain, while speculators only paired 12 billion of those bullish bets, right? With the dollar declining more easily than it has risen, and traders still remaining the lion's share of their longs, still retaining, there is a strong chance of a larger decline. So basically, everyone's positioned long. We've had, from the gain, we didn't get that much of gain. It's wiped out half the gain, but we've only seen like 20% of people exit. So as we get this fall, we could see a massive exodus because there's going to be so many people still long, still holding onto that, and see it fall. So comparative pieces in the past, with the dollar index falling roughly 7% during liquidation of a long position similar in size to today's net dollar longs, and roughly 14% in total when around $50 billion was sold. So previously, we've had a 7% fall when roughly the same amount was held. And then once you liquidate 50 billion from previous examples, it's about a 14% drop in the index. So we're very much nowhere near that at this point. So, and it only rose about 5% this year when we added 67 billion of net dollar purchases. And then the next chart gives a perfect example of this. So this is the net dollar positioning, the black line. The blue line is the Dixie. Okay. So you can see we've had the Dixie sort of just chop around this kind of 100 area. We have had this slight push up, but we've seen this massive increase in net dollar bets, which is the black line up here. Right? Mm-hmm. We'll zoom it in a bit for you.
It is,
but yeah, so
my monitor.
Yeah, so you can see there's a massive disconnect here. So if all these dollar bets then have to liquidate, especially now we're probably not getting the Fed rate hikes and inflation isn't kicking off, the jobs numbers have been, pretty mild, with a slight touch of weakness perhaps, but still very much stable. This is going to have to unwind pretty aggressively, especially when you have the specter of yen intervention there as well to further just obliterate all of this. So once it does kick on, it's just going to melt. Now, we're not quite there yet, but we are seeing stuff like Euro-dollar 25 delta risk reversal. So this is basically options measurement to hedge the opposing run in a currency or any other asset. So in this case, we're starting to climb back above the 0 level. So that basically is people starting to position in options for the euro to come higher, right? And we can see this is a pretty abrupt shift. Like we've been below that 0 line for quite some time, all the way back to March, since the war kicked off. We came back up to that middle area once the war chilled out, mid-April, and then that's when we saw those peaks in euro dollar. What was it? It was up here. Yeah, about. Wait, no, that's sorry, I'm on a 15-minute. Thought it was on a bigger time frame. So that was after we had this initial fall. We had the recovery up through to here. Wait, no, it's here. April. Where's April? God, 4 hour. Let me get rid of this job. There we go. Here we are. Now I found it. Yeah, so we had the drop through there. We had the recovery up to just above 118. Then we've come right down ever since. And that links up with this then running negative. We're now starting to push higher. So as that starts to turn into positive territory, you get the euro dollar pushing higher up towards 117 and 118 once again. So then hence the whole complex for the dollar starts to roll over. So given that, if we now look at dollar yen where we are now, this is the 100 moving average on the 4 hour. We could even just be peaking here because basically it was 159.75 to 159.95 that Dirk and I wanted to see sort of cap this zone. So we've exactly tapped onto the lower band of that just now. And then ideally this was the kind of trade we'd be looking to place. For a nice 900 point run lower.
What level is that as well?
150.60.
Okay, yeah, fair. Yeah,
So between 151, 150.60, just down there. And entry just below 156, anywhere between 95 and 75 that we just got.
Yeah, if you go into the hourly real quick for me.
Yeah.
And if you move to the left, where's that in relative? Okay, yeah, so yeah, nice. I like that. I was going to say, because that looked like my sort of level that I would have wanted to be targeting for longs would have been that hourly level to the left.
Yeah.
I rate that.
Yeah, so I think it was like somewhere up here, right?
Oh God, let me go back onto USDJP.
Sorry, my screen's probably too zoomed out for you.
Oh, no, it's all good. I'm the same. I'm useless. Everyone's like, "Oh, Will, can you zoom in?" I'm like, "Oh yeah, my bad." The thing is, I like having like an overall view. Yeah, I was looking at around 163.40 ish. So around this level here.
Yeah, right there. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I would have been looking at.
Yeah, that would be like from a technical standpoint, I think that'd be perfect to get there. Just with everything else stacking up the way it is, I don't know if we'll have enough juice to get the rest of the way. I can probably delete this giant arrow that we had for ages now. So we came down with the intervention and met that bottom area, so I can get rid of that, start cleaning it up. But yeah, so we'll see. I'll consider entering up through here, but we'll see.
Yeah, nice.
Sorry, let me scroll back down because I haven't seen any of the recent comments.
Real quick one from Couch saying, guys, there's a lot of indicators on your chart. Would you mind please going through them and what they mean to you? I'll start because it's going to be super quick. So it's certainly a lot quicker than LJ's Picasso. So me, with my indicators, I have two. One is a moving average. So nothing special, just a 50 moving average. And then the other one is just an indicator that we work on with a friend of mine. So yeah, that's all. just moving average is the only indicator that I actually use to manually trade. Yeah, that's all.
That was quick.
That simple. That was quick.
Yeah, so as far as this looks like more messy than it is because it's actually only just the moving averages. And
you've actually not got that many indicators. You just draw.
Yeah, I just have messy drawings all over everything. It's not really messy. Just the trouble is as well. Like I try to keep a number of them on as we go through the weeks and stuff, so you can like call back to them, right? And we go through. Okay, lined up this happened, or this is what we're looking for. This happened. Okay, that confirmed. Therefore, this is happening next, etc., and go through that process. So overall, though, like I do have. You can see down the side here, I do have a bunch of others that I'll tab through at certain points to see what's going on. But generally, my bog standard stuff is... Let me go to a clean chart, and you'll see. It's literally just this. I'll get rid of all this. That's it. Then, if you also... over update. If you get rid of that, that's pretty much all it is. Right, so simple moving averages, the whitish grey one is a 10. That's sort of my fast moving average. You got the 50, 100, and the 200. Right there.
Yeah, so in all fairness,
it
is super simple. It's just a matter of a couple of moving averages.
Yeah, and then I like having the pivot points, like it just gives me a good scope, because it's based on the open, high, low, close stuff from the previous day. So I kind of use that as like my version of like an ATR, essentially.
Yeah.
Right? So that gives me a kind of ATR type structure, and then I'll go to further out to like the left of the chart, see where that is, and then see what other key levels sort of line up with that, right? So you've got that.
What's the name of that pivot point indicator?
I think it's just...
Is it literally just like pivot points?
Yeah, pivot points traditional.
Oh, okay. Nice.
Yeah. Yeah, so pivot points standard.
Oh, okay.
I think that's what it's called. Yeah. Yeah, and so that's how I use those and just line up some of these levels, and they tend to line up pretty nicely. So you got the base pivot there, R1, R2, R3. This is on a 4-hour time frame. If we go down to 1 hour, you can see it a bit better. And yeah, so it just gives you a bit of structure.
Yeah. Yeah, awesome.
The rest of it's all my messy drawing, like Will said.
Just Picasso's all over. Dude, what you should do is you should start taking screenshots of your charts, printing them out, signing them, and selling them.
I was thinking about doing something like that, like for fun.
How could that be?
Yeah. Especially with when we had some of the what do we have, like the Trumpetchu, and we had like a Bart Simpson.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Great. That'd be pretty funny.
All right, I'm just about caught up on chat now, guys. I don't know if you have found anything else, Will, on the chat.
On the chat,
I missed.
Dalton go broken lower. I don't know what does it. LJ, what's your thoughts? So I'll bring my chart real quick. I'll show you my thoughts on gold. I closed out around here for just 0.5%, and it's still technically within this overall range here that I've got for the daily, like the daily range. I don't know. I mean, technically, okay, the daily range is the Tokyo high here and the Tokyo low here. So daily high, daily low. That's the daily range, technically. As far as I'm concerned with my trading, this is my daily range because it's the high that I want to break to continue higher price, the low that I want to break to continue lower price. That's what I'm looking at. then we've got this intraday range here, which was the consolidation, and so I like to call it my session range because it's the range that I'm looking at to trade within the next couple of hours, which got broken. Then it got disrespected. Then we're sort of chopping around in this sort of trading range here. Price pulled back down. We've bottomed out here. We put in this low, which equaled down to this level here. We've had a beautiful movement reaction off of it to the upside. I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced with this price action yet. Maybe if we continue higher and break this, then we can look something like that. If not, I'm waiting to see if we can break above 44.04. If we can break and close above 44.04, I'd be a little bit more inclined to see a higher price. But right now, I'm a little bit choppy. I don't want to see price sell off unless we get something like 43.77 or lower. If we start seeing that, then I think we can start selling off. It depends what time frame you're looking at, though. If you're looking at sort of intraday sells, maybe if we break and close below the daily low, which is 43.86. But right now, honestly, I'm preferring longs. I'm still bull bias. What about you, though, LJ? Because I know that you had an opinion on gold earlier, and I didn't get it.
Yeah, I agree. I would prefer to see us move higher. Like this does look pretty weak, sort of right now, but I prefer to see us actually run back up overall. I think this does capture us. This is the 200 moving average on the 15-minute. We go to the 1 hour. We've got the 50 starting across the 100, and we've still got these higher lows, higher lows, higher low, higher high, higher high, higher high, higher high. It's really got a lot of stuff on here. I should clean this up a bit. This is good. So these were kind of some of the box zones. Let's get rid of that actually. That's probably the biggest part. There we go. That's a little bit better. So yeah, we had this triangle wedge, whatever, formed earlier today, snapped through that, broke down to the downside. We're now coming in with the sort of trend line coming through here, as well as the crossing moving averages of 50 and the 100 on the 1 hour. I think this should support, and we see things drive higher. I wouldn't be in favor of gold turning down lower. Overall, we've got the high lows coming through. It's mainly due to that oil impulse. I think that's pretty much done today. You know, that drove rates higher, and like I've said to you guys before, gold is very rate sensitive right now. So as rates go higher, gold comes off. As rates start to turn back around, gold starts to come higher. So I think we're going to see that turnaround. And also going back to the risk reversals type thing that we were talking about before, if we look at gold through here, right, the 1 week as well has jumped up to positive. So it's plus 0.52. So it increased by 0.88. So it was negative before. So we've gotten out of the woods of the whole negative sentiment, even on like a weekly basis for options and such. And so we're seeing that slight pickup. The euro as well, which was pretty much flat. Pound was a touch negative. Aussie dollars starting to increase also. I would prefer to be on buys. I definitely see this level down here that I'd love to get in from. I just wouldn't be confident in selling into it. I'd rather either wait for it to get hit, or else take the chance on a spec long from here. Probably up towards like 4464.
Okay, so that's actually higher than I would have been looking at today. I was only looking at 4436 for today. Well, I say for today, as in if I was to look for,
say the next couple of hours, I go to 4420.
4420. Yeah, I could see that. You know, we got some form of resistance that could press pause in price. Yeah, I could see that.
So I go something like this. Right, so it's just by this sort of clustering that we had up through here, and a decent portion of the retracement back up. What's that on like a fib? Like 61.8's about here, so maybe you could go to, yeah, about 4417. Call it.
Yeah. I like that. That backs my analysis up, and I know that you're very fundamental driven, so that's good. I like that. You're like my fundamental indicator.
Well, I do both. Like fundamentals are just like the overall thing. Yeah, most of what I do, like
technical analysis. So if I get your fundamental sentiment, then at least I'm like, okay, with my technicals, LJ's fundamentals, then it's just like a little bit of a confluence.
yeah, exactly. So I just try and like a lot of like all the entry and execution is like technical.
Yeah. Exactly.
But I just find what technical stuff is aligning with the sort of the backdrop of things, and then that's when I'll punch it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, gold up in my opinion.
Guys, I am going to have to love you and leave you. I'm still trying to recover from Spain, so I'm going to go to sleep. I'm joking now. I'm going to go for a walk or something, get some fresh air, because this is the nice little 2-hour session to get me back into the work mode, and it's taken energy from me. So I'm going to go for a walk down the shops, grab some coffee beans, ready for the day, because I am absolutely shattered. I don't even know what language I'm speaking right now. It could be gibberish or English, one or the other.
Spanish?
Yeah, it's definitely not Spanish. I cannot speak any Spanish. Even my brother was nearly fluent in Spanish, and even he struggled in some parts. Well, hello there, Sir Richard Wells.
Hello, mate. I see how it is. Rich gets on. Will's like, see you later, guys. Got to shoot. Really tired stuff. Need a coffee. In fact, I do know how much you like your coffees, and I actually know a bit of a secret about Will and how he likes his coffee. And I would say, let's just say Marmite. The way you have your coffee, is an acquired taste. I would say.
Yeah, it is, to be fair. Yeah.
But just quickly before you fly off, how you been? You been good?
Good, man. Yeah, good. I've been busy. Yeah, been busy working on some stuff. Working on some stuff with you guys for the 5ers. It's getting those weekly webinars going for you. So Wanglish. Yeah, it's a bit of Wanglish, MGN. I've been good. Spent a bit of time away in Spain with my brother over the past few days. Just a bit of a weekend trip away to reset and realign ourselves and forget about work. So that was quite nice. But I'm ready. Like I said to the guys, I'm ready to come back and smash out some work with a fresh set of brain cells.
Awesome.
What about you, though, Richie? It's been a while since we streamed, man. How are you?
Yeah.
Oh, mate. Okay, I'm gonna save the long version because I'm sure everyone won't want to hear it. And there is a long version. There's a big story attached to it. But the simplified version is we're coming out the back end of a absolute grind season, and hopefully we're going to be entering into something that's a bit more flow state, a bit easier as well. Life's sort of a bit pressing on every side at the moment, and it affects my trading, which really triggers me. Not the results of the trading, but that things affect my trading external to what I can control. So, and just getting over this cough at the moment as well. Just cannot seem to shake it. So, other than that, everything's in a pretty okay place, to be fair. And we've got some exciting stuff that we're working on, much the same as yourself on the back end, which I'm going to basically bend chat's ear for the next hour and tell them everything that we got going within the trader's journey as well. So excited about that.
That sounds awesome. Tell me, Rich, just before, when it comes to, because you are you're the performance coach, meaning you're so heavily based on performance, I want to get your opinion on this just before I leave. And hopefully, I don't know your plan for today, but hopefully it can segue into something. A bit like you, I haven't got a cough, but I've got this sore throat, and I think it's from like the aeroplane air. And so I want to ask you something on, but based on performance, when it comes to understanding life in general, a lot of good stuff happens when you're in cruise control, let's call it. So, you're on the motorway, you're in cruise control, and you're just doing what you need to do. You're doing what you're doing in the daily. There's no, oh my God, I'm going to move into the fast lane, I'm going to overtake, or I'm going to do something special, or I'm going to have a track day, or, you haven't written your car off, you've not had a crash, because we all get, peaks and troughs in life. We all get moments of, euphoria, and we've got moments of depression. We all get moments where we have something fantastic happen and then something not so good happens. But when it comes to the understanding of cruise control, that cruise control is like consolidation in the market. But at the same time, it can be a consolidation in a specific direction. What's your opinion of when it comes to your trading? Because you've just mentioned now, there's a lot of stuff happening in life that's affecting trading. Doesn't necessarily need to be positive, doesn't need to be negative, and you don't have to specify either. But when it comes to understanding that part of your life, is it better to be in cruise control, or do you prefer to have a track day? Do you know what I mean?
I know exactly what you mean with this, and to be honest, from my own experience, I've actually never found like the perfect blueprint. We'd always talk about the gym analogy. The time you go to the gym and you're just on that last failure rep. Maybe it's bicep curls, and you're absolutely screaming, thinking, "Why won't these things grow?" It's in the recovery that they actually grow. It's in the downtime as well. And I think if we have a life just full of absolute non-stop grind, not only do we not get the growth, we also don't get the opportunity to look back and go, how am I developing? So I feel like in trading, it's really good to just stick your head down, get in the high quality reps, but also come up for air and have these downtimes. You said you went to Spain. I bet this gave you an incredible lens on looking back at, your life, your trading, kind of the
100%.
trajectory you're on. And then you almost take like an audit of, am I heading in the right direction? Because sometimes we get, and I know yourself when it comes to this, we take on these projects, massive projects, and we can be just absolutely buried beneath this mountain of things that we're doing. And sometimes it's good just to take a step back and look at it and say, is this work, is this back test session that I'm doing, is it bringing me closer to my goals, or am I getting caught in a loop of just doing something for the sake of doing it? And I would say that, I come into trading like, I'll have this thing figured out. Why? Because I'm a hard worker. But hard work alone didn't get me to where I wanted to be within trading. It was actually just allowing, I guess, that tree to grow. Just you water it, you then need a sunny season on it. You step back, you let it grow. And I think the same has been true within my trading. Is the times I've wanted success in trading will be the times that I've applied myself the most and the hardest possible, but it never felt like I got the reward for that growth. But it was only when I stuck it in neutral and sort of said, okay, I'm going to sort of vibe a little bit on this, did all that momentum that I'd created then have time to catch up. So imagine it like a big ass train and you're standing behind the thing and you're just leaning on it and pushing on it. I think I heard somewhere, if you went back to when Titanic was built, and you leant on the Titanic when it was in the ocean, if it was in the docks and you leant on it, I think it was one human's weight leaning on the Titanic for half an hour would have moved it, I think, half a meter or a meter forward. And I think the same is true when we look at our trading. It's a huge amount of inertia to get that thing moving. It takes so much effort for such minimal results in the beginning. You're learning about risk management. You're learning about strategy, fundamentals. You're sort of figuring out these psychological issues that may be cropping up in your trading. You hear these things about processes. And it's like you're leaning on that train or that boat for hours and hours, putting in that grind, and you're like, nothing's changed. I don't see a result. But once you've got that foundation under you, it's then you can knock it into neutral and you've already put that ball into motion. And this is something that I've experienced in my own personal trading when it comes to results. In the beginning, you spend a lot of time sort of working on your foundations, and eventually you get your skill set underneath and you say, okay, now I'm going to be intentional about this. But it doesn't directly correlate to being intentional, suddenly getting amazing results. So I started out 3 months ago, and I started trading again properly. I mean, I've been in an incredibly pressed chapter of my life, and I'd sized down my accounts. I had a few live accounts with the 5ers, kept them sized down, and I got to a stage where 3 months ago I said, right, it's now time to bring these accounts back off the shelf, start being intentional with them, and I'd bridged that gap in my strategy. Dude, we're talking 4 months of just graft. And first 3 months, how did it go? 85 trades at break even. Literally, okay, I got my edge. I know there's edge in it. I know what to do. I've got my processes. I've got my weekly review. I'll underpin it with accountability. 85 trades at Treading Water.
85.
But what happened? 85. Win one, lose one, win one, lose three, win one, lose two, win one, lose another two. And I drew down about 10, 12R and then built back up to break even. But what happened in the next 6 weeks? And this is where I talk about when you have a 0.3 expectancy, or will you trade gold, maybe you've got a 1 to 2 risk reward with a 50% win rate, cracking edge. But you don't have that all the time. You have that some of the time. And what will happen is sometimes you'll just have no edge for 3 weeks, 4 weeks, 5 weeks, 6 weeks. And other times you will have an edge that's like 60% win rate at 1 to 2, and it absolutely cleans up. Now, as traders, we don't know when that time's going to happen. So our job is to be consistent. And I would say before profitability became consistency. So I focused on being consistent as best I could for 85 trades. Took me about 5 weeks. And then harvest season come in. I did nothing different. I just traded my edge. What happened? My new account went through phase 1. My funded accounts got to payout stage. I got another account through phase 1. I got another account funded, and another account funded, and another account. And what happened was I looked at my allocation, and I did nothing different, but it was growing. And all that's on the back of 8 years of leaning on that Titanic and just thinking, man, this is a hard thing to move. And once we get to that point, then it's just focusing on being consistent and just repping out what we believe to be good, high quality work with a feedback loop that allows us to recognize when it's not working. Now, for me, 85 trades, this is the harsh reality of trading I had to accept. Dude, I've walked away from edges that could have probably retired me by now. I've walked away from them because I wasn't satisfied in how the results delivered. I didn't want something that went 6 months of break even. You know, how am I ever going to pay my bills at something that goes 6 months of break even? Prior to that, 3 years of just non-stop, probably 10, 11 profitable months a year. And I walked on it after 6 months of down period. So I made a commitment as a maturity in my trading journey was to be like, you know what? There is no holy grail. The only holy grail you'll ever get in trading is being able to pin yourself to an edge and sit with that thing through the good and through the bad. Because if you just wander off the moment it goes through a bad period without trying to rectify it and understand it and pivot with your learning, you're going to take all your psychological issues, which is the impatience and inability to sit with an edge, into the next strategy. And traders will just go round and round and round and round in loops. So I made a commitment to myself, Rich, you don't walk from this system until you have a negative 30R drawdown. At 1-to-1 risk reward to have a negative 30R drawdown, that's a rough journey. So having that line in the sand gave me a true north, a place I can look at as, you know, if I reach this point, I actually need to interject with my system. Something's wrong. And I find a lot of traders, they don't have that. So not only do they not have their stats, their data, or a back-tested system to know it works, they have this idea that I shouldn't go through more than 5 losses in a row, or I shouldn't go through more than a 5 or 6 or 7 losing trade period. And unfortunately, that expectation aligns traders in a way that they're just going to keep hopping every time a probability model does what it does, which is we're in trading, this is what we do. Every time that happens, the trader's going to go, this strategy sucks. And they're going to go off and go, Will, teach me how to trade gold. Or they're going to say, LJ, what's this old fundamental thing that you do? Teach me that. And they're going to look for this missing component. But ultimately, it comes down to the trader's inability to stick to an edge that's good enough. And my edge is shockingly average. And that's the crazy thing. It wins by volume, not by quality. And I look at this and I'm like, how are you trading this after 8 years? But I know if I just trade this, it can produce a steady 6, 7, 8R a month. It's all it needs to be. And it's got the data and history, and I've been forward testing to prove it can do that. Do I get excited by the theory and the ideas of other things? Sure. But I can appreciate other nice things, but there's only room for me to be able to trade one real good, consistent edge.
I like because I have got to go. I
Okay,
will.
sorry,
I
mate, I
will.
hijacked
No,
you
no, dude, that was absolute pure value, and I like that you said that. And I love that you finished on. I can appreciate other things. I can appreciate a good thing, but you understand what you're doing now. Same goes with like you just mentioned. I went to Spain to reset myself and just chill. I was on a boat with my brother. We were looking out at the sunset on the Malaga coast, and we looked at each other and we said, "You know what? We ain't doing half bad." And we say this all the time to each other: you're not working hard enough. You're not doing enough. And we say it to each other to motivate each other. And we really sort of go in on ourselves. We really go in on each other and say, you're not doing enough. We need to be doing more. Why aren't you doing more? Or I'll be sitting on the couch, or he's like, get up. Why aren't you working? Like, come on. And, there were mega, mega, mega super yachts that we were looking at. And we were just there having a couple of cocktails, looking at them, being like, we're not doing enough. Like, the people out here who just outright buy this for ego. Like, no one's going to tell me that buying a boat's a financially good idea, because we know how much it is to buy these sorts of boats and run these sorts of boats, because we know people with these sorts of boats. And it's not a smart decision. And these people know it's not a smart decision, and they buy it based on ego. It's, look at my boat. And we said, why can't we? There's people out there that can buy these sorts of boats. Why aren't we in these sorts of boats? And you know what? It got to the point where we were standing on the front of this boat, looking out at the sunset, talking to each other, and we were like, you know what? No, we're not half bad right now. And he said, we're just going to take a bit of time. We can appreciate a good thing. We're not there yet. Do we get excited at the idea that we could be there? Yeah, of course. But that holiday was a moment to appreciate how far we had come from 8 years ago learning how to trade, 4 years ago diving into full-time trading, 2 years ago starting streaming, all the way to today where I am now. Sometimes, like you said, get your head above water, come up for a breath and appreciate where you are in your journey. But anyway, guys, I'm going to leave you on that one in the fantastic hands of LJ and Rich. Thank you very much, guys. Please make sure you smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, and I shall see you al mañana. Thank you very much, guys. But for now, peace.
Legend. Cheers, mate. Catch you soon.
See you, Will. Ciao, man.
What's your thoughts, LJ? How do you build onto that? How do you top that or segue that?
I'll add to it, I would say. First of all, I just wanted to get this one out of the way. I was going to bring it up before Will went, but yeah, that's Will's go-to sort of price action and technical analysis. What I would say with what you guys were talking about, I think it's so Will sort of started it with was it the kind of, my internet dropped out when we were talking about this, but the kind of like going hard and fast track day type thing, and then what was the second part of that? Do you prefer doing that or keeping it sort of chill, wasn't it?
Yeah, so it was
doesn't really matter.
Yeah, does the grind really get you there? Do you prefer life in the fast lane, or do you think that we should be a little bit more slow and methodical? Like, what's the balance between those peaks and troughs?
Yeah. Because then I think you went on to say, like, you're talking about, you go to the gym and whatever, you got to lift. That is part of it, but then it's the recovery after that sort of builds muscle. Now, it's both, right? So you do have to do that work. You do have to go through that, like, toil, uncomfortability, if I can speak. Go through all of that, do the hard work, do the grind, that kind of thing. But you do have to rest, repair, recover. So I would say similar deal with trading or anything else. You go through all of that, or any kind of life goals, and then you just want to sort of consolidate, I would say. You consolidate those gains. So the same thing, like if you're a farmer, you're producing the yield, you planted all the crops, you've tilled the soil, you've made sure there's no insects or bugs or anything else to ruin things. You've looked after it all for ages and ages, and then eventually you do have to consolidate by taking that yield and then parking it somewhere, right? And then you go again. So I think that's, and normally also at that point you get a bit of a spell, because you're like, all right, the season's done, I can sit on my porch and sip some iced tea or whatever, and just, look over the field, very happy with my progress, right? And then you know that the next season is going to come and you're going to have to do it again.
Yeah.
But you sort of take it in at that point. So yeah, I don't know if it's like topping it or whatever, but I'd say adding to it or reconfirming just that. I agree. I think
100%. Yeah. If you're too busy planting the roses, when are you ever going to have time to smell them? And what's the point in it if you don't get a chance to enjoy it? I'm gonna quickly segue into this, and I'm going to step outside of my role for a minute, right, as a coach, because before a coach, I'm a trader, and to be the coach I am today is because under it all is a trader that has gone through, been through, and going through. Okay, and I love this comment by Justin. It says, I feel it's easier to appreciate where you are when you're profitable. When you're still on that journey, it can get tough. Now, I want to step outside of my role for a moment and talk to you solely as a trader. And I want to go back and I want to revisit the first specifically 2 years of my trading career. So for those of you who don't know, I've been trading for 8 years, probably a little bit over 8 years. I've been saying 8 years for probably about 3 years. I'm sure it's close to 8 years. First 2 years, I could say it was tough. That doesn't do it justice. So I want to paint a picture of what my life looked like for the first 2 years in my trading career, because once you move out of that chapter, you're right, Justin, it's easier to look, now you have the benefit of hindsight, to say all that stuff I did, it didn't work, or this was the stuff that did work. But I want to specifically go back to that moment where I had no hindsight. The first 2 years specifically of trading. And I would say at that point, it was one of the most difficult points of my life. And it was one of the hardest points of my trading journey. And I told myself, when I get profitable, everything will be easy. Okay, so we're going to touch on that in a minute. But specifically, what did the first 2 years look like as a trader? Well, I would get up, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, whatever it was. I was a full-time trader, okay? I'd just saved up a few shillings. I'd gone into trading full-time. I'm like, how hard can this be? I got 50, 60, 70 hours a week, and I got a little bit of capital behind me. Let's see how we go. So I put £1,000 in a personal account. I think it was 1,000. And I remember placing my first trade on GBP USD, 0.01 lots. And I opened the toolbar at the bottom, and it said, was it volume? 1,000, or units, 1,000. And I remember freaking out thinking, I've just risked 1,000 of my account, like the entire account. But I was looking at the balance and it was going up 5p, 10p, negative 20p. I was thinking, well, that's a bit slow. And the charts were obviously moving. Now, for the first year, I would say genuinely, I spent time splashing around in a pool trying to figure out what trading was, with no real reference of actually what trading is. I was on forexfactory.com. I was on the forums just reading random posts. I was looking at the highest posted sections first to be like, well, if there's 3,000 messages in here, then it must be good. And I was reading through, all the gurus. I've been trading for 20 years and this works and this works. And I was building all these ideas, but ultimately I wasn't connecting with these ideas. I wasn't able to recognize kind of what's good, what's not. And I guess in many ways, I was in my infancy as a trader. I was on milk. I didn't have a taste for solid foods. So all I knew was just milk, right? I didn't know what different foods taste like. So when traders would talk about, like go trade cable, what are you talking about? Like I remember for the first year just thinking, I can't wait to understand this language, because it would be like, just gone short on cable, 7.9 lots. If I got enough margin, I'll DCA into it. And I'm sitting there like, Google, what does DCA mean? What does 7.3 lots mean? I was like, this trader's trading like nearly $1 million. All this kind of stuff. But ultimately, for the first year, I didn't really know what I was doing. I actually didn't know what trading was. I thought, when I become profitable, I won't lose because I'll know what's good value, what's not, and I'll just make money on every trade. That's how it works. So I had this idea I was going to make 30% return a month. Now, year 2 come, And I guess kind of in year one, I hadn't done enough damage to myself. I was still in the honeymoon period of thinking, like I'm figuring this out. I'm reading random articles. I'm going to the chart, clicking buy and sell. Ultimately, I was losing money. Probably lost 3, 4, 5, 600 quid in a year, something like that. And I kept putting a bit more in my personal account, thinking, getting frustrated. Like, got this mental tally right now. Oh man, you're down £600. Got to get that back to be called a profitable trader, right? Because that's what profitable traders are, surely. You need to be above break even and then I'm profitable. So I started to put on one lot trades, and my account balance was moving very, very aggressively. And I remember the excitement that would come when I'd watch my account balance suddenly fluctuate, £50 in profit, and then try and close it and be like, why did I only get paid £35? And then I learned spreads and, kind of trading costs and slippage and all this kind of stuff. So the first 2 years, whilst going through it, started to go from a honeymoon period to a really frustrating period of nothing I do seems to work, and I'm slowly bleeding money. But I would go back to my true north, which was the internet, and all these gurus were making money, and I thought, well, it's easy. I'm just missing something simple. Played it through for until the end of the second year, and I finally met this trader, and this trader said, look, I'm going to give you access to something. Don't tell anyone. 8 years later on a live stream. And he's like, I'm going to give you access to a way of looking at price action that's it's pretty secretive. He was talking about ICT, right? Now, I'd never heard about this.
Secretive.
At the time, I'd never heard about this, right? I mostly kept myself in my own lane, and I started learning about these concepts. And ultimately, what I learned was how to frame a movement in price and manage my risk. Now, I wouldn't say directly that was taught from the content I watched, but what I actually learned was, here's a pattern. What if you just waited for a single pattern to turn up? And so I started to be able to test just that pattern. And it took me 2 years, really, of never managing risk. And I had some horrendous losses in that time. It took me 2 years of just going around in circles and not knowing what good quality work was. And for, I would say, the best part of 2.5 to 3 years, I never met a single creditable person that could help me, that would either be able to prove they had some form of profitability or be able to explain a concept in a way that resonated with me and helped me to move forward on my next journey. So the first 3 years were losing money for 2 years, break even for the third year, and that third year, I would say, became more difficult than the first two. So when we say that looking back, it's kind of easier in hindsight because you're now profitable, but going through it, the first 2 years were the hardest I experienced. Then when I hit year three was harder than years 1 and 2. And you think, but why? You'll break even. Because you can smell that home cooked pie. It's right there. You start, your mouth's watering. It's right on that windowsill, and you just can't quite reach it. And you're managing risk because you've learned what risk management is. You're waiting for exactly the framework that you have started to understand. You've started to get an idea around how to backtest and what that would look like. And now you're trading responsibly on a trading account, meaning you're never going to margin call it on one particular trade because you're using hard stops. So I was starting to connect with the idea that I'm doing everything that everyone says you should do, but I couldn't make money. I went a whole year at break even, effectively going, I think this is a trade idea. Let me go and take this trade. Let me go and log it in this spreadsheet. A year later, my account balance, I think, was $996 from $1,000 or £1,000. And it was so frustrating in that moment of like, dude, not gonna lie, I've sat here for probably 3,000 hours a year, like for 3 years now. I'm up to like 9,000 hours. If I worked at minimum wage, I'd have got paid nearly £100,000. And I've got nothing to show for it. I've supported myself for 3 years, which, your savings start massive. I've lost money in the first 2 years of trading. And I'm like, what am I missing? And I remember this is when I was sort of at that real hungry stage. And I reached out to a guy and said, look, dude, tell me what it is you need help with. I was like, because I need help as a trader just to try and figure out, what is it I'm missing? and I'll help you with anything you need. And I remember at this point just never being able to connect with anyone in any real kind of way. And I said, I can't rely on people. That's the assumption I made after 3 years. I can only rely on myself turning up, building good processes, and just keep grinding at this thing. Because according to the internet, 80% of people were making money, and I'm really close to being one of those 80%. Little did I realize that number was massively fabricated. Yeah, it's upside down and inside out and back to front. And yeah. So what happened after year 3? Started to make a little bit more than I lost. Now, I discovered prop firms after year 3, and I had a monthly subscription, nearly £300 a month, to trade this really small account, and it was like 1 to 3 leverage. And I remember saying, okay, I'm going to treat this as my investment. I can only lose £250, £300 a month as a trader, and I can be as aggressive as I want. So if I have a trade idea, I can start getting quite heavy with it. And start to make money and start to trust my analysis, start to use my spreadsheets, make feedback. And what I found is after 6 or 8 months, I'd made a few $1,000s, but I paid that in subscriptions. And the account had a withdrawal or scale policy. So if I wanted to scale it up, I had to leave all my profits in. And so I went on for about a year and eventually realized that I was just kind of breaking even. And it was so frustrating because in year 4, I was making all this money, but I was giving it back because I was paying thousands of dollars a year in a subscription model to be able to trade on behalf of a prop firm. And that kind of, I was like, I would be profitable if I wasn't using this account. And I started to use my personal account, started to make a bit more money. And by year 5, I got to a point where I was consistently making money. And that was harder than year 1 and 2 and harder than year 3. And the reason I'll say it was harder was because I had an idea that when you became profitable, that's it. All your stresses and problems and frustrations of not knowing where to buy, where to sell, how to manage risk and how to make money would be gone. And I would just be able to pay my bills. I'd be able to pay my overheads. I'd be able to replenish my savings. But what I found is I might make £200 a month, might make £400 a month, but I wasn't able to make enough money and my savings were still dropping. And that's when I learned more about kind of prop firms. That's when I got involved with the 5ers. That's when I realized that, wow, I can buy an account. And see, it was quite funny because you don't have a subscription model every month, but this is when you had if you finish below break even, you lose your trading account. And this was kind of, again, it put a lot of pressure on traders. So fast forward, and the chapter I'm in now, yeah, it's nice to make a bit while still piecing together some of your shortfalls, but ultimately it carries a different level of frustration. Like people would say about having children, they would say when you've got a baby, it's really hard. But when the baby becomes a toddler, it's hard, but for different reasons. And when the toddler becomes a teenager, it's still really hard, but just for different reasons. And what I found in my trading is it always remained hard, but for different reasons. But after year 3, it only remained hard because of things within my control. How I felt about losing, the kind of expectations I put into the market, the kind of when, I'm sitting there thinking, I'm going to make 10 grand a month. And LJ, I was trading 10K's worth of prop firm capital. Can you imagine being like, yeah, dude, I'm going to smoke 10 grand a month every month. And all you 100%. Have is $5,000 or $10,000 worth of allocation. So I was not aligning myself properly. So I had an expectation that I was going to start doubling and flipping my account consistently. And it didn't happen. So looking back now, sure, I can see the journey I took, but I would say each section of the path that I walked got a little bit brighter and had a little bit more light shined on it. And it helped me transverse that next step a bit clearer, because the first 2 to 3 years were clearly the darkest because I just didn't know what to do. I had no one to help me out. But now I'm in a chapter where I've got some incredible trader friends, and you can bounce off each other. You can pitch ideas to each other and say, hey, dude, I'm thinking of this idea or this strategy, or would this work in an algorithm? If you were to trade this manually, how would it look? Stuff like that. So it's something that it remains hard throughout every single chapter of it. It remains hard. And when you become profitable, it's not a linear line. You don't go from I'm earning 1,000 a month to 2,000, and it doesn't scale like, say, a salary would. You build your allocation. You might have $200,000-300,000 of allocation, and you might go, cool, I'm earning 1,000 a month, and the next month you might earn 9,000, and then the next month you might lose 3,000, and so you end up not knowing what your true average is until you look back over a big sample and go, that's my true average. It was something I was looking into a bit more recently about how investable would I be as a trader. And there's help me out with this, LJ. There's a specific word for it, 6 or 7 letters long, that works out your drawdown to profit ratio. Yeah.
6, 7.
Yeah, we'll go with that. we'll go with that. So,
wait, what were you saying? Drawdown to profit ratio. What your like expectancy?
No. So it's like
what are we saying? Wait, what?
So if you get through the year and you've made $10,000, and $10,000 making in a year is unimportant relative to what were your biggest drawdowns to make that kind of money. So there's a proper phrase for it, and I only just come across it recently.
What do you mean, Sharpe ratio or Sortino ratio?
Maybe it's Sortino, but there's a
Sharpe
ratio.
Sharpe ratio penalizes you for upside gains.
No, it won't be that.
So it considers both downside. It's a ratio of your biggest downside plus your biggest upside, but it will penalize you for having too big an upside since it's outpacing the flux on the two. So Sortino, however, is calculated differently, which it takes into account the drawdown, but also it doesn't penalize you for the upside gains, because obviously what you want in trading is bigger upside gains if you can get it. So Sortino is better. Sharpe ratio is the one that's thrown around in hedge fund world.
Okay.
But it's kind of stupid because if you get good returns, your Sharpe ratio is worse, even though you're doing obviously better. You've made more money for the same amount of risk. So I prefer Sortino.
I think it would be.
I don't know if that's.
I think it would be Sortino. So it looks at what you make in a year. So let's say you made $10,000, and you think that's really good. But then it will look at your biggest drawdown within that, and it says, right, this trader from peak to trough had a $7,000 drawdown. So they made $10,000, but at worst they had a $7,000 drawdown. And it takes a ratio of that. And it was saying that 1-to-1. Yeah, I used to think, well, 1-to-1, if you make money, making money means you're making money and you're good. But actually, as I started learning about this on a deeper level, it was like, no, if you make $10,000, but your biggest drawdown was $10,000, then how well are you managing risk relative to your returns? And so if you made $10,000, but your biggest drawdown was $5,000, and we're not talking about like on a trade-by-trade basis, we're talking about like a collective kind of bunch of winners versus losers. And it was saying that 1-to-1 is kind of investment world look at it and go, it's, they make money, but they've got a lot of volatility in their portfolio. They're maybe not managing risk, or their strategy has a lot of volatility. 1-to-2 is really good. 1-to-3 is like, where do I sign? Like 1-to-3 is like this trader collectively makes really, really good money. We were at a trading event 3 years ago, and I had the chance to speak to someone who was in this industry, and he said 1-to-2. When we're looking to invest in a trader, we're looking at 1-to-2. So I was looking at, and this isn't 1-to-2 risk reward. This is after a whole year, what have you made, and what was your biggest drawdown relative to that? Now, the interesting thing is if you ask a trader to go and look at their trading account from the last year to see what that ratio would look like, many traders would fall into the camp of, well, I couldn't tell you because I traded 9 different accounts and I lost X amount, and I don't have a personal account. And so I went on a mission to track that over the last 3 years. Same trading account. I used the same account over 3 years to kind of get an idea of like how investable would I be. Now that opens up the next chapter as a trader, because it's not just about do you make money, it's how well do you make money. And it's not just about how much money do you make, it's how well do you manage risk while making that money. And one of the things in the first 2 to 3 years of me as a trader is I had next to no risk management. So anything I made would eventually fall away from me. And that's what it did. Now, in chapter 2, when I started to manage risk really well, I was choking my upside. So maybe I was that one-to-one trader where I made 10,000, but my biggest drawdown was 10,000, but still profitable. And as I get better as a trader, what I see is that ratio gets bigger. Now, I can't control what happens on the next trade, whether it wins or loses, but what I can do is control how I react and how I respond to that. And as you get more experience as a trader, you get more processes, you build better accountability around it, and you get to bat ideas off traders. Like if I showed you my strat and said, look, it's kind of, it wins by quantity, not quality, you might be able to say, well, actually, based on what you're trying to frame, you could use this indicator, or you could use this kind of filter, and I might find a way to slightly better that edge by taking less trades and separating the difference between grade A's and grade B's. So I think the journey of a trader as you go through profitability, it's not an on-off switch. It's not a switch that goes, you don't make money, now you do make money. It's a dimmer switch that starts to slowly go from darkness to getting a little bit brighter, a little bit brighter, a little bit brighter. And I think this is something that is important to align your expectations with as a trader, is there's no such thing as now I'm profitable, I'm just going to make money indefinitely. You can fall in and out of profitability. You can have an edge that works incredibly well, gets you funded, gets you multiple payouts, and stops working. I've been through 4 cycles of that. Now, every time that my edge would stop working, I would then take what I'd learned from that, rebuild the framework, readjust. And 2 of my trading edges stopped working whilst I was in one of my funded accounts. And I was able to manage risk and keep that funded account alive and build out a new edge and execute on that that system again. And that trading account to this date has close to 7,000 trades on it. And one thing I'm learning more as I develop as a trader is about the quality of how you trade. How do you manage risk? Not how much do you make. And it's very rare to get hold of information and insights on that in the trading environment, because most of the time it's, what do you mean 5ers don't have a payout channel? Like, why aren't traders showing their payout proof? And it's because that's the universal benchmark that traders will look at and say, yeah, but, you know, how much do you make? And I would be way more interested in this, and that was me in the first 3 to 4 years. But now I'd be way more interested in, oh, you made $100. Excellent. How did you make that $100? What did the journey look like of the equity curve? Rather than the trader that goes, yeah, just made 100,000. And they were all in 3 times in a row and just got massively lucky. Because one of them is building a skill set that's repeatable and investable. The other trader is still going through a boom and bust cycle. And what happened in year 5 and year 6 as a trader, I started to trade better, but I earned less. Because it was like, let's say my profit reduced by 50%, but my risk management grew by 300%. Now, I knew that within that behavior, I would be able to increase my risk by 6 times because I was managing risks 6 times better, which means if my profit dropped by 50%, eventually my profit would be 300% bigger. And this was kind of the milestones that we go through as a trader. So it's not linear. You don't just go, I'm now profitable, let me get a 100K account. And now I'm going to make 10 grand a month. Now I'm going to buy a 200K account and max out the summer plans. Trading goes through ebbs and flows, and the only thing that's consistent is how we manage ourselves as a trader with our risk management. And there was nobody to share that with me in the first 3 years. So I came through the school of hard knocks. I figured it out the hard way. I paid my dues, and now I'm in a chapter where I'm like able to make just a little bit, and I get paid for it. I make a little bit more than I lose. I appreciate that, PVT. And I always reference trading as I make a little bit more than I lose. And for me, for the rest of my trading career, I should imagine it'll always be that. I make a little bit more than I lose. Even when I'm trading $25,000 a trade, what am I going to be doing? Just making a little bit more than I lose. And so it's not about like, this trader just makes $20 a month. What do they know? It's I have an expectation to just make a little bit more than I lose over time. And I know that how I turn that little bit of money into a huge is I build my allocation. I build my personal part, I diversify, I trade bigger accounts. That's the blueprint of a trader. So yeah, misaligned expectations, thinking you'll make ridiculous amounts on a tiny account and thinking it will be sustainable. We sat down with a trader of 18 years and we asked that trader, if you go back, do it all over again, what would you do? They said, well, I would just be thinking maybe I could earn 2, maybe 3% return a month. I said, okay, yeah, but what if you're on a 5K challenge account? Surely you're going to send that thing. And they're like, no, the process is the same. I would expect to earn 2-3% a month over time. And no matter how much I press that trader to try and get that trader to bend and break from their rules and be like, yeah, you're right, it's only a little account, let's start risking 3%, 4%. They were like, no, like the process doesn't change. Because if I change the process, I'm changing my core principles. And if I change my core principles, what I'm doing isn't scalable. So if they start chucking in 3, 4, 5% on a trade on a small account just because they want to get there quicker, that doesn't wash. And it won't be scalable on a big account. And if anything, it will cause more turbulence, more problems because the trader's looking to make tens of thousands. So the trader was bent on this idea that I'm going to focus on my process. It never changes. 2 to 3% return a month, that's a good month. And if we wind back, originally I was looking 30% return a month. And then I scaled it down to 10% return a month. And now, genuinely, 2 to 3% return a month is my number. If I can do that, I'm online for a 30% return a year, and 30% return a year with a nice Sortino ratio of 1 to 2, in my mind, is very investable. It's a skill set that's very universal, and it's something that I can look at and bank on and go, you know what? How does that compare to my track record? Because I can tell you 30% return a month, thinking, it's compounded, dude, I'm going to do 1,000% return a year. It used to make me feel bad when I finished a year at 40% profit, thinking I'm only 4% as good as I need to be. And it just created this weird expectation that I would make huge amounts of gains in an unsustainable manner. So that was that was why trading isn't like black and white. It isn't an on and off switch of, it's off and it's on. In your early days as a trader, did it suck? Yes. But I can tell you there were harder days that came once I found profitability. The only difference now is what I was doing. I was sustainable, making a bit more than I lose. But the lessons were just as frustrating because you had gone from a chapter of, man, I lost £300 this month. Like, nothing works. To then getting in a chapter of like, I cost myself $15,000 because I didn't follow my edge properly. Like, and I'm sure LJ, you know kind of what it's like to be on both sides of that chapter, and the frustration when you get a power outage, and you're trying to execute your trades. You're not playing with 1s and 2s anymore. You've got a proper edge that you're trying to execute on and be professional around, and there's things outside of your control. And this is where, does it get easier? No, it just gets difficult for different reasons. That side never goes away, right?
Yeah, that's definitely been the bane of my existence, to be honest, with trading and everything. Yeah, for me, it's always been outside difficulties or whatever else impacting trading. Similar to how you were saying, like you've had a bunch else going on, and it doesn't mean you're not executing the same. It's just like other things pull you away, or something out of your control does disrupt you, and you might take a hit, like because of internet or something like that. Especially depending how you trade, if you've got like floating orders that are pending potential, or like ideas that you're sort of scoping out, so they don't necessarily have like TPs and stops on them just yet because you've got a bunch everywhere and it's sort of a working scaffold. I've had that happen a number of times. Yeah, you get blitzed, and I think the original question was it's much easier to look back, I guess, once you're profitable rather than when you're in it, and it's very hard. That's fair, but I would also say if that's the case, then you need to take that time to, again, it's one of those consolidation, reflect things, like where you are. You're like, yeah, this is not ideal, but there's probably a bunch of takeaways that you can gather from that. I know in the worst times I've had of things, stuff wasn't ideal. It's not what I wanted, but there was other things that came along because something else got disrupted that I can then like sit in, absorb that and be like, this is actually pretty cool. right? You know, like it's not perfect right now, but I'm doing this other thing, and this is really good, and I'm laying up into the future, which is going to be nice. I'm doing all the right things right now. Something else has happened to you extraneously that's out of your control, so you just got to deal with it, but you're still there doing everything that you need to do, even if it's not 100% working at that time. You're still doing it all, and you know that if you keep doing it, keep smashing against that brick wall, whatever, eventually it will break down, and you'll be on the other side. And then you'll be like, wow, I'm so thankful that I kept going with it, and you'll be stronger and better for it. Overall, I think I've said this in the past before, like if you gave me 10 years to live, like I'd spend, you know, it's that old quote of like, I'd spend 9 years getting ready for the 10th kind of thing. It's similar-ish to that, right? Where those things suck in the moment and going through it all, but then later on, hoping you have more than 10 years, right? One extra year to live, that huge hardship sets you up to actually go the next like decades and perform really well, and then that's where you get the juice, right? But in real time, it feels like that day is never going to come. It's a million miles away. Feels like you're never going to get old. You're never going to, you know, pass at some point, whatever. You know, everyone feels like they're here today and they're going to be here tomorrow too, forever. But those futures do come. So yeah. If
And
you
you
lock
blink
in,
and they
take
just
whatever you can get from today,
yeah.
then you'll be able to squeeze it out tomorrow.
And you blink and they're here. You find yourself just like suddenly in a different chapter of your life. I was looking at the things that I feel particularly pressed by now. 2 years ago, they were my dream. I was like, man, I'd love to be in that chapter. And then what happens is eventually you grow so much around it that those things that you aspired for become your normal. And you're like, oh man, I've got to try and get this done and this done and this. And it shows just how much growth has happened in 2 years. And I think that could never have happened without the consistent turning up and just relentlessly executing on high priority tasks. And you never know where it's going to take you. I'll be honest. 4 years ago, I was so focused. I was probably about 10,000 hours deep through my back tests and my studies. I was so focused on my lane. I'm going to be the biggest, the baddest trader I can ever be. And I had no idea that I would eventually go on to run a live trading stream and meet William Davis. I had no idea that I was going to be trading a 5ers account and taking it through from nothing to a funded account live on stream in front of a good audience. I didn't know that this would be, what I'm doing now would be a part of my chapter, and I absolutely love this chapter. But you watch Slumdog Millionaire. It's where they go through these kind of weird life experiences that later on qualifies them to navigate different chapters of their lives. And this is something that I would say in the first couple of years of being an unprofitable trader, this was something that I never anticipated. It was building me into the person I needed to become. And at the time, if I would have accepted and looked at that as this is my building chapter, I've got some rough edges, they're going to get knocked off, it's going to be a bit painful as it happens. You know what? These are the bend or break. And I've got to learn to bend with the market. When I'm wrong about a trade, I've got to cut it rather than being like, no, hopefully it comes back up. I can tell you it breaks your account when it doesn't come back up. So these are the kind of things that if I would have looked at, this is my trading chapter that's building me into the trader I need to be. But I just took it all as nothing works. It's a rude market, it's offensive, it's hostile, it's out to get me and stop hunt me, and it was just the way I perceived it. And this is because I put all of my eggs in that trading basket and it needed to work. If I could go back, I would sit there and say, look, I don't know if this takes me a year, 2, 3, or 10. So I can't do this full time. I'm going to diversify. I'm going to have a part-time gig, which I just like work in a warehouse or whatever, and I just trade 10, 20 hours a week, 30 hours a week, and I build the skill. And if it takes me a year, 2 years, 3 years, at least I'm still building in some chapters of my life. And that was one of the hardest things was I almost froze my life entirely for 3 years and told myself, as you said, if I had 10 years to live, 9 would be getting ready, and then I'll really live in the 10th year. And I told myself, when I become profitable, I'm going to really live, because I'm going to go and I'm going to buy the Audi R8, and I'm going to go to a spa. Like, I'm going to go around the UK and go to a spa every single day and just do a massive month-long loop around the UK and go to the 30 best spas. I'm going to go on holiday. Like, we went to Mexico, and there was this $130,000 a week room that we got given a tour around, and it was, I mean, it was insane. It came with its own chef. It had a pool on the roof. You had a shower that you could get a whole football team in. Not that you'd want to, it'd be a bit weird, but it was just a massive space, right? And it was like, it was massive. And I remember going, yeah, I'm going to go back to Mexico. I'm going to get that room, 130 grand. And what happened is I put life on a block of ice and said, I will do all these things when I become profitable. And so what happened for 3 years? I did nothing but stress myself out. I sat at the computer 15 hours a day, and I was building into the person and the skill set I would need, but at the suffocating. And as a performance coach now, you can trade and make money, but you can also trade and make money and do it in balance and harmony, where you're also doing it congruently to the rest of your life. And what I did is I pushed life out of the way and just went down a rabbit hole with trading. And I think that's not the kindest way that I would like to treat myself, as, you know, as your best friend, and you're responsible for kind of how you feel, how you think, how you act. I wasn't the best version of myself. So as a result, I look back at it now and say, what would it look like? It would be balance. It would be just getting out of the house. It'd be keep working on your social groups. Maybe diversify your income a little bit. These are all the things that I wish I would have done, rather than just disappeared for 3 years. And this is why in the Trader's Journey this month within the Discord, we've just released our next new week challenge. So we're on week 3 of Trader's Journey month, and every single week we are releasing a new challenge. We pick 3 traders who win the challenge. Each one gets a trading account. I mean, we're giving away over 30 trading accounts this month. LJ, do you know what this week's specific IRL challenge is? Do you know what it is just yet? If you don't, it's not a problem, because it only posted a couple of hours ago.
Yeah, I was going to say, not the IRL one.
Okay,
No.
okay. So the IRL challenge this month is to cook and take a picture of your best trader meal. And I'm super excited to see what you come up with this, because I know you're a foodie just like me when it comes to your favorite food. So what's your favorite food?
Hang on.
No. What do you cook? What do you make? What's your home cooked recipe? Is there a takeaway you get? How do you fuel the trader that's behind the charts? So each week we're encouraging traders to build a bit of life balance, get away from just the screens, get outside, touch some grass. We've got Trader React videos coming out this week. Again, we'll have 3 more winners that will take home 3 different accounts. We've got weekly challenges. We've got IRL challenges. We've got a massive raffle at the end of the month. And we've all got our Trader Journey spaces where we're focusing on balancing trading with what life throws at us at the same time as well. So what do you got?
YouTube. That didn't work. I was trying
I don't
to
know.
trying to post the thing. Wait, is this?
Do you need me to bring up my screen? There it is.
There we go.
There it is.
I like this. This is good.
I can tell you now, that picture will look nothing like the picture I'm going to present.
I was gonna say, are we going for like something looking 3 Michelin stars, aesthetic, you know, real pretty, or are we going for like the thing that looks like a dog's breakfast but tastes just beautiful? You know?
It's your comfort food. It's when I say, LJ, what's your best meal that you've ever had? It's the first thing that pops into your mind. I mean, you guys saw how excited I got over tacos, right? I showed you that video. It's going to be something like that. For me, it's presentation 2, taste 10. That's me. That's what I'm going to go for. So, yeah, we've got a lot of good stuff. And a quick shout out later on today, if you are in the 5ers Discord, we're going to be dropping the video that we did a special webinar, peanut butter sandwich. You know what? If it is, I'm sure it'll be one of the best peanut butter sandwiches in the world. Last week, Thursday, we done a special webinar inside the 5ers Discord. It was a one-time only webinar. It was a very special event. I prepped and shared some very unique slide presentations for this webinar. And we smashed and hit all-time highs within that Discord session. We'll probably never have another session like it. We did get requests to record that session, so in the 5ers recording session in their Discord later on today, that video is going to be uploaded. So if you missed it last Thursday, or if you want to check it out again, go check it out. It's a big breakdown on exactly what the 5ers vision and mission is when it comes to the Trader's Journey project. What is it? How does it work? How does it benefit you as a trader? How do you use it? How do you get involved as well? And I'm super excited because LJ, for the first time, posted this massive value add inside the Trader's Journey section as well. So hopefully we can see a little bit more interaction with the 5ers team. If not, you know, we're just going to make all the funding accounts on our own, mate. And we'll just get the payouts on our own. That's fine.
Hey, look, that's fine. I'm getting into it. I've got a bit more space. There's been a lot of stuff going on in the background. I've worked through a bunch of things, so I've got some more capacity now coming through. So
sounds awesome, dude. I know what that chapter feels like. For me, I've just been doing my weekly reviews in there. I've been doing my daily step count. I've been, kind of showing I'm staying off social media and binge watching YouTube shorts, and just focusing on how to create the time to get through the highest priority stuff. And for me, again, I'm still probably a few weeks away from getting to that point where I'm putting in that high quality reps publicly. It's just only so many hours in a day. So it's like a placeholder where here's my weekly review. Here's kind of the work I'm doing, but traders will know when I share properly what it is that I'm doing, that I'm focusing on development and growth, then I'll put it in that channel as well. So that's kind of what I'm doing in the 5ers Discord. If you don't know what we're talking about, it's called the Trader's Journey Project. There is a huge area where we have over 200 traders that are all sharing their own journeys, their own diaries. They have their own channels. It's all within the 5ers Discord. And we're seeing some incredible growth in there. We're seeing traders that have never been funded get funded for the first time. We're seeing traders that have never had payouts getting payouts for the first time. Better than that, we're seeing traders that would literally revenge trade their ass off and stop and say, I'm going to go and write in my diary instead, because I know I'm at my tilt point, and took my one loss today, got stop hunted out. I'm not going to chase. I'll come back tomorrow. So we're seeing so much personal growth within there. And I have my own channel in there as well. William Davis has got his own channel in there where he's updating some of the stuff that goes on in his life and what's happening with his stream account. And looking forward to seeing how that grows and develops throughout this month and next month as well.
Definitely. I was going to bring it up on stream, but I was like worried bringing up my Discord. I was like, am I going to dox myself somehow? So
I would. So
yeah,
we will, but it has to be handled in a way that you're not sharing everything.
that's what I thought. I was like, oh yeah, maybe I'll.
Yeah,
never mind.
Same reason I can't share mine, simply because you'll have work stuff on there as well, and. Yeah, so we will present it, but the best way if you want to get visibility around this is get inside the 5ers Discord, scroll down on the left-hand side, click on the Trader's Journey, read through, start here, and see if it's a good fit. If it is, we'll welcome you with open arms. If it isn't, then I wish you all the best, and I hope your trading reaches the heights you want. But for me, I would never have been able to do it without being intentional, getting feedback on the kind of things that that work and don't work, and go from there. Dude, I'm conscious. Aren't we due a break?
We are just now. So yeah, guys. So if you guys haven't jumped in from yesterday and aren't yet aware, obviously we're starting the stream 1 hour earlier from now on. So we cover a bit more of London, and then coming up to the current hour just now, we're going to have a half an hour break, sort of breaking up the earlier end of Asia into London session, and then rolling towards New York after that. So for now, we will be going for a 30-minute break, and we will see you guys very shortly back here with, I believe, Rich, Buyu, and the crew first up, I think. So I don't know if Will's coming back. But yeah, anyway, see you guys soon.
Cheers.
Peace.
Thank you.
Cheers, Rich. Ciao.
Hello.
Yo,
Welcome back.
yo.
Yo, yo.
Both of us can grab the beard and just
Yeah,
do the...
Unfortunately, I can't grab the hair. That's a tougher task for me at the moment.
What's up, Booyu? How you been?
What's up? I'm good. I'm good. Yeah, just had an interesting 24 hours. The market didn't quite go the way I wanted, but on the plus side, I've discovered two new artists. One of them you might actually like.
I might.
Yes. So I don't know if you've heard of a person called Alex Terrible.
Oh, yeah, I do. I think it's... I can't remember his band's name. He's a bare knuckle boxer and a metal vocalist.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
So like I was listening to a bit of that. Not necessarily my usual music, but I do respect the vocal range to be able to do the. I can't even
Growl.
imitate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there we go. Slaughter to Prevail. Thanks,
It's
MJ.
not-
Yeah,
yeah.
what a band name. I know of him. I don't listen to that band, to be dead honest with you.
Okay. But is that like more up your alley?
No, it's way more up MGM's alley.
Okay.
So I grew up listening to metalcore music. So
Okay.
that would be stuff like Kill Switch Engaged, Bullet for My Valentine, that kind of like stuff. And then I was also, I still am a very, very big fan of bands like Avenged Sevenfold, Breaking Benjamin, Alter Bridge. Like I have all of these like alternative metal and metalcore bands that I absolutely adore. I'll listen to it every day. System of a Down, I love them. That's like new metal stuff. Linkin
Huh.
Park, like all the let's say early 2000s, late 90s. That's kind of like my era. Let's put it like
Yeah.
that. Being
Yeah.
a young man at heart, gray hair and all.
I mean, the furthest I got, like, I don't usually listen to like rock and metal and stuff like that. The furthest I got was listening to Linkin Park a little bit after, obviously, the Jay-Z Encore thing. And I'm gonna honorarily include it as urban music, but what's the band? Chocolate Starfish. Is it Limp Bizkit?
Yeah, it's Limp Bizkit.
Yeah, yeah. I'm sorry,
Now,
Limp Bizkit are.
they're also considered new metal because of the rap element that they add to it.
Okay.
Chocolate
I
Starfish.
consider it urban music. I'm just saying they are honorary, like for me, urban music because everyone just listened to Chocolate Starfish on repeat. Everyone knew the lyrics to Roll In, and did the little dance, keep rolling, 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 rolling. Ah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, urban music. I never thought of it would be classified as urban music.
But yeah, okay. And the other artist I discovered was a Yoruba guy, a Nigerian guy who grew up in India and raps in Hindi
Oh,
and Punjabi, I believe. His name's Young Sammy, so YUNGSAMMY. For those who want to, try something a little bit different.
try some of Buyu's some of Buyu's music tastes. Louis, what's up, mate?
Hey, what's up? Am I Brazilian?
Oh yeah, Buyu Brazilian.
No, I'm not Brazilian. I did get this shirt in Rio though. I have been to Brazil once, and I did capoeira, which is why I have this shirt. Muzenza is the name of a capoeira group, a pretty big one, which is probably why you immediately thought, brasileiro.
This guy's from Brazil.
Yeah.
Just wanted to say welcome back to everybody. We are now officially in the pre-New York session. Yes, this session is now going to be all about what to expect going into New York, from now into New York, obviously. So we're done now with the London session. London session is over and closed out. If you had a bunch of really good trades in the London session, Don't worry, pre-New York and New York is your next attempt to get some really good trades. So, Buyu, what are you looking at, my friend?
Right. I'm gonna just quickly go over the trades I'm already in, so you guys can enjoy a bit of that with me. So starting off strong with Nasdaq, that pulled all the way back and has almost taken me out. My stop loss is at 29,610. I'm using the Wanda price feed, which may be like 20 points above the fibers one. So it's weird sometimes having to make that adjustment.
IC markets. Get the IC markets trading view one. It's the closest for Nasdaq. So it's going to be US Tech 100 index.
Okay.
You'll see it's very close to the 5ers data feed.
Okay, I might plug that in next. The reason I stuck a Wanda is because that's a popular broker, and there is another firm that company now belongs to, and I do have a account with them as well, but we're not going to talk about that. But yeah, this almost took me out as like 5 points away. So the low was 29,614. My stop loss was at 29,610. So if you take off 20, that might give you what it's like in the fivers. So very close to get taken out there. Actually, I'll go straight from there to Bitcoin. Bitcoin, I have moved my stop loss to slightly profitable. Still looking for it to push a bit higher, but with everything taking a bit of a pullback, I am, if it gets taken out, it gets taken out. But I'm still targeting these levels up here. In regards to would I get into a new trade right now? No, I wouldn't get into a new trade right now. Time to trade is at these levels. So down here at the blue line or up here at the red line, that's where you want to start looking for the next trade. So I'm in this trade because I was already in this trade. I'm not entering new, and I wouldn't enter a new trade here. And the same thing for Nasdaq. We kind of blew through one of the blue lines that was there previously. So we did have an equal low around there. Just quickly draw that out on the chart for you. So at this level, you had this low here, roughly equal to this low. In terms of the next area, I'd be looking to go long or short. We've got this blue line down here, and this red one up here. And maybe we might get a bounce off here. We'll have to see how it reacts when it gets to that level. But for now, if you are in a Nasdaq trade on a higher time frame basis, on the basis of how I trade, I wouldn't be getting into one.
Are you knocked out of that trade right now, or is it almost knocked
No,
out?
it's hanging by a thread in that trade. So it is the low of that candle was 5 points away from my.
Oh wow!
From my.
Can you imagine
so,
it turns around from here?
Yeah, I'm still. Traders logic tells me that. Oh yeah, no, it stopped just before. This is my lucky day. Of course, I'm not going to get taken out.
Do you think 5 points or 50 points?
I'm trying to figure out what the best way to put it is. So my stop loss is at 29,610. The low was 29,614.
Oh, okay, so that's 4.
Yeah.
So anything in front of the decimal is a point. So and then obviously 10 points, 100 points, and so on and so forth. Yeah. So okay, so 5 points. Wow, that was.
Yeah, less than 5 points. Very close.
Yeah, that's crazy. We did come all the way down to almost 600. Just slightly lower than 600, like 599 on the US Tech one. So here. So you'll see this candle over here. The low is now hidden. Where's there we go. Was 29,599.3. And on the 5ers one, it was 29,598.33 was the low.
On my 5ers account, I've got my stop loss set to 590. I think I just rounded up just to be careful. I was like, 20 points away. Let's call it that.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. I can actually see us potentially have a little bit of a pullback from here. Just try and push up a little bit, I think. So 4-hour chart was very, very bearish the whole of yesterday. Little bit of a bullish, let me hide that. A little bit of a bullish attempt at rollover, pushing price up. Then It slowed down, consolidated, started breaking lower, retested that low of consolidation, and then started falling lower and lower and lower. And now, round about here, we're starting to slow out a little bit. So we have these little bit more consecutive areas of not confluence, of consolidation. So we have a downward tick. We have an attempt at trying to push price up back again. We have a push lower, a retrace, a push lower. But this is now one of the first times, again, since the Tokyo session over here, where we've actually gone into consolidation, break back directly back into consolidation yet again. So on the 15-minute, you can see we're slowing. The 1 hour, there's 18 minutes left and not the greatest of hourly candles. There may be an attempt to try and retrace a little bit pre-New York, and then we'll see what New York does. Maybe New York tries to sweep the highs of the London session, maybe gets back into... I've got a lot of drawings on the screen now, which is confusing me. We might have a bit of an attempt to try and push up, maybe get back to the New York highs, maybe get back to this area over here, which is a base. So let me draw the base up. This is a 5-minute base right there. So you can see that we've already tested that base area. Okay, let me just mark it up. You can see that as we were dropping lower, this is also a base, by the way. As we were dropping lower, so you have a drop, a base, followed by another drop, followed by another base, followed by another drop. So every one of these candles here is a base, meaning this is an area where bulls tried to break this new downward movement. So it's basically every time we have a bit of a retracement attempt within a leg, that is a base. So in this case, we have two bases that we can potentially come and test. The first one is here, and then the second one is over there. So we've got two bases, maybe, to come and test before we potentially continue lower, because this is quite bearish. This has been a bearish day. It's been a bearish week. So if you go over to the weekly time frame, you'll notice so far bearish price action so far. We have yet to sweep last week's lows, which I think we can do, just not now. Maybe in the New York session, if you know, later in the New York session. You know, when you know, we're slowing down a bit of price action towards the end, and it slowly kind of like dwindles lower. But then again, we're so close to this upper edge that there may be an attempt to try and push price up. I'm not sure. I don't know how much of a buy we can have, how much of buying price action we can have.
I mean, on that weekly time frame, you did have a fair value gap there. Bullish fair value gap. Yeah. So there is a potential for it to retest that bullish fair value gap and then decide to go higher if that fair value gap holds. So,
I mean, wouldn't this be a better area as a fair value gap, and then potentially this one over here as well?
Yeah, and that would overlap with the weekly anyway, right? So
yeah, I think the weekly one is kind of mitigated already, like with this. I mean, I don't expect us to have a reaction just here because of the fair value gap. I would have the expectation that we're going to react off of there because that was the low of this day. That was the daily low. So,
yeah.
Anyway, this one here is also just slightly above the 50 EMA as well, and it kind of aligns with the price action that we had here. The price action that we had here. You know, it's acting as an area of support and resistance. So acted as a bit of support, bit of support, bit of support, bit of resistance, bit of support. So that makes more sense to have that as a zone instead of just the fair. Well, maybe the idea that it's a fair value gap and it acts as an area of support and acts as an area of resistance when it breaks through, potentially. Well, we'll see.
Okay.
But this is 29,121, so it's about 520 points away from where we are right now, which is quite a single.
yeah, fair drop.
I think my internet is struggling a little bit.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because I feel like I freeze every now and then.
Yeah, I just saw it. I just saw it, but it's fine. I think it's manageable for the stream. People in the chat, let us know if it's a bit too much.
On Nasdaq, we also have an established zone. This area of consolidation here with this long wick below, we had a singular reaction. This was the 11th, and then this reaction broke these highs with this movement here. So it's this whole movement here off of that reaction there. So to me, a established zone, if we're going to come down, this is the first area of call for me. So which is 29,461 to 29,318. That's the first area that I think we can come and test. And this is an area that I think we can come and test today. So maybe a bit of a retracement pull up and then eventually a pull. Maybe not today, but maybe in the early hours of tomorrow morning. The Tokyo session. Like have a bit of a pullback, get back into these areas over here, which happen to be this area of resistance. This is on the 4 hourly. So we're taking the highs of Wednesday the 5th, Monday the 10th, Wednesday the 12th, and then the lows of Friday the 14th. So this whole segment here, I would say, very nice area. This is also an established zone, so we'll see whether or not price is going to come back to this area. I would say if we're going to have a retracement, it'll be to this point here. So where's that tool? This. If we're going to retrace now, we might retrace into this, and then we'll decide whether or not we want to continue pushing lower. And then if we do push lower, it will be to this area over here. So something like that. Obviously, lower price time frame, it'll do, a bit up, down, and then eventually a continuation lower. That's if we're going to react off of the two zones. Established area here because it was a support and resistance point which was reacted upon previously. This bottom one is an area of interest and established zone because of the fact that we had consolidation with a reaction after breakout, retest, and continuation up higher. That's what I would say. This is what I'm seeing potentially happening. I mean, even here, like even on the hourly, you have this little area of interest right now. So acted as a bit of support, acted as resistance, breakthrough, acted as support, acted as support, acted as support, breakthrough, jumped back up again. So yeah, where we're reacting right now makes a lot of sense to me for us to potentially try and get back to this area here.
Well, I'm hoping that happens. That's what I'm hoping happens. At least, that might give me a chance to move my stop loss a bit. If it goes back to the previously established equal high level, then I'll move my stop loss. And I'll still be in for a loss, but it'll be a reduced loss in that case. But yeah, for now, I wouldn't say to anyone, hey, get into a NAS trade either way. Wait for those established levels or equal highs and lows to retest those before making a decision to go long or short.
Yeah, if we take the full 4-hour candle movement from yesterday's highs all the way down to today's lows, we have a 50% FIP retracement back to 29,922 and a 618 29,998. So that's about a 76 point movement for the two zones. So there's 0.5% FIP retracement and the 0.618 FIP retracement, which aligns with that established zone to a degree, and also the lower end of that base is also at the 0.15. So a lot of confluences in my eyes that's stacking up to this idea that we can potentially have that retracement.
And how much of a role do fibs play in your trading? Or do you just use them every now and again as a confluence?
I just use them as a confluence. I don't trade fibs at all. But I do like the idea that price wants to come to a point of value where it wants to move to a price area where it's deemed as being cheaper or being deemed as it's now at a discount, that kind of like thing. And the fib rules plays into that idea where if you've retraced 70% of the full move that you've had, the full leg, there is a potential that this could reverse and turn into a new directional move, like reverse from a short to a long. If you go to halfway point and you start rejecting, it makes sense because now you're in that value area. So it makes sense. I just don't use it for my trading specifically. It's a visual tool for me.
Okay, fair enough. I remember the very first strategy I tried to come up with was a weird kind of fib strategy where I basically trade as it went through each level. I just move my stop loss up. So, at the 382, I'd enter the trade, and then at the 0.5, I'd move my stop loss from the 0 to the 0.382 and continue like that. Wasn't a very good strategy, but I was just trying things out when I was new.
A young green trader.
Yeah.
So I think with Nasdaq this is what I'm looking at. I'm just going to hide that so that it can be a little bit more clearly. The two areas that I am looking at is a retracement back to this base and then a reaction off of that base to try and get to this area, this established zone down here. Maybe to the top of the box, maybe to this swing point, which was the 11th Tuesday, the 11th low. We'll see. There's still quite a bit of price action that needs to be broken through. We still have the London low right now. We have this established zone as well. We have the lows of Wednesday right over here, as well as that high point. So this whole area here acting as a bit of resistance as well. Still need to break through that as well. So I think this is the most likely thing that I'm seeing right now.
All right.
Let's look at the rest of your trades.
I also had a gold trade on, and this I have moved my stop loss. And again, this is a very tight one in terms of, why is this not working? Okay. But we've got equal highs.
Runtime error.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's a runtime error. So just save your settings as defaults, and then you remove it, and then you just reapply it to the chart, and then it will be fixed.
Okay. I'll probably look into that afterwards, because I think it may just be affecting. Yeah, it's just affecting gold. First I've seen of it, so I'll probably look into that afterwards. Okay. Now
anyway,
gremlins in the system. Okay. So we touched equal high on gold. Let me just draw that out so you can see it clearly on the lower time frames. So around there. So on the 15-minute, for those who don't know, I trade the reversals against the equal highs and lows. So in this case, you have a high, low, and then a higher high. So if that gets broken through, and I like to trade off of the FVG, let me see if I can zoom in a bit more so things are a bit clear. So once it gets through that FVG, I then start looking at shorts. Luckily, it seems that FVG has still held, and it's holding quite solidly. So it likes that level. But at 4,385, if it breaks through that level, I might start looking at shorts because we're bouncing off of that equal high on the higher time frame. For me, this means I'm just moved my stop loss into profit. In regards to getting into trades, I'd be waiting for a short opportunity based on breaking through that 4,385.
So wait, you're saying you think gold is going to go lower?
So at the moment, I'm still on the bullish side. If we break through 4,385, then we look at a stop and reverse and potentially lower.
Okay.
Would I jump into that trade though? Well, we have the next equal low quite close by. So I would avoid jumping into the short. It is a valid short if you just want to like try and get there to there. Do I want to? I don't use take profits, so for me, that space between there and there would probably be too small for me to justify getting into the short. So if I
Re-entering
was
it.
using take profits, yeah. So if I was doing a short based on going through 4385 and using take profit just to that level, a-okay. For the way I trade, which is a trailing stop loss, not good, not enough space for me to really trail my stop loss to anywhere significant. So yeah, I'm still long on gold unless it breaks out of this, in which case I'll be looking at it to come back down here or even down here. So at the moment, I'm still long on gold. The long bias is there. My levels are holding nicely on the 15-minute time frame. Only issue is if it decides to break even lower, go through the 4385, then I'm on a temporary short-term short. Would I get into that trade? Only if I was using a take profit just to that level, because I'm not sure how much further it can go than that. And
Would you
I
hedge?
don't use.
Would you hedge your long?
No, I don't. I don't like hedging. I don't like anything that, in general, might get me in trouble with rules, and that means trading like very extremely. So I've heard some companies don't like hedging. Some
Hedging is
companies.
100% fine, so long as you're doing it in the same account. So if you can't hedge across accounts, so have your 100k be a buy and then the other 100k be a sell. You can't do that. Yeah, but you
I'm
can do
not
it
sure
in the
how.
same account.
Yeah, I'm not sure how other companies treat it in terms of hedging in the same account. And yeah, I've always just been cautious. Hence why, for instance, I say I only trade off of one device, my phone, because there is never going to be an IP issue. I'm never going to, for instance, put on my VPN on my phone, because I don't use VPN on my phone. I use it on my laptop. And, my IP address is the same. It's all good. I'm extra cautious. So cautious that I've even written up every single prop firm rule I could find. And I don't know, I'm quite tempted now to show you a copy of that, but I am
Funnily enough,
not.
you missed the hedging one. No, hedging is allowed only if it is done in the same account. So if you have in this case, let's use your current trade as an example. You have a gold buy currently running. Let's say account 123 has a gold buy. You are allowed to take a hedge on gold in account 123. So you are allowed to do that. What you're not allowed to do is have account 123 and account 234, one be a buy and the other one be a sell on gold. That you're not allowed to do.
Okay.
So same account, you're allowed to do. Opposite accounts, nope. That you're not allowed to do cross-account hedging. But within account, hedging is fine.
All right. I'm going to show you the level of obsession I have.
Yeah, I can see that. Okay.
So here we have all of my write-ups on all of the rules. So scaling, what's the max accounts you can have, what the max scaling is, the limits. So can you copy trade, or what the swap fees are, the news rules, all of that obsessively written out because I am a nerd,
So
apparently.
that's you're a bit OCD.
A bit OCD, yeah.
Yeah, you're
And
a bit
you
OCD.
can't see it. I have hidden the other columns, but obviously I've done this for a lot of other firms I trade with as well. But
Yeah.
we'll just stick to the 5ers here.
Yeah, no problem. This is good. Like, you should keep it updated though. Like, make sure that you go through the rules and just update them as you go, because some of the rules over time adjust. Like, let's say for argument's sake, when we first had the futures accounts, you would have 3% drawdown available to you. It's now 4%. So just make sure that you go through that detail and then you update it as it goes. I see we have a very fancy trader in the background.
Hey.
Fancy. What's up, Griff? Can I bring you up?
Hey guys.
What's up, Griff?
Thanks for having me on. Nice to see you guys.
Nice to see you too.
I watched your most recent video, and I was like giggling at like some of the stuff that you were saying about,
Oh, really?
about how people telling you that you're no longer profitable. Like, what
Yeah.
idiots.
Yeah, no, it's funny. That's what made me think to make the video, because I was like, that is so weird. Someone's watched like 2 of my videos, and this is their first impression of me.
They've come to the conclusion that Griff is not a profitable trader.
Yeah, and they let me know, and then they left.
and they were sure to let you know, you suck.
Exactly. Yeah, it was interesting.
For those in chat who do not know, Griff has his own YouTube channel where he documents his trading and the systematic approaches and all that kind of like stuff. And he's also sponsored by The5ers. So go and have a look at his YouTube content. It is well worth it. A lot of fun, interesting stuff. I enjoy it. I watch it every time there's a new video.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, yeah, I might check out the channel.
Appreciate
What is it? What's
Griff
the channel
Trades.
name? Griff Trades.
Griff Trades.
Link
Yeah.
in the bio. Link in the description box below.
Yeah, I had my I did a 5ers series for context on the video Richard watched, where I tried to pass a 5ers challenge in 12 months, and then those 12 months just so happened to be the worst of the last 5 years I've traded. And
Yeah.
so I ended the challenge. I've been in profit on the challenge the whole time, which is why it's even funnier that people thought I was unprofitable. But yeah, I didn't pass it in the 12 months, and yeah, I guess I'm trying to give like a realistic perspective of trading, because I've had challenges take like 10 months to pass before, and I'd rather that than like failing quickly.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's good to give a realistic expectations, I think, because a lot of people, you know, if they don't pass their prop firm challenge within like a month or 2, then they feel like they're doing something wrong. But then consistently profitable trading is like riding those waves of the slow periods, and the, you know, sometimes you get periods where you get all the trades at once, which is what happens to me, and then I pass all of a sudden randomly at like month 9. But yeah, like last 12 months have been so strange. Before I would be passing prop firm challenges in like 3 months, but even that's too slow for some people, I think. It's just interesting to see all these people's different like perspectives on what they think trading should look like, you know?
There's definitely this stigma, let's put it like that, about how quickly you're supposed to be passing an account. So there's a lot of people that believe it has to be you know, if you haven't passed an account in a week, you're not a trader. And it's just like, okay. Unfortunately, it's different strokes for different folks. You know, it's like some people want the long game, some people want that quick profit. That, you know, it's the dichotomy of trading. Let's put it like this: it's the duality, the juxtaposition. All of these words that you can use to describe opposite ends of trading.
Yeah. I mean, I think I heard somewhere a stat saying that 70% of traders fail their account within the first 10 to 14 days.
Great for prop firms.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of churn in that first 2 weeks. And that's why I think a lot of firms used to use the 2-week timeline for payouts and stuff like that. Because, you know, if you're just gambling, trying to get through as quick as possible, the vast majority of people, even if they get funded, if they're just taking that attitude, within 2 weeks, their account's gone before their first payout.
I think the latest stat I saw about the amount of people that, let's say, first and foremost, passes an account, I think is 87% of people fail.
Wow.
So it's 13% of people pass their accounts that get to funded. And then of that 13%, there's probably another 50% of them that only make one payout. And of the ones that make one payout, there's like a fraction of that goes on to take multiple payouts. And it's a blend of reasons why that happens. It's the consistencies of the people, you know, the trading practices that the people have. There's a very, very finite amount of people that actively, consistently get payouts. And those ones that do that all do the same thing. They all have a very consistent approach. They focus on the process, not the profits. They focus on making sure that they react when the market gives them their signal, and they let their trades do what their expectancy is. They, like, all of them do the same stuff. The ones that try and gamble their way through, that boom and bust cycle, they're the 87% that either doesn't make it or loses accounts. It's just the stat is there. It's available. You can search for it and you can find that information.
There's so many like contradictions in trading, because it makes sense that the person you see online making the most money should be the most successful trader, but that's not necessarily the case, because that person may have made all of that money in that 1 month and then not show all of the periods where they're losing. Like, we all have different metrics. Someone might want to make as much profit as possible and not caring about the max drawdown. Other people may want to just get the biggest payouts possible, like regardless of how many challenges they fail. We all have different approaches. Some people want few big trades, like many small winning trades. So yeah, there's all different, because there's not necessarily any wrong. Like, all those can work and be profitable long term. So it's all about like finding what style works best for you. And for me,
It's that balance, yeah.
I just want assurances. As long as I'm profitable on like 10 years, it doesn't matter if I'm making all the profits inside 1 year. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
As long as I'm consistently profitable on the long term, that's all that I'm focused on, I think. Like, I don't even care month to month, like, or even year to year, like 10 years, 20 years, like big, long term. That's where I want to see consistency.
It's one of the reasons why I think a lot of people that are full-time traders also say don't trade full-time.
Yeah, exactly.
They're like, you know what? Maybe the best move would be get a job and then trade on the side. That kind of like thing.
Yeah.
So that you can kind of like have a buffer for those months, maybe even years, where you're not making profits, but you're also not losing money. You're just not. It's like a fight for break even, pretty much.
Yeah.
So I would advise that to anybody that is a full-time trader. Have secondary, tertiary forms of income, and don't just be solely reliant on trading, because there's a saying, there's a quote with poker that says it's a hard way to make an easy living. So
I like that.
So trading is the same. It's a hard way to make an easy living, especially if you're only reliant on it. Let's put it like that.
Yeah, that's.
By the way, you did have a trade the other day, Griff. We were very excited about it. Do you want to show us how that's gone?
Yeah, sure. I'll show you. I think I've got my screen up.
Yeah, it's shared. Let's go find your. Oh, there we go. Here we go.
So, I took a trade over here, a short, and I got tagged out by a millipip.
What?
After like 2 months. How typical. But then here's the thing, right? That makes it even more frustrating. So there were actually 2 entries. If I do my bar replay tool, just before the live stream, I should have been setting a pending order right here. I would have done a 12 pip stop, and that would have actually kept me in. But I missed that entry. So I took the next valid entry, which was a flag setup right here, and I used a bigger stop loss. I used 15, and yeah, it just tagged me out. And with my risk management rule, so that would have been reduced risk there, and then I think I would have been tagged out. So this broke the low. I would have been tagged out right here. So,
if you re-entered.
Yeah, if I took the original entry, which I missed, it would have been like a 3% winner, but it ended up being 1% loss.
Oh, with your trailing stop loss.
With the trailing stop loss, yeah, just showing how it would have trailed.
Yeah.
It would have been quite close. Like if we didn't get this low break, it's quite tight. Without this low break, I mean, I don't always look at what ifs, but just for the sake of showing everybody all the multiple ways that this could have gone, I could have potentially trailed it all the way down here if this low didn't break right here, and that would have been a much bigger trade. That's what I thought I'd missed initially, but after looking more closely, I was like, no, there's a low break here, so I would have had my my stop there. So yeah, it's not a big loss. Thankfully, it's like a 3%. Well, it's a missing out on a potential 3% by taking the later entry. So like the opportunity cost. But yeah, I took a 1% loss, unfortunately. But yeah, these are my entries. They're very few and they're often quite precise. But so, like I have a very tight stop loss, and quite often it tags my stop loss. It tags my entry, and I have like 1 or 2 pips of drawdown. Like it doesn't go against me very much. And I've really optimized my stop loss to be as tight as possible. And you can see that in this scenario where it just tagged me out. And that's to maximize my profit. And yeah, like I've reduced my win rate by doing this, but on the few trades which do run, I end up making much more. Because like I could have used, you know, maybe a more sensible stop loss would have been above the high here, and then I would have had a pretty safe win. But that's not my style of trading. I like to have really tight stop loss, big wins. And I just find that although this is harder to do, like psychologically, when I tested both varieties on the larger sample size, this approach made a lot more profit. That is taking fewer large wins rather than more small wins. So yeah, I've gotten used to this approach, even though it's much tougher, just because my results show that's what's most profitable. And if I can trade like a robot, like without emotion, then that's what's going to make me the most money. So I've just learned to do that.
I tried taking a trade this morning. I had some electrical issues, and you can see that my internet is also just a little wonky as well. I'll show you now quickly what I wanted to get in on, but I missed it, and then I took the follow-up. I wanted to take this. So this was that, you know, push lower. We reacted off of a base, made a new low down here, came back up again, and then continued pushing lower with vigor. So I look for the drop, the base, and the drop. This is a continuation trade. It's not a reversal one. But my power was out as we came into stream, and then up until like close to the end of the stream, my power was out. And when I came back in and I started setting everything up, I'd already missed this. So I was like, okay, don't worry, I'll wait for the next one. And it ended up being this movement here. So it continued down, had a base, and then rallied again, and I climbed in on the rally, and it just came back into the lower portion and just knocked me out. I was like, okay, whatever. Okay. So what? It is what it is. So
Yeah.
So I'm down 0.5% today. We did eventually make our way down to this area that I had in mind. Where was it? It was this zone here. We eventually made our way down there. So the first trade would have been just shy of that. Would have been over here, but there would have been more than enough movement to kind of like secure the trade itself. Even this one over here, I was like, yeah, I think we can nudge in. Yeah, it is what it is. Even if I had a larger stop loss or whatnot, I would still have pretty much been like, oh, okay, this is not going to take profit in anyway. So I just resigned that this trade that I missed was the trade that I needed to have. Oh, sorry, I don't want to remove that. That was the trade that I should have had, and I missed it. And the follow-up trade that I had, the one down here, is too far down into the move. Let's put it like this. I don't know if that makes sense, based on how close we were to that area that I just marked up, that previous area. It's like we were too close to that for me to get in here and thinking that price was going to go all the way down here to do it. Anyway,
Price would kind of have to like overextend to, I think is a good word for if it was to continue from there, because we know it likes to move in, like move up, little pullback, move up, little pullback.
Yeah.
You don't want to get in at the top of the move up because you're expecting the pullback. I've got that kind of methodology in my trading where the best entry is the kind of the first one, like the very beginning of the trend. And the longer the trend goes, like if I were to, like if an entry here is best, slightly less good, slightly less good, slightly less good. So I that's something I consider when I'm deciding, when I'm trying to give a score on whether a trade is worth it or not. I don't put too much weight on it though, because sometimes price can just trend and it will go for days. But most of the time, we know that that isn't what happens. So the best entry is like the beginning of a trend. It's why I like reversal so much, because
Same here.
That they're always, it's the potential beginning of a trend, and when you get it right, it's big profit. Versus a continuation where you don't necessarily know. You know, the first continuation is better than the third, because you don't know if this one's going to continue.
My reversal trades are my most profitable. Obviously, my strategy is split into two. It's reversal trades and continuations. The reversal trade, to me, is the best. It's the one that I have the highest strike rate, I have the highest profit ratios, and I get the highest expectancy. But my total expectancy is a combination of both. So I can't exclude the continuations, because they're a part of my strategy as well. So they have a tendency of, if I've missed the move, it has a lower rate of success. Or if we're too deep into the move, like let's say we're on the third or the fourth leg of this downward move, unfortunately, it's one of those things. So in this case, this morning, NASDAQ had the reversal, quote unquote, in the Tokyo session. So it wasn't a reversal. It was basically just a consolidation breakout. You have the very first leg, the second leg, the third leg, and each one of these legs you can visually see that very strong. The first leg, very strong. Second leg, still decent, but you have these few candles that are really struggling. And then the third leg has more bullish attempts in it. And then eventually it kind of like just fades, and you come into this little lull period, and then eventually you start picking up more momentum again. But then the inverse, the opposite directional attempts are a lot stronger as well. This would have been a very nice bullish trade had we had follow through. We didn't. So we got this break of this recent swing point over here. We didn't break this one, but it doesn't matter. But when this segment here was supposed to have only a single or maybe two bearish candles and then a follow-up bullish candle, then this would have been a very nice potential entry for a long, because you have the low, you have a high, now you're creating a higher low and a higher low over here, potentially with a higher high as well. And then you could have had that trade trying to get back into this area over here. But it didn't play out. There was no confirmation of the follow-up. So to me, it was just, okay, carry on with the continuation. But then you can see that every follow-up leg itself is just weaker and weaker and weaker. So
I think I read price action quite similarly to you. I interpret that the same, with reading the candles like that and looking at the similar kind of highs and lows and how they interact with those. I did this process called naked charting, and I just remove all my indicators and I'd keep my clothes on. And,
not interested anymore.
I just go and I would try and guess the direction of the next candle based on all of the previous candles, and over time you get a really good sense of direction and what the next candle's going to do. So like you were saying there, you can kind of tell, you can begin to gauge kind of like the strength of where price is based on how the candles are interacting with each other. So like when price was moving down there and you were saying like, oh, we're starting to see a bit more bullish strength, you can kind of mark it on this kind of scale in your mind. And you get, this is the thing, I feel like with enough practice you can get direction right more than 50% of the time, really consistently. The hard part of trading is then knowing like when to enter and when to exit, and like where to put your stop.
Act upon it.
Because getting direction is, I feel like you can pick that up with a bit of practice, and like doing naked charting and backtesting and stuff. But like entries, exits, stops, these are what are a bit more tricky. But I think you can also overcomplicate it because it's so It can be so simple at the same time. But yeah, I just go along. Like when it's in a range like this, it's quite difficult to estimate which way you're going to go. But like I'm seeing, we've got this kind of V. So we've started seeing strength down, and then we've retraced quite aggressively, and we've got this huge wick here. And, you know, to have this move, considering the amount of sellers that are in the market, this is like an exceptional amount of strength. And now we've paused, so those buyers are lost. I won't continue because I know price moves down. I've seen the chart.
Obviously you do. But
Yeah.
But yeah,
it's
you
not
know what I mean.
100%.
That
Yeah.
thought process. Yeah, it's good to go on like a randomizer, and then you can just zoom out like this, and then you can just, you know, go to a random date, and then you can something like that. But yeah, it's a good practice.
Yeah, I mean, that's why in the past, so Boo, you obviously, maybe you were watching the streams, or it's before you were a part of the stream, I used to tell Griff, like we trade very similarly. Like we both have I can see exactly why Griff wants to enter a trade. Obviously let's say the nuanced methodology behind his entries and why he chooses which stop losses he chooses and pip values and stuff like that, that's completely his. But like I can see why he wants to enter, and I keep telling him, come to the 5 minute, take your strategy and put it on the 5 minute. It works because I do that and it works. So, yeah,
There's a nice
I love the
price
fact
action there
that you can see
sometimes.
that. Yeah, there is. It has a lot of noise as well. That's true, but you condense what you're looking for in any way. Like hypothetically, that's why I like using the static stop losses and take profits, because I know on average what is the expected move and retracement going to be, and the average for that was for Nasdaq was I'm going to at least have an 80-point move. If it's going to retrace, it's going to be 100 points. That's the average. That's kind of like where it tends to want to retrace off of a reversal. So I know that if I'm going to get in and it proves it's the proof of concept that it wants to continue going up after, you know, being in a downtrend for a little while, it's like a no-brainer to me. It's like, okay, cool. Just wait for the momentum to start shifting. Okay, here we have a breakout candle. Was it before or after a higher low? Okay, it's after a higher low. That's excellent. I want to be in on this. If it's before a higher low, I want to see the higher low first, after a breakout. So, to give you an idea, here we have that idea there. So, it's pushing down. Larger candle phase is it's pushing lower. Obviously, I trade here. I can't trade here. I'm asleep there. But here you have the low, and it starts pushing up, and we actually break that swing. So I take this as a swing as well, because it's the last time that we had any sort of bullish attempt before volumetrically pushing lower. So it's basically the breakout of the consolidation here, if that makes sense. Price goes a little bit lower. You have the low. We start picking up. So there's volume. You're making a higher low in relation to a higher high in relation to this swing point over here. But there's no low yet. There's no new higher low. So it comes down. This is too much volume for this to count as a higher low, even though it is higher than the swing point over here, because it did try an attempt, but there's no follow through. There's no, where's the follow through? Where's the attempt to take a new high? If we had something like this, so low, high, low, and then starts doing this, and it looks like it wants to break that, and then eventually we just wick up and then pull back. From that pullback, I would want to be on a long, as an example, because there's continuation. Or I would want to be in here as a little bit more of a riskier trade, but the idea still stands. There needs to be follow through, and this is not follow through. This is not follow through of bullish price action. This is bullish price action with a break of the recent swing, no follow through whatsoever. So you can see it on the lower time frames as well.
Love it. Yeah, it's interesting. I think a lot of trading is dependent on looking at how price interacts with previous highs and lows. Like in that case, we'd broken with quite a good candle above that previous high, but then we only got a little retrace. So it shows that we broke that high where we'd be expecting a lot of sellers to be, and we had pretty good close, so that means the buyers ended up winning out, and then we only retraced a little bit. So all those sellers, all those pending orders, stop losses that would have been above that high, didn't have that much of an impact. So it shows again how much buyer strength is in the market, and then you'd be ideally wanting to see those buyers continue with another bullish candle, but then we didn't. We kind of just got this slow trickle down. So the sellers were just beating out, which isn't what you want to see for a continuation. But yeah, like I don't know if you need to know why the market works, or like how it's working, like order book, like orders being fulfilled and stuff. Like I don't think you need to know that too much, but it helps to make things make sense a little bit. Like for a long time when I was learning to trade, I was like, do I need to know why this thing works? Like I would be taking flag trades without knowing why price would move in my direction after taking a flag. Like, why does this work so well? But then I think you're able to make it make sense when you think about how price is interacting with these highs and lows, and orders being filled. So yeah, like with the flag, I'd be taking a buy here, no idea why it works. I had no idea. But then it's about, if you're thinking about momentum, I mean, you got all the bullish momentum, all the buyers, lots of buyer strength. You're getting a small pullback, and then when we're retracing below this low, we're interacting with is it buy orders or sell orders? We're interacting with orders, and then basically this confirmation candle is super important. I guess that's what I'm saying. Like when you were showing your example where we had this high, and then we got loads of momentum up, we had a pretty good break above, only a trickle down. We need that confirmation candle, which would be another candle here, and this is my confirmation candle for flags. Momentum. Yeah, you've got to see, like, you want to see this is potential trade happening. We're breaking above, we're seeing weakness. Now I need confirmation. There's like a signal, and like for me, we've got this big push up. We're not seeing any. We're only seeing a little bit of weakness, not seeing much weakness, and then this is my confirmation. So I think a lot of trades are like 3-part setups like that when I think about it. Thinking out loud. Sorry.
No. I mean, like. Like in my case, I have my own way of looking at the market. I've always spoken about it as like an arm wrestle. So every candle is an arm wrestle. Every leg is an arm wrestle. And this round, the bulls win. They overwhelm the bears. But the bears then bring it back, and there's a stalemate. And then the bulls win again, and then the bears bring it back to. Yeah. So every time is a new round. It's the bulls and bears just constantly with this arm wrestle. At some point, one of them is going to overwhelm the other one, and then there's going to come a point when the bulls have overwhelmed the bears so much that they tire out. The bulls themselves get tired, and then you start seeing a slowing of the momentum, and then you start seeing, the bears are pushing back with more vigor. So it doesn't matter if there is this institutional group of people that are trying to get the premium entry, and my visualization is the thing that when I look at the market, I'm like, yes, that makes a bit more sense to me. But why it moves is why it moves. It's people trying to, it's big institutions trying to get the best price. It's a constant back and forth selling between this group, that group. There's constant balancing of their order books and all that kind of like stuff. I just don't trade it. I don't use that information. I've condensed it into the idea of an arm wrestle, which is dumb.
No, that's perfect.
Yeah.
That's how I think about it with the scale, where it's like buyers or sellers. It's literally the same scale.
Yeah, it's like a what do you call it? A metronome going back and forth.
Yeah.
Eventually, it's going to be stuck in the middle, and then if there's a bit of a push, it's going to move back and forth. So, yeah.
I've got an interesting thing I wanted to share, actually. Last week, I think I was talking with Will and Buyu about this, like, stupid Bitcoin rainbow chart. And I learned something really interesting. So I was saying like, oh, maybe it's a good time to buy Bitcoin because we're, if you look at this,
In the blue.
we're in the
Yeah.
blue. It's this silly thing. But I found something interesting, and basically, the guy that made this, he made it in I think 2014. So based
Plan
off
B?
of a few years of price action, and it was pretty accurate until I think like 2020, 2021, when it started leaving the scale. It started breaking out of the rainbow, and what he did was he curve fit it. So he adjusted the formula so that it would fit inside the rainbow again. So the chart would fit inside this rainbow. And that, at the point that he curve fit the chart, because price had broken out of it, like it had hit such a big low that it had broken out of the rainbow, price then went on a massive bull run. I think it was this one here. And the reason that's interesting is because he's only ever done this a handful of times, and every time that he's curve fit and he's adjusted the formula of the rainbow chart, it's gone on a huge bull run. And just recently, we've broken out of, his rainbow is ruined again. We've broken out of it, and he's adjusted it. He's adjusted the formula again. Just to curve fit it so that it looks like it's always been correct. Do you know what I mean? And
Yeah.
all of the things I'm seeing, everybody's taking the mick out of this guy and saying, oh, Bitcoin's dead, like all this stuff. And these, I'm thinking, are all such excellent buy signals. Not because the rainbow is fundamentally correct, but like the sentiment behind it, the fact that the price is so bad that he's having to adjust his formula. That's actually a huge buy signal, and historically it's been a buy signal as well.
So what are you saying, Griff? Are you saying let's buy
Let's
Bitcoin?
buy.
Well, I don't financially recommend this, but I've done something pretty interesting recently.
Oh no.
I've
Okay.
made a decision. I was looking at different loans that I could have, and I found this is. I'm always somebody that's been anti-debts. Like, no, I will never take on debt. But the more I've been learning, the more I've realized that pretty much all millionaires have to take on some degree of debt. And I think that this is quite a
So that they can
financial
not pay as
decision.
much tax as what they're paying.
Yeah.
That's why.
I've taken a loan, and it's got 10% interest over 3 years. And I'm so confident. Like, I think that this is a pretty sound investment decision, that Bitcoin's going to make more than 10% over 3 years. And the risk is that Bitcoin goes down from here, and that's fine. That's a risk I'm willing to take. But if Bitcoin makes more than 10% over 3 years, then I'm in profit. So I've taken a loan, and I'm going to dollar cost average that into Bitcoin over the next however many months. And my plan is, by the time the loan term is up in 3 years, Bitcoin will be up, from 64,000 to more than 70,000, and then I'm in profit.
Yeah.
So that's something that I've done recently, which I thought was pretty smart decision. Normally,
My name's Griff.
normally I wouldn't recommend that to most people, but. I thought that was a pretty fair risk-reward trade.
Okay.
Is it a collateralized loan or is it uncollateralized?
I think it's uncollateralized. So it's I just pay back £300 a month, which I've got plenty of, like...
£300 laying around.
Yeah, I have like an extra, like more than £1,000 a month in income that I'm not really doing anything with. So I thought that's a pretty sound financial decision, especially because I'm incredibly confident that Bitcoin is going to be worth more than $60,000 in 3 years. So it's on the basis of Bitcoin being a significant low. Nobody's buying Bitcoin, and also the fact that the interest is not that hard to beat. But yeah, I wanted to see what you guys thought about that, because I feel like it could be considered controversial, but I see it as being quite a sensible risk reward decision.
So, not financial advice is the first thing I would say to all of our viewers.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, so there's a few things in here that I will say make sense, and then a few things I would be like, okay. The first thing is I understand the... Hello, Victor.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, please ignore my entrance. Please continue your what you were saying.
The first thing is obviously the idea that this is all built around about a rainbow, like breaking out and then getting readjusted. And the fact that it gets readjusted is the thing that makes people go, maybe we should invest. That's kind of like, okay, that's weird. But I kind of like see the idea of, okay, so this person is curb fitting, and the moment he's tried to curb fit it to prove that his rainbow thing works, inadvertently he's proven that it works by essence, that people are then going to be like, well, he's curb fitted it. The last time he curb fitted it, we went on a run, so I'm going to enter a trade based on that. So inadvertently, it's proven to work. So I get that. That's the first thing. The second thing is taking a loan to do anything. Like, I'm not opposed to taking loans, because that's just unfortunately how the world works. It's about loans. But caveat would never go and invest money that I could not afford to lose.
Yeah.
And if I can afford to take a loan and pay it back over X amount of time or whatever, and it is a sound investment, I don't see a problem with that at all. So it's just the basis upon which
it's so stupid.
Made.
But
no, it's not stupid. It's just, to me, it's just like,
it's crazy.
Yes, it's crazy. It's
but
like
here's what made me think of this in the first place. It's that we were talking about knowing direction but not timing. Yeah. And like, I am very confident that Bitcoin's got a few more years ahead of it going up. But it's a matter of knowing when the best time is to get involved. And this is one buy signal, but it's not my only buy signal.
I was about to say. It's one of a few.
I thought that this was an interesting, like, the more I looked into it, like, because this is a famous thing. And the more I looked, like a lot of people know about this and they laugh at it, how silly it is. But I think it's really good for getting sentiment analysis. Because everybody's reaction to the guy curve fitting it once again. Not one person is thinking this is buy. Everybody's thinking it's a bad thing, which is the perfect time to buy. And like, I'm a young man with a bit of expendable income, and I decided that this was pretty good risk reward, because a lot of the time, like, the risks I've taken like financial risks I've taken, whether that's buying Ethereum when I was younger or some other financial investment, they've all been kind of all or nothing. Do you know what I mean? Either I 10x my money or I lose my money. And I've made like 5 or 6 of those decisions over the last like 10 years, and some have worked, but most of the time I've not made anything. So I'm trying to now make a decision where I can make a pretty solid 2 or 3x my money. Do you know what I mean? I'm not trying to 10x my money, because otherwise I'd be buying an altcoin with my loan. Do you know what I mean? So I'm trying to be as sensible and safe as possible while trying to do like a pretty sound thing. But yeah, I've contradicted my own, not contradicted, but yeah, I've always been somebody that has thought like, if you're taking on debt, there's something wrong. But the more I've thought about it, the more I'm like, this is not I don't think this is an unsensible.
This isn't horrible. This is
I mean, it's
No.
not
something new.
uncontrollable debt. You know what
Yeah.
your risk is. So it's almost like you're getting into a trade, you know your risk management, you know what your upside is, and you know what the worst outcome is, which would, and it's probably not likely. If Bitcoin goes to zero, then you have to repay the debt using your salary. But if Bitcoin stays roughly the same, then you're paying just the interest. And if it does go up, hey, your quid's in, and yeah, the debt makes you look like a genius because Bitcoin's at 1 million, and you bought in at 60K and just held.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like, it's not
Interesting.
There's a couple of things when I came in, you guys were already talking, so I missed a couple of things. So at the risk of missing context, I think I have enough to have
An opinion.
yeah, have an opinion. Exactly. Thank you. Hi, Griff. Hi, everyone. I didn't say
Hello.
hi. I went on to please ignore me right away without saying hi. Hi. But
Rude.
the yes, very rude of me without saying hi at all. But there's a couple of things I don't have, and you don't have to share this because I understand we are in a very personal, close group where no one else is hearing us. But there are a couple of things that what I understand you're doing is you're taking a loan to take a position in Bitcoin, and you're thinking, is this a thing? Is this rational? Is this responsible? Is this, does that make sense? A couple of things. In order to assess that, I get the point. I mean, who doesn't have a position in Bitcoin? I mean, raise your hand if you don't have a position. Most of us has. You don't have a position right now. You've had it in the past.
Yeah.
In the past,
Okay.
not anymore.
Well, ever. Then I should have said ever. Who had a position? Who hasn't had a position on Bitcoin ever? Most of us has had a position or not, or currently having. What we're doing at that moment is we are putting capital on a bet with a certain probability. And we all have different assessment of that probability, but in the end, it's a probability. It's an assessment, it's an estimate of what are the chances that this will go up and go down in whatever time holding period that you're thinking of. And what you're saying, Griff, in other words, what every one of us here has done is we have taken a bet on the future value or appreciation of that asset being Bitcoin. And what Griff is saying is he's doing the same. He's taking a bet on the future appreciation or future value of this asset, Bitcoin. The only thing is, which is changes everything, is that he's taking a loan, making it, you're taking a loan, so you're putting money you don't actually have. A loan in itself is just leverage. It's, there's nothing wrong with it as long as you do it responsibly. And that's the next question I actually wanted to say. And you don't have to share it because, it might be too personal. But the percentage of the loan in relationship to the rest of your net worth in the percentage, the fraction that the service of that loan is to your expendable or your net monthly income, that is what makes it responsible or not. In the end, it's just a bet.
Yeah. I think
You don't have to answer. I don't want to put you on the spotlight.
No, I like being transparent with these things. I'm just trying to do some mental maths because this is why I'm taking a loan in the first place. Is because all my money's tied up in other investments, which I don't want to pull it out because those have so much upside potential still. Like for example, my house, and I've got my stocks, and I've got my Pokemon cards. I've got like some antiques. These are things I don't want to sell to buy Bitcoin, and I almost regret buying them because of the opportunity cost, because Bitcoin is suddenly a better opportunity than these things. But yeah, that's why I've decided to take the loan. I don't know. I can let you know though. It's a £10,000 loan with 10% interest. I think my house is like 350,000, but then I've got a mortgage on that. So I think it's probably about 10% of my net worth. This loan. But then my income is enough to cover the monthly payments like tenfold.
Well-
So it's not too much. That's the main incentive, because I'm able to get this lump sum to invest while having such minimum monthly payments that it's less than my groceries. You know what I mean? So that's being able to have such leverage for this investment opportunity for such a low monthly cost. That's my incentive. But then, of course, the downside is that Bitcoin goes to zero or half of what it is now, and I lose 5,000 or 5,500 with the interest. But I don't. That's the risk, and I'm comfortable with that risk, and I also don't think that's going to happen.
That's exactly it. In the end, what needs to be done is your position, your stop loss, as trader, your stop loss is BTC going to zero, right? That would be your maximum loss.
Yeah.
What is that as a percentage to your net worth, and that only you can assess. Is that too much risk? Is that a palatable risk? Is that a tolerable? Is that acceptable with my risk appetite? And that only you can say. For some people, 2% bet on Bitcoin, whether it be a direct capital investment or through a loan, 2% is the maximum. For other people, it's 5. Some other people, it's 10 or maybe even higher. That's a personal judgment of your own situation and your own risk appetite. And when you bring it back to those numbers, there isn't a wrong thing to do. This is not financial advice. This is just sound reasoning. But of course, it's very when people out there, and this might be what I want to draw the attention to, for everyone who thinks about investing in a risky asset, and Bitcoin for sure is a very risky asset. Lots of upside potential, but also lots of risk to it. You have to know your numbers. You have to know your financial health. You have to know what is your the total of your liability done correctly, and not only that, but what is the effect if it does happen? What is the effect of on your income? Because it's not only a thing about what percentage is it to my net worth, which is risk management and portfolio asset management of your own stuff, but also your income, because that is when that isn't properly done, you can still get stuck, even though it might not be a big risk, but on a income monthly level, it could be problematic. So if those two things check out, then it's just a bet, like I think, at least to me, it's just a bet like everyone else. But the call is for everyone who might be considering something similar: do have your number checked out before you decide to do any big financial decisions, and get financial advice from the right people.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, it's interesting to hear the perspective of other traders, because I do consider this like a leveraged trade. It's not something I've done before, and it's unusual for sure.
The sound advice for
Samir.
most people. Hi, Samir. The general sound advice for majority of the people is do not invest with with money you don't have. That's a sound advice that applies to everyone, because it's a safe advice. If you don't have the money, don't lend to get the money. Don't take a loan to be able to invest, and only invest in with money you can afford to lose. Now, those two general principles are kind of universal, and it applies to everyone. But of course, you could be more aggressive. For example, when you're investing in real estate, there are different ways to do that. You can do it with just capital right away, or with loan. And loan makes it, you can use it as just to lower your capital requirement, or you can even, with the same amount of capital you have, you can go 1.5, 2, or even sometimes more leverage on the same, buying more properties with the same capital you have. It's a matter of risk appetite and risk management. But majority of things, leverage is only to be used by people who understand them deeply, because it's a two-edged sword, and it can, and when you don't do it correctly, it will bite you. It'll come back and bite you, and be double the risk.
Yeah.
Because my mortgages alone, for I was planning on remortgaging in a few years because I've increased the value of my house so much, and I was going to use that into turning the garage into a little terraced house, because we've got our house has a garage like attached to it. So I was going to extend into that, turn that into a little house, and then Airbnb that, which is something my dad has done to like great success. And that would be remortgaging, and maybe taking out 30,000-40,000 to do that probably would increase my mortgage by like at the interest rate maybe like £500-600 a month. And I think that once it's done, the amount that it increases the value of the property and the monthly cash flow that it would bring in from Airbnb, because the cost of that is nearly zero, I think it's going to be actually profiting £200-300 a month and increasing the value of my property all at the same time. So that's another example of leveraged risk. But yeah,
which is completely makes sense.
Before you guys carry on, apologies, my my internet is really struggling, and my browser's already crashed. I was supposed to be out like 20 minutes ago already, so I'm going to hop off, and I think Boo, you as well. You also need to hop off, mate. So we're going to take this moment to just take our leave, guys. Didn't want to disrupt your conversation because it's a very interesting one. But I'm going to say goodbye to everybody, and I'll see everybody tomorrow for Wednesday's Fiverr stream. Have a great day, guys. Cheers.
Thanks, Richard.
Right, and I'm off to see you guys soon. Don't forget to subscribe to Griff's channel, Griff Trades. I believe it's one word, not Griff.trades. There is another person who looks handsome, very similar, but not quite Griff. And make sure to check him out. I'm actually checking him out in the background here. And I believe someone was wanting to confirm the name of the other artist that I mentioned earlier. It's Y-U-N-G. So not young as in Y-O-U-N-G, but young as in Y-U-N-G, Sammy. But on that note, I will see you guys later. Take care, and bless.
Thanks, Booyu. Have a great day.
Booyu, Richard. Right. That's awesome. All right, let's... Samir, how are you doing?
All right. I got you guys discussing about the BTC.
Yes.
Yes.
That is an interesting thing, actually.
It is. I think the whole crypto industry offers everyone, not only us as traders, but everyone, a lot of opportunity. And but it's as with everything, you got to know what you're doing. Otherwise, Warren Buffett used to say, he still says that risk is something is risky when you don't understand it. Once you know what you're doing, then it's not risky. That's the same thing with trading, same thing with investing. When you know what you're doing, the risk is actually when you're lacking the knowledge to do it or to perform it, to assess where the risks are. Once you know where the risk is, you can mitigate it, you can manage it, and it's not risky at all. So I think that's the thing, right? With which applies to, in this case, to BTC, and I think it's a BTC is now what 50% drawdown from its all-time high. It's 3 years is. I think you mentioned that the loan was for 3 years, right?
Yeah, that's right.
And at the end, you're only paying interest.
Yeah, so it's just 10% interest. But I don't pay that at the end. It's just a flat, like £300 a month. And then after 3 years, that is paid off the loan and the interest.
I see. So there's an added risk then there, because if BTC is below the balance, then you are left with a debt instead of profit.
Exactly. I need it to be up 10% to profit. And I know we're past the days of Bitcoin making 10x. I'm not expecting anything like that. I'm just expecting Bitcoin to return to its previous levels and maybe go a little bit above that, maybe 150K in 3 years. I think that's pretty modest.
The other thing is that the other thing that is a little bit against you is that the schedule of the loan decides the timing you have to pay back. And with investment, that's exactly what we use. We don't have the timing, right? You time to get in, but you don't know when the market is going to reach all-time high again or that level, and so you're bound to use whatever timing that schedule is. So that's and can you sell the Bitcoin? Is it linked to the Bitcoin position or?
It's not, so I can sell the Bitcoin at any time.
Okay, so exactly, okay.
Yeah.
All right, so that makes it flexible. Yeah, I understand that. I think it's, and you said only 10K, right?
Yeah, that's right. I'd like to do more, but like I've got the money to pay back a bigger loan, maybe £500 a month. I think that would be, say, a 15K loan, or even more. But I think that's getting into the realm of unreasonable. I like to have that little buffer where I've got an extra couple hundred a month to put in savings or to put in my stocks and shares ISA, like in the S&P 500 or something, or go out for a nice dinner.
Yeah, I in your case, not financial advice to anyone, but if I were in your position and I were to take a loan of, I wouldn't say 10%, but I mean of a percentage that I actually have laying around or that I could easily liquidate from a different account, then I wouldn't bother too much thinking about it. I would do it.
Yeah. I can't believe I hadn't thought about it sooner, to be honest. But yeah, I'm just pleased that, I mean, the trigger was seeing Bitcoin at such a good buying opportunity. And then I was like, I don't have the money right now, which was frustrating. And I was like, oh, okay, in 10 months, I'll have 10K saved up. But then, the opportunity might not be there in 10 months. So then I was like, oh, I can get a loan and I can, the money which I would be using to save up, I can use towards a loan. And, there's the 10% fee. But I think good way of getting the money now to invest now. And yeah, I'm so confident Bitcoin's going to be up more than 10% in 3 years.
10% flat fee on 3 months, on 3 years?
Yes. So 10K loan, paying back 11K.
That's a steal.
Yeah. I think that's pretty fair, pretty good cost. I mean, the best scenario is when you can get an interest-free loan. Yeah. There's definitely loans with better interest rates, but this was just really accessible to me because it was inside of my banking app. It was like, hey, you qualify for a loan. And I was like, oh, let me have a look. And yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a nice little leverage on your investment portfolio, basically, only specific to Bitcoin. Yeah, it makes sense. Makes a lot of sense. I actually like it. And the interest is super low compared to anything. Maybe we should look at I saw a little rainbow, and even though it makes it not look too serious having all these colors on. Have you discussed already, you guys? Have you guys discussed the technical on Bitcoin?
We've not brought it up, no. But you guys are welcome to do that. But I've got to hop off now. This is the end of my time on stream. It's great that we're coinciding now because we've never really had the opportunity to be on stream, Samir and Victor. So I'm glad that will you be on this time next Tuesday as well?
I'll be here to the end of time.
Excellent. Cool. Yeah, I'm looking forward to talking with you guys more next week. But yeah, great to see you both, and thanks everyone in stream. Yeah, see you soon, guys.
Take care, Griff. Always Griff. Nice to talk to you. All right. That was the amazing Griff. Always nice to see him. Nice awesome. Meeting him again. Yeah. Samir.
I was looking at gold actually. So I like few areas on gold, and this price action is also interesting. So I would like to break down gold here. So I'm just seeing we are reacting from this. Okay, we printed like a dodgy candle on the daily, and looking at this trend, this is higher high, higher low. A potential higher high can be there at least to this area. So now I know where the price is heading to. So I just need to find the entries. I just got to the 4-hour time frame, and definitely we broke the structures to the left hand side, and I just used the Fibonacci to, see where is the equilibrium area, which is this 50%. So I was like, can we continue this trend from these areas or not? I think giving a little bit of risk, or putting a little bit of risk in the market, it's not bad around these areas or this area. And let's try to find a little bit more confluence going to the 1-hour time frame. I think this area will be a little bit better on the 1 hour, but this is also not bad looking at the 15-minute time frame. Yesterday we failed to tap this area. This was a very decent demand area. Now, can we tap it today? Maybe some kind of liquidity push to the downside, and then the actual move to the upside, continuing that daily trend. That can be a possibility, and this trend line can be a false breakout, and we are already losing the momentum here. So I want one false breakout, maybe a little bit of push from this area, and then we can enter here. The target can be really big. Even if you risk 0.25% here, I think the target can be amazing here. I don't trade this way, but I know these type of areas. I have traded these type of areas. So looking at the overall picture, it really looks nice. Even if you hit a stop loss here, you can risk 0.25% here. So one of these two scenarios played out, I think that will be a really good move. I'm not looking for any kind of sells on gold based on the daily time frame. We are just printing good bullish candles here, as you can see. So I think one pullback, we already have the pullback. We can see the continuation. I'm just waiting for a pullback. Either one of these areas, let's see what will make sense, and then we can act accordingly. And that's it for gold from my side. NAS 100 is also looking interesting. Going to the daily time frame, let me delete everything. Looking at the candles, definitely higher highs. This was the higher low, and this is the higher high. Can this be a higher low? And maybe potential continuation to the upside. And we are already on the very decent demand area. So if we reacted from here, yes, that can be, this can be a higher low here, and we can maybe see higher high in upcoming days or this week. So that is the bias. I'm still bullish at least this area, till this area. If we close below this, then maybe we're gonna, come back to this fair value gap, or maybe this area. But at least till here, I will look for some kind of longs. So, and we also have this small consolidation. We maybe NYSE open, we tap this area, and then maybe some kind of reaction. I will wait for my pattern, which is, on the 1 minute, some kind of consolidation. And I don't mind taking a long at the breakout. Maybe we can target this area, or if the momentum continued so well, this can be the target. So yeah, let me put that 4-hour consolidation on. Let me change the color, maybe red. So this is where I will eye for a buying opportunity. But what if we never get here, we get to this area? I think that can be continuation of the trend at least to here, and then possibly the buying scenario can take over. But we have to be, or I have to be cautious at this area, because this is the daily area, and going to the 15-minute, we can also break this area, and we can, let me delete this arrows first so that we can have a clear picture. Okay, on the 15-minute, we might be breaking this area, and New York Stock Exchange open, we can test this area and continuation to the upside. This can be the trade idea number one, or we liquidate this area, and then again we have to wait for the structure shift, or I have to wait for the structure shift and that 1 minute pattern, or maybe a continuation move, break and retest, something like this. So this can be also the scenario for the day. I'm not really looking at selling scenario today. Why? Because daily candle or daily structure is little bit off the trend. But going to the, let's take a look at the weekly, how weekly is doing. Okay, we have a fair value gap also. We broke this high. So considering this information, now that sell idea also can play out. But for that, let's go to the 30-minute time frame, and this was the structure shift on the 15-minute. Okay, and this is a very decent supply area on the 30-minute. Going to the 15-minute, yes, impulsive leg was good. So let's see how price behaves around this area. I think if it behaves you get a structure shift, maybe consolidation on the 1 minute time frame. I think shorting can also be the scenario, at least till here. Then I don't know, maybe we can breach this area, tap that weekly fair value gap, and then continuation to the upside, which was the weekly or daily trend. So this scenario also makes sense. So I can only make a couple of stories in my head, and whatever makes sense, I can act accordingly. So I don't have to be so biased to one scenario that I have to do this only, as I have new information now based on the weekly. So I think I should use that information in my advantage, and for that, I have this area. If we respected this area, what price is telling me, what story price is printing me, that maybe it can go, continue this trend that we have, which is some kind of lower lows, lower highs. Maybe we can print one more downside leg, and I only want to capture this leg. And who cares, maybe we can respect this area, or we can liquidate this area and then continuation to the upside. That also can be the scenario. So this is the crucial area for me. If we respected this, good. If we broke that, I think I will like to use this daily area, and I might can look for some kind of buying opportunity. And then I do think that we can continue this trend, and we can come to this area in upcoming week. But I need to see how price behaves around this high. So this is the only reference point on NQ for me. And looking at the US 30, by the way, I did took a shot here. I will explain that also, but let's finish the scenario first that I'm trying to build on indices today. US 30, let's take a look at the daily. Okay, daily is, we are just printing some kind of break and retest scenario here. So can this be a break and retest and continuation to the upside? Let's take a look at weekly ones so that I know what weekly is trying to do. Yes, we are on the fair value gap on the weekly, going to the daily. Yes, we are having that break and retest, going to the 4 hour. We are at the demand area, going to the 1 hour. Actually, we already shifted the structure, which was here. So I think right from here, it should continue higher, or maybe at this fair value gap. I think we should wait for the New York Stock Exchange, because it can also print another low and then the continuation higher. But we also can, go higher right from here also. So maybe we can take a 0.5% risk here. And what can be the target? I think this whole liquidity area, we can sweep this, and this was having, very less wick. This can be the target number one if that happened, the scenario. Let me go on the 15 minute. I think this is also some kind of quasi. I have to confirm with Victor if this is a valid one, or maybe this is some kind of order block.
It is.
Yeah, I think this can be the scenario for today. But it's okay. Even if this is a losing trade, we can give another chance here on the 4 hour area. And yeah, that can be the play. Maybe if we lost that also, it's okay. We'll do the same thing tomorrow. And over the time, this thing will give the results. So looking good for longs, both of the pairs. And but what if we go higher? Can we take a shot? Going to the 1 hour. Actually, we are already on the 4 hour area, and we are printing break and retest. So I don't really want to go short. So I'll eye on taking longs only on these two pairs. So let's see how NYSE brings. I do like this US 30 trade. So I'm gonna I already have that on red. So yeah, I'm gonna closely look at this area. Let's see how price behaves around this area. Yeah.
All right. Thank you for that, Samir. I will take a look at, since we were talking about Bitcoin, I thought I would take a look at Bitcoin, and or maybe you can do that, see if you have any, if it is now a good moment for you to buying, or
time frame, yeah.
are you still thinking it could go lower? What is the charts telling you? And I'll do the same on my side when you finish. And then I'll probably go to gold, since you discussed that. And I know a lot of viewers like us to take a look at gold, and some people in the chat has done that as well. So, and then perhaps NAS and euro dollar, or perhaps dollar yen. We'll take a look at anything you guys want, but more or less that sequence.
As we are looking at BTC in terms of holding this for the longer time, so I will like to break it down from the 12 12-month perspective. So 12 months, definitely this was impulsive, like this may be a pullback. So yes, makes sense. Let's go to the 6 months now. Okay, this candle was way too impulsive, and this may can continue lower. So I don't like this candle, and this is still open. Going to the 3 months. Okay, very huge momentum to the downside. We also broke this area. Now let's go to the at this point only 12 month is making sense for the buy. 6 months and 3 month is not really in the favor. Let's go to the monthly time frame. Now the monthly is also making sense as we are reacting from this area, and we did a decent closure here. So now 2 time frames are in a favor and 2 are not. Going to the daily, this will be the last time frame. Actually, I skipped the weekly. So going to the weekly, I think if price started to go higher right from here, maybe a break of structure, a good weekly candle closing above this area, then only we should act on the buys. Right now, I do think maybe we can get another leg lower, and then we will see how weekly time frame goes on. Going to the daily time frame, yes, for the daily also, this is the last structure which it should respect or it should break. If it breaks, it will be a good sign for BTC. So in terms of investment or positional trading, I do want to see price gets above this area. Because I'm just a technical trader, I know over the past history, we have shown a very beautiful recovery. As you can see, this was a 300% recovery. It took like almost 1.5 years. And who knows, this also can, take out the highs, and maybe we can go more higher. But right now, I don't like this scenario. So I do want to wait for one candle, a good volume candle to close above that daily structure, and this can be also break and retest. It makes sense, but for the daily time frame, let's wait for the breakout, and it is also the inverted head and shoulder right now. So if we break this area, that will be a good sign, and things will start to align if we break that. So I think for me, if I want to invest or put money on the line, I will see a good candlestick above this area. My first target can be this high, which is very realistic. It is 20% away. So if you're not really aiming for a crazy, recovery, this still can be achievable if you break this area, which is 20%. You can, have your, if you are trading crypto, maybe on 2x leverage, you can make 40% on your money. But remember that if it goes 50% against you, you can lose all of your money. So you have to be very wise when it comes to putting risk in the market. For me, I will like to put risk in the market above this area, and it will give me some kind of confidence. Okay, if it failed, then I will accept the loss, I should move on. Then maybe we will wait for another pattern. Maybe if it breaks out, failed, another some kind of inverted head and shoulder, something like break of structure, then I can act on this. So for me, I will wait for this area. So
nice.
Yeah.
I'll take a look on. Let me switch to my screen. I just noticed I haven't been sharing my screen yet. It'll be very difficult to show the chart without my my screen. Thank you for that, Remy. On Bitcoin. So if we do that right before, when we got to the beginning of the stream, we were talking about Bitcoin. I mean, some people likely are not looking to be buying Bitcoin because maybe they are hurt, they had some losses, or maybe just the sentiment is very, very negative. But not in trading, but in the investment world, it is actually, those are the moments you want to be looking for opportunities when no one wants to buy that asset. That's not a confirmation to buy, but I mean, that's the type of the moment you want to be considering. See other things that give you an indication whether or not it is a good buy or not, because that's, you might be or not at the end of that bear cycle. So if we apply that and start looking and use the technical analysis to let us go, is it a good idea or not? And I start from the monthly, and if we go through using quantities and order blocks, I don't see right now. Let's double check. Yeah, I don't see any quasis, any reversal patterns, and there are no structures. Actually, this one has already been taken out. As you can see, I haven't been checking Bitcoin, from a technical perspective from some time now. But if you look from the monthly, we don't have any structure at all telling us that now is the moment. Not on the monthly. The next structure we have is all the way lower here at little less than 30,000, and that's it. Current price action is just a still, in my opinion, a leg down. It just broke that level, that monthly structure there, just broke it. That's a sign on the highest time frame that I consider a sign to not buy yet, right? It's a bearish sign still when price not only broke it, but went up and retested from as a supply area, a previous demand zone that switched to become a supply area and then moved away, confirming that the market is, after retesting that, confirming that the market is still not ready, okay? Might change next candle, but right now it's not telling us that it's ready to go to be taken, at least not on that time frame. And if I go to the weekly time frame, what I see is, yes, there are a couple of levels there. Let me check what these levels are. Let me take these out. What we see here is that we have had such a nice run from the last time up to the all-time high of 128, I believe it was, or close to that. And we are currently in a level that is actually interesting from a weekly perspective. And it is this quasi pattern, which is the reversal, the variant of the head and shoulder, just the reversal pattern that I use all the time, every day, on all my my setups. And you look to see where are the possible areas that you can expect some kind of a reaction, right? So you have one, let me move this away. You have one weekly right here. In total, you have three, which makes it a valid weekly quasi. If it has more than three, in my case, in any case, I would stop considering to be a quasi in that time frame. So in this case, it has 1, 2, and 3, meaning it's still okay to be considered. Not only that, we had the first order block. You see how it came in, reacts to it very, very beautifully. That's the reaction that I'm talking about. And it did the same thing with the second order block right here. And what is likely to have some kind of a reaction, maybe already had it, once we had the last order block. But so far, so this area is actually interesting to be considering, starting from this weekly, because the monthly didn't have anything, but starting as a weekly signal to see if we have a reversal or not, or a possibility of that reversal. So far, we only have one impulsive move and nothing yet. So let's go deeper and consider. So we are in an entry order block on the weekly. And if I see here, I don't see, at least not on the weekly, any quasis yet. There is a fresh order block on the weekly, which is where we are right here. And that will, that can trigger me to look for a buy, but it wouldn't be based on the quasi, meaning whatever target that I have, I'll have to base it just on a fresh structure, which, will be targeting probably just this. Not because the weekly structure, the weekly quasi, if I get an entry from this weekly, I can go all the way to the next structure, or maybe eventually all to the whole. This is the second structure, and eventually to the whole pattern, because that's the reversal pattern, right? That's the TP to be had that is adequate for the whole pattern, at large. So. But if it's only the fresh order block, then I can only go to the next level. Maybe I'll push it a little bit if there's something on the daily time frame, just a little bit above these swing highs. So there is a weekly reason to go or to go long, and that would be the fresh order block on the weekly. But it's not a quasi. It's not a bigger signal that I would be waiting for to get in as a someone who is going to hold that position for much longer, meaning a position trading or investment. So on the daily time frame, do we have a quasi? That's the level. That's the question that I'm going to ask. Actually, the neckline is right here, so that means we already have the beginning of a possible reversal on the daily. And the next question is in this leg from the head, so that makes this the head, the left shoulder, the neckline. In this head, do we have reasons to believe that there is a entry order block? This is not a valid entry order block. And what else do we have? Do we have something here? We don't. So basically the quasi isn't, it's formed in terms of market structure, but there aren't any entry order blocks. So that's on the daily. So we lost the daily right there. There based on the quasi. What we can see is that there is a fresh on the daily as well. So this could be a nice area to get in. But considering, right, taking the context, putting things into context, this is just the fresh weekly, right? Only looking to go to the next level, which would be this level. So let's target. I don't see anything higher on the daily as well. So if anything, that would be the target. It's not even showing because it is too big of a time frame to show. Let me see if I can get it a macro level. A target, if I get the entry would be this order block and targeting, from this order block to that. That's the setup that I see. It's not the bigger signal that I would be using the weekly. So I can surely look for a structure here and see if we can get something. And actually, there is a quasi there as well. There's a break of structure. Let me indicate that this would be on the 4 hour, and do we get the area?
As you're doing analysis, I just got a message. The guy is saying that I just passed my bootcamp account and received the first payout. And
nice.
I just want to say that on the stream. So
nice.
Amazing.
And
yeah.
Who said that?
He have a username, so I don't think so. The username is Monday Pips. I don't know. So if he is here or not. But amazing, man. If you're watching the stream, and guys, that is a motivation for you also. Bootcamp account getting a payout is not easy because it's 3-phase. So if someone has done that, definitely he has followed the system or the plan. And that's it. I interrupted you, Victor.
No problem. And just to give you a little bit more context on, this is a friend of yours. This is a viewer you have contact with.
Yeah,
a viewer.
It is the viewer. Yeah, random message.
Next, nice, beautiful, very inspirational. Yeah, it's always great to see. We see these all the time in our Discord community. People coming back and saying, I've had this milestone, got this payout, and it makes us happy. I mean, to see others succeed, that's beautiful. All right, coming back to the chart. So on the Bitcoin, not on the higher time frame swing trader positioning, not about that, just the going on to the fresh order block, just to the next level. What I can see is that I'm talking about this to this level, right? So actually going to 67, very much like you were mentioning, Samir. So I'm looking, is from this level, can we get this move? Can we get something of a quasi or some other reasons to get that move? So if I go to the 4 hour, there is a quasi order block, chart pattern that is showing, and this is the neckline that makes this the left shoulder, and this the head, and this would be the entry order block. So here you would have the daily, the 4 hour, and the weekly, even though the weekly isn't visible here. And I would be waiting for this level to get my trade on. So far, so basically that's it for me. I would be interested in putting my stop there, getting in on whatever structure I use or pattern, and then targeting that area or something to the left that makes sense. Maybe that swing high could be as well, right? It's so close to the target anyways. It makes sense, that little bit is not worth it. I would just target that as well. Something like that makes sense in Bitcoin. But on the bigger question, whether to start building or not, I will have to see how the market reacts to this. We have a first reaction, but until it takes this swing high, I don't have a quasi yet, so it will have to take this swing high, and then I can start thinking, all right, after the market did this move, I can then think, okay, maybe it will come back and then start going much higher. That will be the bigger moment, bigger signal that I would be interested in taking Bitcoin. Hopefully that makes sense for our viewers. Let's take a look on gold. What do you guys think? So gold, what do we have? From the higher time frames, nothing here to see. Supply area above, not relevant right now. On the weekly time frame, we did leave a fresh order block behind and reversed or reacted from it, beautifully. And going from the weekly to the weekly actually was also a reaction to the not fresh order block to the left. And we're going, so the general assumption, the reasonable assumption is that we are leaving one weekly, retesting it, and then we are on our way to reach the next level. So basically, I'll have that running position assumption that we're going to go to 4,539 on the CFD, that is. And if I go to the daily, we have that beautiful breakout we've been talking about, and we are seeing the market reacting on the daily time frame. It's not visible on the weekly, but surely on the daily, and we are seeing the market reacting to that, not fresh order block, but still an order block, an unmitigated order block, and it created another order block right there, also forming an outside bar. So once I see this, to me, it seems like the market is getting ready possibly for a move down, right? So let's see if the rest of the time frames align with that idea. So we're seeing on the weekly time frame that we're likely to be heading to this direction eventually, or maybe directly, we don't know. And on the daily time frame that we might be, if this could be price pushing lower to at least try to retest that swing low, and depending on how it reacts there, maybe the next order block or the next structure below that. So those are the two structures, or the two ideas on the weekly and the daily. On the 4 hour, let's take a look how that would be. On the 4 hour, we had a retest of this level. We had it's not on the H4, is it? Actually, it is. So this makes it a H4 quasi. Right, there we go. So that means that this is, yes, this is the entry order block on the H4, and you can see how it comes back. This is the quasi, right? That's the quasi, and it goes all the way down, reactivating the neckline, goes to the quasi order block, this area, and then gives you that idea, that reaction that you might be looking for. So this is looking great, and at least I would expect from this level, I mean, reasonably, you can expect that it's going to go to the next level, so at least to that little area there. So that gives us a target of 43.78, and possibly if that does not hold, we could be going to the whole area or the whole pattern, the ultimate target, which is this. On gold, this is. Let's use this as just a target, not a macro. All right, so those are the two ideas. This is another one, right there. So TP1, TP2, basically. That's on the sell side because we had the daily in the 4 hour quasi. On the 1 hour, let's see if I have something on the 1 hour. It's already happening on the 1 hour. Yeah, on the 1 hour, we already had this, which is, well, actually, let me take a look before that. Yeah, so the entry would have been in this candle, basically, right, using the H4 and the H1, but that already happened. So that's, it's already, it shouldn't be coming back to the order block, because if it did, then it means, the whole pattern on the smaller time frame is consumed, is used, and it's likely to be going higher. So I would say the opportunity already happened, during the Asian session, that's the moment you want to be going short, taking that short using the quasi reversal pattern to the left. And if it comes back, I mean, if it really confirms on the H1, then I could be taking a short again there. But if it doesn't confirm on the H1, I would not take it, because as I said, I would assume that it's on its path to break it. That's on the H4. Let me move this a little bit to the left. Right. And all right, so that's H4. Let me take this out as well. H2. Yeah, I can see myself taking a short from this level, right, going to this that area. But do we have enough reason for that? I don't have enough reason for that. Yeah, this is not enough. On the H2, yeah, it's not a great. I don't think this is a great level to be shorting from. I would rather prefer pricing going a little bit higher and then going back to reach the level. So a retrace, breaking out of this range and then failing back to continue its path from this area going to the next area, right? So a break of that this range only to continue later on to the area below us. That would be make sense to me. So right now, I can see that it's trying to push price lower, and it's likely to succeed at it. But I don't like the fact, see on the hourly, all these wicks, those are indications that the price is holding up, and it might have some kind of a push, on the short term. And to me, that means that it's not a great area to be shorting from. Okay, so do we have something else on the 5 minute? Not really. Even this on the 5 minute looks as a basing, right? So yeah, not too keen on that. All right. What else can I say? Well, actually, basically on the 4 hour, I think the on gold, I think that was the area on the Asian session to get in and targeting either this or that. But the current area we are in is not to me, it's not a great area. If we close as a bullish, then I can switch back to bullish and start looking for longs as we get back to this area, right? But that hasn't happened yet, so we'll have to revisit that idea in about an hour. And
I'll be back in like 30 seconds. I'm gonna adjust the camera.
No problem. In an hour and a half, and by then the stream will be over. So it'll be something I could discuss with you guys on the Discord session that we'll be having afterwards, right? After the YouTube, check the announcement section on our Discord community, because we have sessions there on weekdays where we give you, some more feedback on and more updates on the charts and the analysis we do. All right, let's go. So this is that was Bitcoin, gold, and let's take a look at EU and perhaps NQ, because it's going to start in an hour. That is the market open. Let's do EU. What do you guys say? Okay. No problem. Okay, let me change this a little bit like that. Okay. All right, so on EU, what do we have? We have from the monthly time frame, we are in the middle of between two areas, supply and demand. Nothing besides the outside bar that was taken out, no longer there. So you can expect some kind of a push at some moment coming in, either right here or maybe later on, but no signs of that. That's on the monthly, so nothing to look at, nothing to trade. On the weekly time frame, what we have is a weekly quasi, which has already reached target, which is this right here. We don't see anything there. We are okay. So these are on the weekly time frame. What we see is a fresh weekly that was created when we pushed higher It's this area. So that's the target for any sells, and that's going to be the area to look for longs whenever we get there in a short period. Then you have the area above us, or not above us, where we're currently at, as a supply area. It's fresh. You can see it's only a couple of bars, so it's definitely fresh. But we don't have any indication on the weekly time frame that it is, ready to have this kind of a move yet. So let's go to the daily. The daily time frame, we have a couple of structures. It may be a little bit overwhelming, but try not to look at everything. The areas in blue shades, those are entry order blocks on the quasi, and the quasi being where this is the head, this is the neckline, and of course that would be the left shoulder. But those structures, this one and these two here, they're not at play right now. So the whole structure, the whole reversal pattern only starts getting into play at this level, which is around 115.80, actually 117.48. So it is, so there's nothing on the higher, that bigger structure. So everything we do needs to be capped to the weekly, and anything we have, all these structures are not part of a quasi. They're just they're not fresh either. So you will have some kind of reaction, but not too much to expect from them. So on the daily, do we have reasons to go short or not? We don't, right? Let me check. We just broke this order block right there. See that? We broke that. So basically, price is still indicating it wants to continue higher. That means we did have a retest of this structure to the left, where that upper wick is the proof of that reaction. But as I said, this is not a fresh order block. It's not part of a quasi, so it's not a big deal. You can still get amazing trades from them, but I wouldn't be trading I wouldn't putting too much stress on them. Actually, I don't use them for only for targets, not for and trade management, not for entries on the time frame they indicate. If I use it, it is on a different time frame, a different strategy. Okay, so the daily is still strong, not showing any signs of a sell. In the 4 hour, let's take a look. The 4 hour, what do we see? Let me take this out. Okay. All right, so we do have the area right there that we seem to have some kind of reaction. That's on the 4 hour. Is it still fresh? Let's measure it when it was retested the first time, which is here. Yes, on the 7th bar, that's fresh enough. So let's mark it. So basically that's the H4. And do we have reasons to keep on building on that idea, that buy area from that area? And if it comes back to this, I'll be looking for a sell. So basically we can zoom in and get nothing on the daily, so we can so basically I would want to go long from this area and short this one. And on the 4 hour, the 2 I mean, there is a quasi, but there's no entry order block on the whole movement, right? So this is above, this is not an entry order block. These are the entry order blocks. Let me mark them. And let me check if they're overlapping. They seem to be overlapping. 25.8, yep, they are overlapping. So that means that we can just create one big order block right there. Okay, so this is the entry order block on the H4. Right, that's it. But we're not at that level at all, so it means that we can just forget about it for the time being until we get there. Let me clean this up a little bit for our viewers, and this one as well. Okay, so what are we left with? So we have the area right here that we could be using for a retest later on, but that's not the case. And now we have a fresh order block where we could be looking for a reaction. And that reaction, I would just target the next level above us. That's it. I wouldn't be going much higher because the market is not giving us enough reasons to go any higher. Right, so that said, let's go to the H2. Do we have a reason here to go long? Let's measure it from the H2. By the time we got back, this is the second retest. As you can see here, actually it's also on the retest on the 4 hour, as you can see. So this is the first retest. That means that I'm not able to use this order block anymore. Right, so on the 4 hour already, this is the first retouch, and that means that, you know, I'm not going to be using this. That's my, so back to zero. The setup is, I lost there, right there, I lost my reasons to go long. So that means that the only thing I have left is a short from this level. Right, the short from this level, putting your stop above and looking for that possible short. That's it. And I would, you know, target this low to begin with, or something in that low, and leave a little bit on the table to that continuation move. Let's see if we have reasons. That's one, nothing here. And on the 1 hour, we don't really have anything. Yeah, so basically I would still be waiting for my reasons to get in. Let's see. Yeah, I would still be waiting for the reasons to get in. Let me zoom out a little bit. Yeah, I'll still be waiting for the reasons to get in. So it means that we only have a 4 hour fresh order block, and nothing on the H2 and nothing on the H1, meaning we will have to wait for the market to come back. There was a nice reaction here on the 1 hour, but there was no overlap, right? So, I mean, you could still use it. You can see how the market reacts to them quite nicely, going short whenever it comes back to these order blocks. But it wasn't overlapping the H4, so I wouldn't be able to trade that. But still, it was a nice area. You can actually go to the 1 hour to see if how that should have been retested or traded. Actually, this is the way I would have traded it. I didn't trade it because it wasn't overlapping, but this would be one of the areas. You have to look for the quasi. The moment we get to it, there, and we had 1, 2, and on the second entry order block, you can see right here, that the market came back, and you want to be going short from this level and targeting these level below here, and it did it nicely. I mean, if you got here, it would have came back, but obviously you want to be putting your stop above this and above that swing high, and it came back, would have almost tapped you out. You could have put your stop above this level as well, and almost came back and reacts beautifully to the direction you wanted or you were expecting. You can see how on the M1, that would have been a nice trade, would have hit your target, and whatever it does next is irrelevant. That's on the 5 minute, and on the 1. Yeah, that's a nice price action for a continuation. But I need price to come back to this area, and it didn't. So I wouldn't be able to get in personally on that trade. That's EU. So basically, EU has one area that is of our interest, but nothing overlapping on the other time frame. So nothing I personally can use. I mean, I could scalp. I didn't take any scalp today, but normally I would scalp the other. Whenever there isn't enough overlap, I'll just scalp the levels, scalp the the structures. Okay, that's on EU. Let's check on our no problem Draghi or Dragici. Let's look at the chat to see. Let's take a look at, okay. All right, so that's EU, and we went through Bitcoin and gold before. Maybe we can take a look at NQ, what we can expect. Prices firmly going lower on that time frame. Let's take a look. We have the market reacting on the level we had before. So it's a nice area to be looking at. From the higher time frame, from the monthly, there isn't really anything to see other than the fact that we are doing this kind of price action, right? Creating, retesting a broken level. Hi, Samir.
Hello, hello. I'm back.
Breaking that, break and retest of the level we had. That's the only thing you can see on that monthly, in my opinion. Other than that, we already reached the target, right? The target was the weekly structure above us. We came back and reacted upon it on, this week, basically. So things are getting back in the opposite direction. So let's adjust everything. We are reacting off this fresh order block. This is the immediate retest. This is the first retest. On the daily time frame, we are seeing some pretty nice change in character, right? Previously, it was creating bullish structure. The moment it hits the weekly, it then starts creating big red candles. So that's something you want to see. Didn't leave anything on the daily time frame to trade. There is, trade short. There is, however, we're getting into the demand area below. So I'm keen to see if the market is reacting. But since we have two areas, you want to be conservative and be watchful and not getting in before it does anything concretely. Meaning you want to see the levels. All of these have been taken out already. So let's clean that up. And we have a couple of areas here that are already not relevant. So what can we see here? Let me take that out as well. On the daily, we are in a supply zone. That supply zone is fresh. This one has already been retested once. So there's only one fresh area unmitigated, which is the current level we're in. Okay, so that's the area you want to be interested in. This is, since we're overlapping, I'm interested in NASDAQ being an asset that likes to take liquidity and sweep these low. You want to be looking at them for sure, not discard them. On the daily, on the 4 hour, let's see what we have. Like all of these level has been totally annihilated. All right, so let's clean these up a little bit. On the
You
4
didn't
hour,
touch the US 30, right?
no, not yet.
Okay, okay.
So we do have a reversal pattern on the H4 from this top, this being the left shoulder, the head, but that's something for later, meaning this now becomes a fresh order block, not a fresh, an entry order block on the H4. That's something, if price comes back, you want to be looking for that reaction later on, right? If and when it comes back. But do we actually have a quasi, and it's a nice one. I like it. Look at this. So we have the reversal pattern. Ooh, this is nice. So this is the established downtrend, right? Goes all the way up, takes out the neckline, it comes back. The only question is, do we have a fresh order block that is still standing? We don't. There was an entry order block here on the H4, has been taken out, and actually quite decisively. And besides that, there isn't anything left. So that basically tells us there isn't anything here to be traded long on H4 in this area. At least not right here. So we'll have to wait for a new structure to be created, in this area on the H4. Then we can start, at least I can start looking for a long. A day trade long. I can scalp this, of course, but not as a day trade. This is quite impulsive moves, right? There's not Actually, there's not any retracement. First candle after quite a few, first bullish candle after quite a few bearish ones. On the 2 hour, there is a level here of some interest. There, that's the area I would want to look for, let's say a scalp or, a little trade, not a, complete session trade, but just based on the H2 quasi, because it doesn't have 4 hour support. Let me check here. Open is 84.25 and the close is 80.80. Yeah, so there isn't a quasi here, at least not in my book. So no structure here. The reversal pattern is on the H4 isn't there. This is the reversal pattern that I consider to be valid, and that gives us this level. So this area is an area, but it's not as significant, not as clean as this one right here. So that's the one I want to be looking at in about 40 minutes, 39 to be exact, 38, to see if the market, touches it and reacts a certain way. Basically, what we want to see is, let's indicate it. So what you want to be seeing is some kind of a reaction, right? Either a huge reaction, creating a new order block comes back to go in that direction. Let's say on the 30-minute, on the 15-minute, or even on the 5, something like that. That would be something that makes sense. But it needs to come from after reaching this level. Or maybe the market could, create a neckline, not a neckline, what am I saying? Create an opening orb right here, something like that, and you wait for the orb to break, knowing that it is based on the H2, giving that confluence, combining those two concepts, and you go long either at the breakout or after it comes back to retest something it left behind, maybe some order block right here, and then, to go higher. Something like that would make sense to me. Or you can even look for quasis that it creates as it is breaking that level. Maybe it takes this out. That would be the neckline. It comes back. You take a trade from something like this going higher. That also could be a nice trade long. In both cases, it is long because, of course, we're talking about the supply, not the demand area based on the H2 quasi, the entry structure. That's on NQ. That's it. That's what I have. That is what I have. On the H4, there isn't anything else to trade. This is already gone, so I should actually take it off. That's it. I think that is it. Yeah, it is. Well, there is this line, which is the head of that quasi on the H4. I would be interested as well to see whenever price goes through it, if it comes back very quickly. And if so, if you can get a long from that level after that sweep, and then put your stop below that level and then target, something that makes sense, either that swing, that mid line there, or maybe even higher, depending on, what kind of holding period you are intending to have. So those are the areas, basically the sweep of the low and the demand area on the H2. And that's on NAS, or NQ in this case, but NAS would be the same, just different levels. But the structures will likely be very, very similar at the same place, I mean. And let's take a look at the chat to see if there's any question that I missed. Someone saying hello to you, a certain Tan02V.
How are you,
I'm
my
here
friend?
as well, Tan. I'm here and I'm doing fine. Thank you for asking. Thank you for asking.
Amazing.
Just kidding.
Did you test Euro USD? I think I was fixing the camera.
Yes, I did.
Okay.
I did go over it. There isn't a trade, in my opinion. There is one. Let me check where it was on the H4. Yeah, there is one, which is this area. We are not there yet, and it's quite far. We're talking about about 50 pips lower. So that could be something for maybe tomorrow. But there's nothing here yet. The level here, the order block is already mitigated, so I'm not too interested in that. The only area that I see is an H2 area. Actually, it's an H4 there, right there. That's the only structure that I'm looking to trade whenever price goes back there. But we don't have any reason on the H2 or the H1 to take the trade. I don't see any overlap. There was a level right here which got some nice reaction from, but it wasn't overlapping. So I'm still looking for this, actually looking for H2 or H1 reasons to build my case to go short from this level, and I'll be targeting probably this swing low or something close to that. Could be this as well. But yeah, that's EU. Yeah, we did go through EU. Let's maybe there's something on Dow 30 you would want to explain or talk about, or
Yeah,
maybe I can.
it just tapped that fair value gap. Now it's trying to go up. The structure
Okay.
that I talked about.
Yes,
So
let's
I
go to
think-
yours. Yep.
Yeah, I think today buys can be the play for US 30. Going to the 30-minute, looking good. We are coming from the 4-hour area. So I think 4-hour area does hold some kind of power in terms of, structure. So definitely this is a good demand area. We tap that area, we're trying to go up, and this is the area where I'm looking for price to go. Going to the 30-minute, and we are already reacting from this fair value gap after this structure shift, which was very nice. We closed above this area. This was a body which closed above this. So this fair value gap is the trade, and I am in the trade, and my stop loss is below this 15-minute order block in case NYSE opened and we came a little bit down here, maybe to test this area, and then maybe we can go higher. Or ideally, I would like one's price to just straight up show the impulsive legs to the upside, and it doesn't really have to do that, but that is just my bias, or the way I'm making the story. If price has to go higher, it should respect this fair value gap, and it should go higher. So let's see what price does. I am in this trade right now, and yeah, and the NAS, as I mentioned, okay, we are going lower, which is good actually. So I think if we can tap that 1 hour, I think it was 1 hour, no, it was 4-hour area, so that will be even more better, and we can eye on that 30-minute area as a target. So price NYSE open comes here, we will go to the 5-minute, and we will see, or I will see how structure is forming. Once we see a structure shift, maybe pullbacks, then I would like to enter some kind of longs. But US 30 can be the trade for today. I am in the longs already. Let's see what NYSE brings to us. We are still like 32 minutes away from the NYSE open. So let's see. Yeah, and let's see what gold is trying to do. I do want price to tap this area and show some kind of reaction. And yeah, let's see. But I think if we can tap this area, shorting scenario also can be a play for today. Let's see. If we tap here, I think I will look for some longs. But if we go here first, then we have to complete the move, which is we should go at least to the 50% area if we have to go higher. So I think shorts also make sense today, and longs also make sense. But I only have to focus on what price do here or here. I have to see what kind of nature it have. So right now, as you can see, price is not in the impulsive nature. So now there is a impulse. I do want to see another impulse to the downside. But first I want to see a tap of this, and then I can anticipate that maybe impulsive phase can start, and then I would like to be in that phase. But if he gets here, I don't mind buying also. So let's see. Right now it's in the waiting mode, or I am in the waiting mode, but I'm in the US 30 buy, and we are already seeing a good reaction from here. Now let's see. By the way, that competition account that I received, I am about to pass that account. I just need 500 days to pass the phase 2. So that was awesome. Yeah, I forgot to break down the trade that I took on that account. First, let me discuss about losses. because I did took a loss on phase 2 first. Okay, so I was eyeing on this demand area. We gets here, we was holding this area, so I thought maybe we can go higher. So I got to the 15-minute time frame. I saw price was breaking these areas, closing higher. 5-minute time frame, you will see a structure shift. This can be the structure, or this can be the structure. We are making higher highs, so I decided to take a trade somewhere around here. I know it was late. I placed the stop loss here, and I was targeting some kind of fair value gaps. Okay, I took a stop loss. I think I entered this trade here first. I took a stop loss. I gave it another chance. Again, I took a stop loss. So 2 stop losses I took, and the risk was under control. I was risking 1%, so it's okay. Now going to the 30-minute, price is already showing downside momentum. I waited for the supply to be tapped. Going to the 3-minute time frame, we are rejecting, and once we kind of close under this support area, I enter the trade. I play the stop losses here, and I targeted this area. This was the trade I took, which helped me make 4% in that in phase 2. Now I just need 2 500 days. Today I'm done trading on that account, but on the other account I have taken this US30 buy, and it is on the summer plan. So, and it is also on the futures account. So let's see how this trade plays out. Structure wise, looking good, but that doesn't mean that it has 100% of the probability to go higher. Still, the risk is in control, and yeah, let's see. I'm just waiting. NAS is if anybody hasn't take any trade, I will suggest to wait for this NAS 100 trade, because it looks good to me. I will wait for this price to get here, and then I will act accordingly. We can even push a little bit lower. Even we can break this high. Still buy is valid, but we have to see how structure is forming once it is tapping the area. Ideally, I will like to buy around this area. So yeah, let's see. We also have some kind of liquidity lows. I would like price to give a fake breakout, some kind of structure formation, some kind of momentum to the upside, pull back. I will like to enter. So this is what I will eye on today. And yeah, let's take a look at Euro USD, what it is trying to do. I know Victor broke it down, but okay, this candle is having no wick, so I think we can make a wick. Today can be a selling scenario, but for that we need some kind of areas. Actually, we are already reacting from this fair value gap, so I think we should break this consolidation already. Once a breakout, it is already late. If you manage to catch a trade here, good. Right now I will not suggest you to enter any trade, but if it gets to this area, maybe this can be a liquidity move. This can be a selling trade. So yeah, Euro USD is also looking good.
You're looking good to sell from the area. Yeah. But is it the same one, or is it the same level, or which level are you looking to sell from? A little bit higher, I see.
Yeah, if anybody took a short around this fair value gap, it is valid. Ideally, stop loss would be here. So those people are still in the trade. But if anybody wants to take a short, so I think this 15-minute area can be the play for today. Even on the 30-minute, it is nice. This can be acted as a liquidity high. Price comes here. Of course, will not enter immediately. We'll wait for some kind of structure shift on the lower time frame, maybe 5 minute, 1 minute, maybe a consolidation. So that will be good entry. Break out of that. Stop loss can be here. Target can be here. Euro USD is also making sense today, so I think this can be a good trade, good short trade on Euro USD if anybody is looking for short. Somebody is saying Yasin, Euro USD will go to 1.16. Okay, I think it is around this area. Let's see. I'm gonna mark this area also. If it gets to this area, I'm gonna highlight you that Yasin gave us a call. Going to the 4-hour, it can go there, but daily candle, I'm thinking it should go make a wick, or maybe tap this fair value gap, and then maybe we can continue this bullish momentum that we are having. So I will look for shorts today on Euro USD. I'm just gonna mark my risk to reward tool like this. If price comes here, we will see how price is behaving. Okay, US 30-minute is closed. We are 25 minutes away from the NYSE open, and yeah, let's see. it closed really nice, and yeah, 1 hour also closed nice. Let's see what NYSE is gonna do now, because we can expect that volume in NYSE. Code with Becky is saying, "Are you a swing trader?" I think he is asking you because I was in the background. But if you ask me, then I will call myself a intraday type of trader. I'm not a swing trader. Sometimes my position are for a session. Sometimes it goes for a couple of hours. I don't like to hold my trade beyond a day.
Great question. Code with Becky, if I pronounce that correctly. I can be a swing trader, but it's not, my trades are not predominantly swing trades and not frequently a swing trade. They are only if I have let me put it this way. All my trades are started, at least they need to have an H4 basis, right? And that H4, I go down to the lower time frames to get my entry all the way to the minutes, and my targets will be on the hourly. So that means that my holding period is less than an hour to up to a couple of hours the whole day. But if I do have a signal, same trade, but I have also a daily candle or a daily setup at play, then I can play the higher time frame. So I'll close a portion of the trade on the initial TP, which I would be intraday, and the rest of the position I would leave it for that a bigger setup on the daily. So on those occasions, for that latter part, it would be indeed a swing trade. I would leave it open for more than a day, and on occasions that could be even a weekly trade. So I will hold it for multiple weeks. For that, usually when that happens, it only means one thing. It's going to be a gigantic profit, because I get on the minutes, and if it's either it takes me out, which is fine, before or after TP1 is hit. If it's before, then I get a full stop out, full stop loss. But if it's after, then I might get part of the profit on TP1 be eaten by that stop out. But if it runs and it keeps on running, the next day I'll start trailing, taking off the risk and just let it run. And that usually means, it's going to be a runner, maybe 1 to 20, 1 to 40. But in any case, more than 1 to 10. So, but it doesn't happen very often. But it's always nice when those moments happen, though. After years of trading, I still get a little bit excited about it, even if it's a little bit.
Trading is always, I think, excited. But I have a question on win rate to you, as you
Sure.
are. You are taking high risk to reward trade.
Yes.
So, how is win rate on a maybe quarterly basis? It is consistent, or it change, over a couple of months or maybe weeks?
Since on the main strategy, and that's the one with the high risk reward ratio profile, since I take multiple trades every day on a quarterly basis, it's quite, there isn't a band where it fluctuates in between, but it is quite, within the range. It is roughly around
Okay.
35%, it goes to
get
sometimes below 30, sometimes it goes a little bit for maybe a week or two above 40, but usually it's around 35% on the whole position. But if you only look at the swing trades, the win rate is lower, is around 12 actually. 12% my win rate on the swing trades targets. But the only thing is 12%, I need to have a 1 to 8 at least to be profitable. But it's roughly, but it's my risk reward on those trades are way more than 1 to 8. So that's the difference. But just to give you an example, and if I show this on on the chart with our viewers from time to time, when I catch, let's say, a 1 to 20, or sometimes even more than that, 1 to 40, there is a, that portion of the trade has a slightly above 10% win rate. So for every one that I showed you, I have, 10 that I lost on average on that, not on that particular trade, but on similar trades. And, there isn't a lot of, it's not very exciting for the audience to see, hey, I took a loss there, although I do like to share that with us. But it's especially when I can share how I got that bigger trade. And every time that I do get it, I try to mention the win rate is quite low. So it's not every time, it's actually much, much lower than 50%. 35% is roughly on the whole structure, on the whole, all the entries, including intraday and swing trades. But if you only look at the swing trades, it's slightly above 10%. It's around 12%. So, but it's since on the daily trades I have less trade, the trade frequency is lower, you see much more fluctuation. The variability of that number goes a little bit, but on the intraday, I trade daily, many trades. So, the large number, makes the average not fluctuate too much. Hopefully that answers your question.
Okay, I get it. So it stays between 35-ish%. Okay.
Yep.
That is good.
Yep.
That is good. So we are coming down on US 30. I am still in my trade. Somebody was asking about gold, and as I mentioned, I'm looking for longs around this area, but also at the same time, I don't mind shorting also, because structure is, it has shown a break. So around here, I can eye for shorts, and around here, I can eye for some kind of longs. But if it gets here, I will wait for some kind of structure on the smaller time frame. Yeah. Sarah, that is my view on gold.
Nice. Justin Gem Body, or is it Gem Body? I'm not sure. Anyways, Justin, my swing trades it depends on whether it's only a daily signal or it's a daily and a weekly, because I have, in the swing trades, I have, some trades that are based on the weekly, and on the daily only, the average is around 3 days that I hold them. But if it has a weekly, it's about 2.5 weeks that I hold on average, sometimes longer, that I hold these trades, just to give you an idea. But there's a varies, right? So 3, I have, I regularly take trades and I hold them for 7 days, and others are, even they have a swing trade, I only hold them for a day and a half. So to give you an idea, but the average is around 3 days per trade, per the daily signals. Nice. Aaron says I got funded on a 10K account. Nice. That's very, very nice.
That's awesome. So people are trying, and once you are in that trying phase, and you are trying to get 1% better every day, I think that is the point where you should be, instead of being lazy, not doing anything. So you got your 10K account, so that's why I said that you are getting 1% better every day. So that is really amazing.
Yeah, the power of incremental improvement is not to be underestimated. It is, we only want to make these big changes. We get motivated by big changes because we want to, big improvement. But it's in the smaller things that you can, achieve bigger projects. It's, that Chinese proverb, that every long journey, is one step at a time. And that's what you need to be working on, all of us, in every aspect of our lives. It's the next step, just one step in the right direction. And eventually you will get there, even if it's kilometers away, just one step at a time. That's the 1% kind of mentality you try to reach today. Don't get 10% today, just 1%, or even 0.5% better. I mean, the percentage is not actually even objective. It's just a feeling. I mean, how do you measure 1% better? It's not really objective, but you get the point. Incremental improvement is a very, very powerful thing to be doing. It's actually the growth mentality, right? You're always looking for that opportunity to learn, to become better, to be a better trader, to test your strategy, monitor it, to look for ways to to improve its performance, to improve it, and that's a never-ending loop in your workflow as a trader. I mean, the same thing you do with other professions as well. As a doctor, you cannot, for example, as a medical doctor or any professional, you cannot just stop and forever just use the same things you learned at uni. You have to keep up with the science, with how things are developing through the years, and it's no different in trading. You have to do that with your strategy and with your workflows. Keep working at it, keep elevating its quality. Otherwise, you would you'll have erosion of your edge. Not talking about alpha erosion from the strategy itself, but I mean you as a trader in the ability to extract money from the market. You have to keep on improving, otherwise your system, whatever it is that you use, will eventually go stale. Great. Someone asking, help me out with profitable strategy, please, says Bhavya. Another person, Code with Becky, says, what trading strategy is profitable? I'm making $100 to $200. Okay. That's another discussion about the person who has passed his funded account at 10K. What would you say, Samir, if someone would to ask you, someone needs help with a profitable system? We only have about 10 minutes, by the way, viewers. So we have great questions like these ones.
Okay.
Gotta ask them now because we only have a couple of minutes before we close the stream and have you'd be directed to the future channel. But go ahead, Samir.
All right. So profitable strategy, I think right now, if you're thinking about that thing, I get a profitable strategy. I think your goal is your goal is not right. Instead of following the process, following the risk management in a right way, you are focusing on getting a profitable strategy. And other day, I recorded a video also. These type of people, these type of talks, not many people watch, but that was very valuable thing I mentioned. I will say the same thing here. So right now you are not accepting the loss. That's why you have this type of mindset. For an example, you get 4 or 5 losses in a row. At that moment, that strategy is not profitable to you. So I think every strategy will have that kind of phase where you will have the losses or losing streak. You have to accept that thing, then only that strategy will work out for you. So in short, every strategy is a profitable strategy. Many people use price action, ICT, SMC, there are countless different strategy. But if you cannot accept that loss, that losing streak, 4 or 5 losses in a row, and then you try to look for something better, if you are stuck in that loop, I think then you are just delaying your success, and time is very precious. Please don't waste it on these type of things where you are looking or you are seeking the wrong thing, which you will never get. So in short, I will say every strategy is profitable. Try to accept that loss, and over the time I think you will get better only, because after few mistakes you know that what setups not to take and what to take. So but you are not following that process, you are escaping that thing which is a fundamental of trading, which is accepting a loss. And yeah, I think this is the core reason behind this thing. That's why you are finding another strategies, because the core fundamentals of trading, which is you will have a loss and you have to accept that you are not familiar with this thing. So in short, I will say every strategy is profitable. See what you think or you find better, or your eyes can see it in a better way. That is the best strategy to you. And please shift your goal from this to process driven goal, where you have to follow the risk management in a right way, where after a series of loss, maybe take a break, have some rules for yourself. That is the thing which is going to make you profitable. So yeah,
Nice.
Aaron is saying something in Hindi.
Yeah, my
बस
Hindi is a little
waste.
a little rusty, so I will not even dare read Aaron's messages. Aaron, thank you for your messages. Forgive me for my rusty Hindi.
Mr. Aaron, so yeah, you don't take my word. He's saying, is this firm legit or not? So don't take my word or our word. Please do your own research. We have the best ratings on every platform that is there. For this trading space, can be Trustpilot, can be Match. I think one or two other review website. You can check that and you can test that with a smaller account. See how trading conditions are. See if you get to the payout. Is the process smooth? See it yourself. Okay, so that is the best way you will know is that platform good or not. But if you take my word, then definitely we have the best rating there. 10 years in this space. So yeah, we are serving traders. 10 years is it has almost more than decade actually. So it is quite a lot time giving these services to trader. So definitely we are here to stay. Again, you can do your own research, then you will know that yeah, these are the true thing only. All right.
Yes, I'll try to if I will share my screen if that's okay with you.
Yeah.
Okay, so I will share something on the chat on our website. Someone asked, how to get to a profitable system, how to know my strategy is profitable, how what plan do I follow, and all of that. I am here at the 5ers website, and you can go there. It's the5ers.com, the5ers.com. I mean, you can find it out if you search for him on Google, and you'll see we actually have a performance coach, which someone dedicated to the community to help you with these questions. We do that on the YouTube all the time, but someone who will do it from a structured way, taking you by the hand basically, and share you all of the steps that you need to be taking to assess whether your strategy is profitable, how to deal and how to build those knowledge. And he's our in-house performance coach, Richard Wells. And you can see all of these courses that you can, modules that you as a trader, if you're having issue finding profitability in your strategy. And what Samir was talking about is very true, right? Every strategy has that potential to be profitable, right? It's your responsibility, it is your task to find profitability in it, right? It's and that's what Samir was explaining. I think it's much deeper. It's than just the words what he said, and I agree. Every strategy has that potential to be turned into a profitable system, but you have to find out, where it works, when it works, how you need to be using the concepts to make it profitable. Same thing with quasis and order blocks. They're profitable, but it doesn't mean you can just blindly go and apply to everything that moves, any asset, and every time, always you're going to be profitable. No, doesn't work there. It has a time, a moment, a situation, a market condition to be used, and a certain way to use that, right? So, but we have a course. We have many things, many content for you, but especially I wanted to take a little moment here to share, shed some light on our coach. Has a completely free modules that you can follow. Also on our website, on our YouTube channel, you'll have a lot of content, and you can find all of these nice courses for you to follow that will give you some structure to that question. How do I get the right risk management? How do I follow a trading plan? How do I assess the profitability? How do I find a profitable system? And how do I know it's even profitable? Very basic, fundamental questions that you need to be asking yourself. So check the website out, I would say, anyone who's asking. And I would say, on top of what we just explained, I agree with Samir. Every strategy has, its potential, one more than others, of course. But the focus, yes, you need to have a strategy. You need to have a strategy, and it needs to be profitable. But that's just the very beginning of a profitable trader. Having just, if you don't have a profitable system, then nothing will work. You will not have. Doesn't matter how good you are at risk management, eventually it will not work. There's no risk management that will save a unprofitable strategy, period. Never. Just a matter of time, it will break down. Because it never had edge to begin with, right? Put it the same place, your psychology. If you're not able to apply the risk management that will take care of your strategy, then even though you have good risk management rules, you will not be able to adhere to them because you don't have the mindset in place. So it's all of them, and not on. So focusing on profitable system is only one thing, very important in everything, but one thing on the whole thing, on the whole, being profitable as a full-fledged trader. And the one thing as you go in through the years, and I think many traders will attest to this, that you start to realize that the having a profitable strategy is only I wouldn't say tiny, but a much smaller component in the whole scheme that is needed. So I wouldn't focus too much on it and only on that. I'll focus on the other things as well. But finding the strategy that is profitable, that is something that you have to find your ways. There are different. I do it through data and backtesting. Some other people, like Samir, does it a little bit more fluidly, meaning with not necessarily backtesting, but with experience, which is also a sort of data, basically, but just a different way of doing it. He's doing it with experience, making notes and journals. I do it with hard data, and you have to find what fits you better. But you need to, it's a process. It's not a secret code that I give you and you can go and use it and it'll work for you. You will have to make it work for you. Find out, express that potential it has for profitability. Because you're a different person, and you will be using it, that tool, which is a strategy is in the end, It's just a tool, you will be using it differently than I will and Samir will. Even if I share you all my profitable systems, you will not be using the same way because simply you are a different person. So there's a lot before you can. I would say start with one concept, test it out. That would be my advice. Test it out and see for yourself if there is something there. And if you can start seeing it, then you keep on improving and investing more time to it. And if you can't find it, switch your concept and find out something else. In the meantime, you don't necessarily have to trade it. It could be, smaller account or even paper trading. You're just finding out, what works, how it works, and how could you be using it in your advantage. So there it is. That's our that's our session for today. Beautiful question for everyone. We have a Discord session in a couple of hours. Check our announcement. You can see how beautiful this reaction is. Look at that. That's the New York Open opening. You can see how the market just reacted from the order block this is on the 1 minute, I believe. It keeps on hitting that order block, that entry order block on the quasi. And beautiful. That's the quasi neckline, head, left shoulder. And it goes there, hits 1, 2, 3, 4 times. Beautiful reaction. Anyways, I got distracted by PA. So we have a session on Discord. Come join us. Richard Wells, the person, our in-house performance coach, has a session here on YouTube as well on Discord on Thursday. So join us and you can ask him questions, of the module and, experience you have been having and the journey you're doing following the module. The courses, the free course that he offers, that the 5ers offers. And anything else, Samir, before we hand our audience to the Futures channel?
I think at last I will say that please build your foundation in a right way. If you will have a solid foundation, then you will not waste too much of your precious time. So how you can build the foundation, I think Rich can help you for that. You can watch the Discord. I think he, as you mentioned, he will be on the call today. So you can definitely take an initiative. So please be there. I think it is a very important thing to build your foundation in the right way. If you will have a solid foundation in upcoming future, that can give you quite solid returns. And gold is reacting from that area that I was having. So if anybody got buys, amazing. With that being said, that's it, guys. Now you can head to the Futures channel. And yeah, thank you so much for being here. And we will see you tomorrow, same time. And please focus on that, guys, the foundation thing, and as I mentioned. So that's it from today's stream. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Perfect. Thank you very, very much, Samir. Today I will be on the Discord. Rich will be on Thursday for those who are interested in. Don't miss it out. But I mean, even if Rich isn't going to be on Discord today, that doesn't mean you cannot come today. Today is going to be me. You can come. We'll have a nice conversation about trading. So that's it. See you guys tomorrow. Samir, thank you very, very much. And Remy in the background, thank you for all your efforts making this possible. Richard, our manager as well, making everything work as they do. And especially a thank you to all of you who are watching. We understand time is precious and scarce, and you are following us, sharing this moment with us. I'm very appreciative of that for all your viewers. So thank you. See you guys tomorrow, and goodbye.